Hey, Shibifer. Damn,
Right.
everybody's straight.
Hey, so I
damn.
gotta move some names around.
This shit.
All right.
Damn. Who about the yo Bloody Biscuits in there with the Carlton fade?
I know, looking cleaner than a mug, dude.
Look at this
Where's
guy.
BB? BB's down here. All right. Oh God. Oh no. All right. Not do that.
God damn it.
Figuring this out. All right.
Yeah, move that.
Why
shit.
don't you have this perfectly ready to go?
Because someone wasn't here.
All right, man.
Right, Shib, right? That's over here. Here.
Ooh,
What's
Let
up?
me know when I can start up the intro.
I mean, you can if you want while I'm just arranging this. I'm just arranging names.
Oh.
You can do whatever you want, man. Well, you capitalize that? What the hell?
What?
Shut up,
You
goldfish.
whack ash. All right.
What do you? What?
It's nothing. It's fine. It's whatever, man. It's whatever.
What are you trying to say?
Is that
For some
how
fucking
you always-
reason,
Oh.
Goldfish has to be as problematic as possible.
What are you trying to say?
Alrighty, what's up, retards?
Whoa!
We've got a special.
Jesus Christ! Calm
We
down,
got a-
please.
We got a special episode of Dinner with the Boys. I think this is number 14.
Yep.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yep.
guys know our dumb five faces, but we've got a special guest, a special retard with us today, Michael Goldfish.
You shouldn't say that. It's not nice.
Michael, let the people know who you are, dude.
Yo, sup, people? I'm Michael Goldfish. I used to sort of stream Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. That's my big thing. If you watched Awesome Games Done Quick in January, I was the dude who was dressed up as Funky Kong during the Tropical Freeze race. And yeah, that's kind of it.
Hell yeah.
Sick intro. Let's go.
Goldfish roomed with all of us, except for Shib,
Pretty much.
for GDQ essentially, and we knew after spending a whole week with him, we had to bring it all together and bring him along for dinner with the boys to have a good time with us,
It'd be as
Hell yeah,
problematic
man.
as possible.
have dinner with us. So every week, you guys know what we do. We get together, have dinner. We may not always be together, dude. We may be alone, living alone in your house, and you don't ever get to eat dinner with somebody. But you know what? Today's the day. You can eat dinner with us on Dinner with the Boys. Michael, we're gonna
Yo.
start out with you, the special guest. What's for
All right.
dinner, dude?
What's for
What you
dinner?
eating?
I just want to see if I can get this. I made low carb keto pizza today.
Ooh,
That
The
looks-
base is.
really good.
What?
Looks so bad.
Are you kidding me? This shit's delicious.
Well, good. What do you mean?
Is he drinking milk with his dinner?
It's almond milk.
It's
don't worry
almond
about
milk.
it.
It's different.
We'll get to that. Anyway, so base is mozzarella cheese and cream cheese and almond flour and an egg, and then you mush it all together. Then throw that in the oven. Then I put jalapenos, ground beef, bacon, spinach, pepperoni, and mozzarella and cheddar on top with marinara as the base. And then
Oh.
throw that in the oven, and then oregano, basil, and we're good to go.
Sounds fucking good.
That sounds.
Oh yeah, man! I had to go
delicious.
all out for this dinner with the boys.
Oh, well, we appreciate
I
it.
respect it.
How's your day, Michael?
My day's been good. I went to Pilates at 7 a.m. today because I
Ooh.
couldn't go to Pilates this evening because I had this going on.
You damn right.
And then
right.
I did a whole bunch of nothing, and then I napped for 5 hours, and then I made pizza.
Oh yeah. Now here you are, ready to fucking chit chat with us. Shoot the
Yeah,
shit,
now I
if you
get
will.
to eat. Hell yeah, man!
All right, Dax, what kind of retarded dish do you got today?
Can you not though?
I just, well,
It's
you know, I mean, I'm retarded for some fucking quesadillas. So, or maybe maybe some quesadillas. You know, I've already eaten most of them, but you know, pepper's like, you know, simple shit. But I was just really in the mood for them.
Oh,
You know, it's definitely the type of thing a retard could assemble. So good on you.
Yeah,
Good on
pretty
you.
much.
Okay,
That
y'all
was the
rock
idea.
these.
That was the idea. Now, any retard can make a quesadilla.
but what's in the
Sure.
quesadilla? I want to know the deets, man.
It's just season. You know, I just season some peppers and some sweet onions, cut them in strips, and some garlic with
Nice, man.
cheese.
good shit.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Simple.
All right, Shib, what you got?
Pork, carrots, and celery in the crock pot.
What a go. Yo, that shit must be delicious.
Got any like seasoning on there?
No,
What's
you
that?
already know the answers now.
Yeah. No, there's some something, I don't know what the fuck it was. I just threw it on it.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
That's
hell
like
yeah.
pepper.
It's like a pepper.
Black.
It's black. Like
Oh,
pepper.
Wakata.
Probably pepper.
All right, BB. What's going on, dude?
All right, Shush is gonna make spaghetti for everybody.
Ooh.
In the meantime, I've got a nice little what is it? Cup of goldfish
nice. Yo, it's your
baked
boy.
snack
Hey.
crackers.
It's your
Peppered
boy.
Farms.
This man Goldfish was getting on my case yesterday. Well, no, last week before we started, he was like, "You got to show up with dinner, Asa. You never show up with dinner, Asa. What's going on?" All right, so and you don't have dinner this time, BB. That's
Yeah, that's a little bit.
and
whack.
he's not even mad about it. He's just like, "Yeah, what? It's okay. It's fine.
Because
Whatever."
I know I can bully you. I don't want
You
to
can't
be
bully
freaking
me.
mad.
I literally have to say the R word and you just crumble.
Yeah, but you're always mad. And I don't think BB's always mad. I don't want to make him mad, you know? I want us to have a good time.
BB's always mad.
I've given up on you.
Oh, okay. All right,
I feel like
Vash.
there's hope with the others, you know?
It's true. Vash, what's for dinner, man?
Hold on, wait. Chili.
Oh,
Leftover
what's on the
chili.
What's on the chili, dude?
It's quite frankly just kidney beans, pinto beans, some onion, I think there's some garlic seasoning. Obviously they got the chili powder up in there. I personally throw red pepper flakes, tapatio, and another hot sauce in there because people in my house don't really like spicy shit. That's not a problem that I have. I throw some crackers, some saltines, and some cheddar cheese and some sour cream in that bitch.
Quick, well, decisive. Well,
Yeah, dude, it's so easy. A fucking retard could do it. It's amazing. I don't know about that. Michael
Like using the
Goldfish is
crock
over
pot.
here. Yeah, like,
Yeah.
dude, the crock pot's some hard shit. I don't know if anybody could just do that shit.
Crockpot's own, man.
If I had just gotten done eating a 5-course meal off of the back of a window, I really have trouble assembling all those ingredients in the crock pot, setting the temperature right, and not burning it.
I gotcha. Well, shit. Well, I also, like Dax, made quesadillas.
Oh, there you go.
I made two. One was a 4-cheese one, some pepper. Pretty good.
Put ground beef in the chili.
And the other one was it's just a
off.
cheese, but it's sharp cheddar, but you also cook in salsa with it, like a peach mango salsa. That shit is so good. You gotta
Nice.
let it warm up, and it's fucking goody, cuh. So yeah, that's what I'm eating. I think we went down everyone on the list. All right, cool. So, Michael, start us out. How was your week, brother?
Week has been good. I've been doing a whole bunch of nothing as usual. Although, two big things in my life. The first, Splatoon 2. Any Splatoon 2 fans out there? Splatfest happened. Waffles versus Pancakes. Waffles won. That was kind of cool. And Apex Legends is a game that exists that I've sadly been playing.
You say sadly as
Wait.
in
I wish it didn't take up multiple days of my life. But it
Dude,
will.
Ace asked you to play with him last week. You said you weren't going to play that game.
What?
Yeah, it's weird.
Funny how that happens, man.
Puzzling. You could even say.
It's
I've been playing Apex without Asa.
Yeah, I've also asked him, hey, Michael, let's play some Dragon Ball.
I'll play Apex
I don't
with you
want to.
before I'll play Dragon Ball with you, to be honest.
What do you mean, dude? We had such a good time last time we played.
Yeah, we will. It will happen, okay?
Yeah, whatever, dude. Whatever.
whatever, dude.
Shut up, Michael.
Says
Dax,
that.
how was your week?
It's been good. I've really just been fucking playing KH, honestly. Because I got bored and I was like, you know, here's my attitude with the game right now. It's like I'm gonna get my fill in whatever way I can because I know as soon as I put it down and I go back to 2, I'm never gonna play 3 again. So
That's so sad.
is what it is. Like it's the thing is like, oh, well, 1 and 2 are still good, so I'll just go play those like I've been doing. You know, it's no different.
Yeah, I got
But it's like, so I'm like routing proud mode and fucking around with that, just I don't know, messing with it. So it's like if they ever update it or come out with an FM, then I'll mess with it again. But like once I get bored of this and I stop, that'll probably be it. So I'm just getting my fill for the meantime.
Cool. Shib, what's your week been?
Got a haircut.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, you did. You look
Yeah,
good.
you're looking good. You're looking clean, brother.
There's I don't know if you can see it on the webcam, but there's some purple on the sides.
Ooh.
Purple on the.
Ooh.
Ooh, shit,
Honestly,
Meister.
Extra
Two,
fancy.
two.
Damn.
But Yeah, I'll probably color it fully some other time, but I didn't want to do that because that takes fucking forever, and I already took long enough to get my haircut.
The full perp.
I don't know what color I'm gonna
Just
do.
make sure your hair matches my walls, dude. It'll be great.
And then I got all the achievements in RE2. Got all my infinite weapons.
Nice, nice, nice.
And I'm I'm finishing JoJo Part 4 because I never finished it before, so now I'm just rewatching the whole thing.
Oh, you're watching, you're not reading JoJo. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch Part 4 and then read the entire manga except for Part 6. Because I'm just gonna wait for that to be animated at this point, but I'm gonna read 7 and 8.
It's probably
then
the
1, 2,
best
3,
call,
4.
honestly.
Well, hell yeah.
Because everyone talks about how 7 is the GOAT, so I just
7
want
is
to read
the
it.
chat. If you don't disagree, you're wrong. Part 7 is the best part of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
There's also the point that I think I brought up in the Discord before when you were asking about it, where I said, ever since they moved it, they gave Araki instead of it being a weekly, it was a monthly, and the art like shifted to just being a lot more just detailed and sort of controlled and things like that. I look at that, especially when I look at the like I look at that and I think back to all of the initial or most of the initial airings of new episodes from like later in part 2 onward, where the quality would just dip so hard, and then the Blu-rays would come out and it'd be better. And even then I look at that kind of stuff and I'm like, I don't know if they could do it justice enough. Like they can do okay enough, but some of the stuff I've seen, like some of those full page spreads in 7, I'm like, I don't think they could fucking nail it even if they tried like their damnedest, unless they made a bunch of fucking movies like they did with like Persona 3.
I think
I don't know what they could do.
The one thing I need to see animated, and by animated I mean just quite literally a still that pans a little bit, is when Diego's just sitting in the dinosaur skeleton. Yeah. That's the best spread, I think, easily. It's so good.
Do they color every chapter?
Yeah.
Do they do full color for every chapter now?
Uh-huh. Well, not at the same, not simultaneously.
From part 7, it's like it's fully colored. Does he just like release it like post? Can you go back and color it eventually or something?
Yeah, I think I should.
Well, I know fans were doing that with certain parts. Yeah, fans were doing that in certain parts, and then I don't know if there's anything officially done.
They used to do that when Bleach was coming out. Like every week, there'd be like 3 people that would just fucking straight up color the whole damn thing in like 2 days.
Are you?
I'm watching part 5 as well.
Are you Are you going back and watching the episodes from the TV airing, or are you watching the Blu-ray eps?
I want to find the Blu-ray ones, but I don't know what the hell I've been watching.
Okay, well if you get to the point where fucking you see Killer Queen and it looks wrong, you're probably watching the TV one, because oh boy, that's when I stopped. Actually, I was like, I can't.
I'm only like
I can't do this.
15 episodes in right now.
Yeah.
So they just got like Joseph just got to Morio.
Okay.
They don't even know about the existence of Killer Queen or nothing yet.
Well, I guess we'll find out. We'll see.
And yeah, I did S+ also. The Delta memory. I did S+ for Leon and Claire.
Oh,
but
nice.
I only did one of for each. I haven't done both routes S+ for them.
Well, yeah. All right. BB, how's the week been, dog? You're also another person looking way cleaner than he was before.
Yeah, I got a haircut. I went to a barber for the first time in my life. Didn't get no super cuts, $10 haircut this time around. So that was pretty good.
Got
I've been like trying to like get it to part the same way that it usually the way that like when he cut it was the way that it was sitting. I've been trying to do it like that, but the shit that I use don't work. So next time I go get a haircut, I need to go fucking talk to him and be like, hey, give me that shit. So yeah, that's my plan. And mostly just the same as you, Dax. I've just been playing the shit out of 3. Finished level 1 beginner playthrough, and now I'm on to. I also got ultimate weapon, so that was cool. And moving on to learning the speed run. And I'm kind of like in the same boat where I'm just kind of like enjoying the game and getting as much out of it as I can, and seeing if
there's like longevity to it with you.
Yeah, just I mean, just like enjoying the game as much as I can,
Yeah.
and seeing if the speed run is any cool. Because I know that the moment that I stop playing in it, there's probably not, because there's just not much replayability with the game.
No.
at this
As
point.
of right now.
Ooh. All right, I
the
don't give a
tea's
shit
coming,
anymore.
it's
Can we
hot,
can we
man.
just completely
The tea's
destroy
coming, it's
KH3,
hot.
please? BB, you don't understand. We need to play DMC5. Like
We-
I
right
played the
now.
demo today
I'm
on
we
doing
did,
it,
we did.
motherfucker. What do you think? What do you think I'm doing right now?
We've been
I'm
playing.
doing it as
this
we
man,
speak.
this man's on the curve monitor too. It's not playing
Yeah,
around.
you have a
There it
fucking
is.
server monitor?
Lagless, 144 hertz. It doesn't come through on the PS4, but I feel it.
But I
I
Only
feel
you'll get that PC version. You'll be lit.
Be
Lit.
great.
you'll be
dude.
living. All right, Vash. I know that you've been playing the DMC5 beta, but
Yeah. There you go. This is
give
my
me
week.
what happened before that came out.
Fucking. I've just been. I don't know, man. I've just been doing homework. I don't give a shit about fucking school anymore.
All I care about
Honestly,
is killing these demons.
like
helping Europe.
honestly, I'm starting my new job down at the university here next week. It's the internship that basically justifies me going to university, period. And what happened with the essay this past week was like, yeah, just fuck college. It's a meme. I don't care anymore. I'm done putting effort into this shit. I'm just gonna get the fucking grades and get my shit and get my paper and go home.
That's fair.
Yeah. Fair.
So what
That's
we're entering
basically
the
what
new
everyone
era.
does.
We're entering the new era, dudes. I don't give a fuck anymore. I'm pressing these buttons so fucking well. I'm not sharing my shit with anybody.
Oh shit!
That's what
All your
happens.
tech, keeping all of your tech, dude.
Oh fuck these people.
The
All right.
What
the
the hell,
amount-
man?
the amount of change in one man's attitude towards just his life in general is after the inclusion of one extra
Don't worry, the
double
game-
jump mechanic.
The game is still garbage. Don't even stress about it. I still fucking hate it.
You don't.
But it's really good, dude. I actually like the more I learn, the more I'm like, this is the most good whack shit I've ever seen.
Oh yeah.
It's so close to being perfect, but it just isn't.
Well, that's what mods are for.
Well,
I
and
don't even know, dude, because like I don't even know what you would replace it with at this point.
Mm.
who knows? And well, yes, we'll get down to me. I've been either working, streaming, and or not being able to leave my house. It snowed here. It snowed a lot. Yeah, in Washington State. Like there's 2 feet of snow on the ground.
Don't worry, I'll give him.
I have
I'll
never
give him an
seen it snow
example.
this much in my 15 years of living here.
2 feet?
This was
And it's-
The fuck?
so I have live feed
It's
from
snowing right now.
well, not live anymore, but this was Aceuhh the other day,
Oh, fuck.
otherwise known as the Speed Lord,
Mr. Anime.
Mr. Anime, the Speed Lord himself.
I've been posting pictures all over my Discord. It's just kind of been insane. There's a lot of fucking snow here. I can't leave my house. Like my dad tried the first day. He crashed into a bank on our hill, and I was like, well, I guess I'm not leaving.
Oh
I thought you
shit!
were like a fucking bank. Like,
No,
Wait,
no,
was
no,
it- is it
no,
a bank
no.
or is
Like,
it a ginkgo?
okay, so the way my house is, it's on a hill, a big ass fucking hill. If you go to my street on Google Maps, it doesn't go up the hill because I'm pretty sure the camera would have fell off because the hill is that fucking steep.
Huh?
So my dad leaves to go to work, and there's a small little turn on the hill, and it's just a small little curve, and apparently, according to him, is down. Eventually, his tires just weren't turning, and he was just like, "Well, I gotta stop by this fucking these bank of trees are gonna stop me." And they turned him, and he got out. And then on his way back, I was streaming, and he called me. He was like, "Hey, go get us some shovels from the house. I don't know where the fuck they are. Come shovel me out. I'm stuck on the hill." And I go down, and this dude is just like revving in like a pit, so he doesn't fall backwards. Like for like 20 minutes while I was trying to find fucking shovels. It was crazy.
God.
Yeah, there's a lot of fucking snow.
Well,
And my state is not prepared for that, so nothing is going on. Like they're like the whole state shut down. Basically, the military base that I work at, that's basically been shut down, close to. I haven't been able to get like. There's been no work going on. It's been ass. But other than that, I've been here. I've been streaming, played DMC5 today. pretty good. Got lots of the playability on it. You can just go back and play it over and over again. Find something new. It's
Fuck
great.
Kingdom Hearts.
It's good.
Dude, how does it feel to know that a demo is better than a game you waited 13 years for? Ooh, it's good shit.
You're so mean, dude.
I mean, he's
love
not.
it.
You know, he's not.
Locate the lie.
Yeah.
I'm looking everywhere.
I can't find it.
Only Blues Clues. Where are we
you
gonna?
don't gotta
I
just say it,
I
man.
keep calling it and it just goes straight to voicemail. I don't know what to tell you. Shit.
And
Oh, shot.
been playing a lot of 3. Played a lot more Dragon Ball. Michael Goldfish will not play me. He's scared. But other than that, I mean, you know, it's been a retarded week. What can I say?
I'm sorry that shit happened to you, dude.
It's okay.
sucks,
It's
yeah.
I mean, I actually can't imagine. We had snow last night,
fine.
Really?
but it was Vegas snow, where you could see it coming down. You would look on the ground. It's rain.
It's just yeah.
Oh yeah.
By the time it starts in the air, it's snow. On the ground, it's rain. I was a
Yeah,
fucking
no.
dumbass.
When it started here, it was like, oh, like they were saying, oh, it's only gonna snow like 4 inches, and then it turned into 6, and then it turned into 8, and then it turned into a foot, and now it's 2 feet, and it's still snowing. Like like I woke up at 11 today, and it's been snowing ever since. Like heavy snow too, so it's weird for Seattle and like for 4 days of straight snow. That's like almost unheard of up here. So who knows? But yeah, Vash, you've been playing DMC 5, dude. Give us your
Smile,
breakdown.
dude.
Oh my
Give us
god!
your this is the official VashTSB. I know you've probably given out like how you feel about the game on your stream.
Well, it
Dinner with the
changes.
boys. Let's give me your analysis. Dude.
It changes
your
by the
seatbelts, everyone.
second because there's fucking like. I stand by my statement that it's like it's the closest to the perfect to one of the most perfect things I've ever played. It just has like 1 or 2 changes to it that aren't really the type of things that you adapt to as much as you just fucking deal with.
Mhm.
Like I'll give you an example of something you adapt to. So for gunshots, you know how you press a button and he shoot gun? No, motherfucker, you release button and he shoot gun.
Yep.
It's like a weird thing where they changed it to negative edge to make it easier for players to get the charge shot motion done, and it like fucks with my everything because you would time it based off of when you press it to get certain actions, like buffer opportunities and shit like that midair. It would affect the way that I would do gun raves and all that shit. It was like, and that's a small ass change, but I'm getting used to it as time goes on. The 2 things, well, there are a lot of things, but like the main things that sort of stick out to me that I am kind of uncertain about in 5 are the changes to jump canceling, which now the best way I can describe it, and I have proof, is that it has recovery before, like it's something that you can buffer out of on its own, whereas before that was never the case. And it functions a lot more like a wall hop is one of the best ways I can put it than an enemy step. Like the difference is think of it like they changed it from an air hike to a wall hop. That's the change they've made to enemy step. So like you don't really transfer momentum through it. Inertia as it used to exist is just gone. It's not something that's changed, it's just missing. But the concept is still in the game. So oh god, there's so much shit to talk about, and I don't want to fucking bore anybody. Basically, in DMC4, there was a concept called inertia as we knew it, where you would like enter a jump cancel, or you would basically exit an attack action with a certain amount of movement speed going in a given direction. And when you jump cancel out of that, you like gain the property of having inertia. It's like momentum, and it carries you through whatever direction you're holding when you exit the jump, right? And that'll let you fucking manipulate your position. You can fucking pause to like redirect it. You can magnetize to certain shit. It's like a whole thing. But in 5, how it works is first off, there's recovery out of a jump cancel, so there's a slight delay before your next action comes out. It doesn't transfer momentum on its own, and like attacks and gunshots halt your momentum. And I don't know why they did that. So like you'll like, what's the right way to put this? Like you can just be moving forward at a certain pace, and as soon as you start swinging your sword, you just fucking you just hit the fucking brakes.
You do.
Midair. Whenever you jump off of a demon, hit the brakes midair. Unless you let the jump cancel rock, in which case it's like a full-on jump in and of itself. But okay, let me see if I can get a fucking web, because it's like very easy the way to illustrate. So
this man's giving us the fucking
Oh, the
live
live
PD.
action.
dude.
let me see if I can do this in a way that's not stupid. E.g. retarded. Wait. We're doing it. We're in there.
Vash,
Okay,
if you
so-
stand real quick, if you stand really far away from your mic, you can do the fucking like 2007 Let's Play shit.
Dude, I love DSP. So anyway, we got Nero moving, right?
Shut up, dude.
We got Nero moving. You jump, and then you air. Like if you jump and you air, like you're gaining so much distance out of that action.
Yeah.
But if you were to do that into melee, it just fucking stalls you completely, and you can see it.
Yeah.
Like you have just such a fucking, like such a way to visualize it. Same thing. Gunshots stall you completely. It's so fucking strange. I don't, and it, like it's weird because doing air taunt is my favorite thing in this game. It is easily it's because it's the most fun shit. You're just like, I wish Goliath was here, because you're just sailing all over the place.
Yeah.
You're fucking riding on the skateboard. You just never touch the ground. That's the one thing too. You never have to touch this ground. The ground is for pussies. If you're on the ground, you're either doing it intentionally or you fucked up big time.
Okay. Well,
Like look at that. Look at that distance.
That's
Yeah.
so much.
But like if you were to just do oh, well, hold on, let me find a Hellcana, because they're a bit more consistent. If like you get on top of one and you do that, like you just normally you're just staying there.
Yeah.
So it's
Well, look at you go, dude.
I feel like I'm at the movies, dude.
He's in full fucking I'm at the movies right
He's
now,
going.
dude. Look at him go. He's got Savage, dude.
He can't even talk
Oh,
about it
shit.
anymore. It's just so entrancing.
So sick.
I know, dude. It's
It's
so
like
good.
DMC5 footage, dude.
It's like exclusive. This is straight from Filipino Champ's bedroom.
Oh, and I can prove to motherfuckers that there's a delay on this shit. So okay, y'all know how reversals work, right? You have to be into an action that you basically can't you can't cancel out of freely, and then you do a reversal, or you do a directional input and then you let go of lock on, but it requires you to not be able to just go straight into an action, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if I can get it, I'm gonna be so lit. Look at that shit! I'm just doing it out of a JC. I'm literally rolling from jump to back melee.
Well,
That's not a
this guy's
buffer?
he's an
Wow.
anime.
I know.
I don't know why they made this change,
It's so weird.
and I don't get it.
It's fuck you, dude. That was a
So
sick combo,
strange.
though. Wow.
It's so weird.
So, yeah.
I had no idea.
There's a lot of weird shit in this game.
All right,
Like a
so
lot.
give me your number score, dude. Out of 10. Out of right now, playing the beta,
Mm.
playing the demo.
All I know
How
is
you
Josh
feeling?
was arguing with some guy on Twitter about inertia for like 7 hours.
I blew a few people out.
There was some angry typing in the Discord call the other day. There was some very fucking loud clickety clacks going on. So this man's focused.
He put on his blue switches for this one.
I know, dude. It was great. Number score, I guess I would probably give it an 8.
Ooh, all right, well, that's higher in
It's-
KH. Higher
I mean,
in
it should
KH.
be.
demo.
You
Like,
guys were
when
going
you-
on about how it was almost
It's a
perfection,
demo, though.
but
It's a demo,
not
though.
perfect, so that's kind of makes it even better. Just like real humans.
It's a
and you
demo,
give it an
though.
8.
Here's the thing. The only reason, like, okay, Oh, and another thing too is that like I'm okay with it because it's only this is like only the normal difficulty that they let you play, I think. Oh, I'm not. Oh wait, no, I'm not allowed to show you guys my fucking side rave tech. Anyway,
That's all I wanted to see, man. Come on.
Demons can't fight you when you're like this. Like it takes no skill. Like okay, in DMC 4, right? Like you can just see how much they've like expanded the JC hitboxes, and they've sort of made it comparable to DMC 3 in a way. But like the thing is that there's no gravity. Realistically, you have to. To the best of my knowledge, I'm still doing testing and learning in this. You have to complete an action. Is a way to think about it. You have to complete like one whole thing out of your move list, pause without a JC, and then gravity will start to really pull you down. So what I've been doing for a while is like I'll do Overture or I'll do Breakaway, and then like you can start to see after I do Air Combo A, it really starts to suck you down, but until that is completed, you're just chilling.
Yeah, you're big chilling.
But Enemy Step completely resets that.
Oh. Look at you.
So all you do is just this, and unless someone just gets the Air Jordans in the mix, you like this is the lowest ceiling you can fight a demon in the demo. And even this, they can't touch you. So since it's so easy and everything is so lenient, I'm just getting fraudulent no damage runs, not even paying attention. I'm looking over. I'm like, oh yeah, I got it. Yeehaw.
Yeah. Whoa, look at me.
Like I kind of hope that in 5 proper, whether through DLC or otherwise, they include big boy mode.
Oh. All right. Well, but they'll probably will. You never
I
know.
hope so.
There was way too much pepper on that carrot.
Yeah, two extra clothes in there. What's going on, dude?
Are your carrots like a sweet Shib?
Yeah.
Well, shit. All right. Well, I got some questions for Michael Goldfish overall. He's our fucking guest today. All
Yeah,
right.
let's hit him up. Let's hit him up.
All right, dude.
I just
Give
want to
me-
point out
What's up?
that Vash rated that demo higher than I've seen anyone rate KH3.
Exactly.
Cake
Yeah,
should
it's
have gotten an 8.
I don't. Say,
I
I have
mean,
not said
it's
one.
it's gotten a lot. Okay, it's either in that like 6-7 range where it's like yeah, it's all right, or it's like 10 out of 10. This is the best game I've ever played in my life.
Yeah, I will say
'Cause,
any person that actively plays Kingdom Hearts, actively plays, cares about the mechanics and stuff like that, story and whatnot. Everyone like I have seen nobody give it an 8. It's only been a 7.
Oh, so
7.
you mean like real people
Like,
when you say
yeah,
this,
like
not
players.
Yeah.
No, like
actual
game-
players.
like journalists and shit are like, this is a 9.5, this is a 10, this is the best game ever. But every player that I've seen rate the series has never given it an 8. I've only seen 7s and.
Damn.
7s, 6.5s, and 6s.
Well, it's not.
I wanna
it's not
play-
the worst.
I want to play Devil's Advocate, like real quick. What do we define?
Oh, I thought you were gonna
as,
say he was gonna play DMC5.
Oh, yeah.
No. Devil's Advocate, like, what do we define as a player in this sort of situation? Because there's
I can
definitely
see
a middle ground.
Not like
Not PlayStation Life or
Not a-
IGN
not a-
Spain.
not
Someone
a.
who's not a retard.
Ooh, jeez. Oh wait, no, Michael,
Okay,
so you're right. Yeah,
like,
no retards
because I would disagree with Super Butterbuns, but I also wouldn't call her a retard at the same time.
No, I was just
Yeah.
memeing.
No.
And
would say-
I
well,
guarantee you
it's-
that Buns probably rates this shit like a 9 out of 10 or higher or something like that.
Good
But I
for
mean, it's
her.
the
But
people.
She
I mean,
probably
those-
doesn't. She doesn't even rate it on like the scale. It's really just like this is like a great game.
Yeah, I mean, well,
Yeah.
again,
Does
for
this
me,
seem more about like story for KH though, and not gameplay?
Well, here's the thing.
I don't know. I've never seen any of her content or anything. I just know she's a big KH fan.
Is it fair to say that a player is somebody who does multiple playthroughs? Or just like
Sure.
it just plays the game for an extended amount of
Yeah,
time?
well, I think of it more as, and this is why my range of that kind of player is really limited and mostly concentrated within people that I kind of know and communicate with personally, is that these are people who often return to multiple games in the franchise and like try to, doesn't have to be speedrunning or otherwise, but try to explore them and just have some sort of general understanding of what makes their systems work and have an idea how they go. Doesn't mean that that's the only thing they care about in the franchise. It doesn't mean that they care about that part of the story or vice versa, whatever. But they show, for me having an interaction, or at least it might be a passive mutual interaction with, I see that they have like an understanding, as opposed to it being just, you know, just kind of love the games, period.
My idea of it is like any person that has played the game, like goes back even after the first playthrough or whatever, goes back and tries to understand why how things work.
Someone that just doesn't play on beginner and mash the X button.
Yeah, exactly. Somebody that experiments with different things, you know. And it's not so much on the range of, you know, they play through it for the story, because those guys are also players, but it's just more or less the people that I'm talking about that have given out ratings are people that actively like give feedback while they play, you know.
Sure.
I know even a bunch of casual players are upset with the lack of endgame content and the fact that the story is all jammed to the last 3 hours of the game.
Well, the big thing that I've really seen mostly is that it's the lack of content, which, I mean, we've had a lot of discussions about, you know, what that means in terms of a base game like, you know, your KH2 and BBS having, you know, similar amounts of content, and then the FM coming out later. I won't really know for sure unless they actually put something out to cover that. For now, yeah, it's not a whole lot. But the biggest thing really in terms of just most people I've seen, regardless if they're big KH fans or not, regardless if they explore the systems or not, whatever, is that like everyone's just like, yeah, this game's fucking easy. This is like one of the easiest games I've ever played. And it is.
Everyone has said like KH3 is super easy.
Yeah. So I mean, it's been kind of weird.
There are functions in the game that make the game super easy, and I didn't use the majority of them, and I played on the highest difficulty, and it was still one of the easiest playthroughs.
When my first playthrough, which was on standard, I didn't use magic, but like hardly ever. I barely tried to, outside of the first time, I didn't want to use attraction. I was just like, well, give me this form, what this do. That's all I did. So
I went straight to Proud, and I was like, dude, I don't know if I want to do Proud. Like, I remember my first experience with KH1 Proud. I literally got fucking destroyed for like 8 hours on Anson 3. I was like, I'll just try Proud out. I literally didn't die until Final Fights.
Yeah.
Like, the whole game was just like so fucking free.
My Proud playthrough, the only time I died outside of like the final fight was Pirate, because my ship takes 2 missiles and I die. But other than that, I mean, overall, yeah, it's a 7. I don't know. It's hard to say.
If it was a harder game, would it be better?
Depends on how you do that, because
the term harder is incorrect.
Yeah, here's the thing. Harder. Okay, if you look at
because this game does not promote mastery. It doesn't promote the learning and mastery of certain skills that the game is trying to teach you. You would
have a very similar situation that you would if you were to take like 1 or 2 of the major. That's why I can keep comparing to stuff like DDD. If you took away Balloon and like 1 or 2 other really like basic but also major things, or whatever, just to make the game harder, or if you balanced other things in a certain way to make the game more of a challenge, then it would just end up being a chore. So it's like it's hard for me to look at everything that's in 3 and go, okay, well, you change this or you could add this or whatever, because there's so much in the fundamental design of how the arenas and mobs work, or how enemy design works, or how certain mechanics of the combat work, to where it's like, okay, if you buff this and you nerf this and you limit me in this way and you try to make it to where I use more of this and you buff enemies to do this and that and the other, then it's just going to make it really fucking annoying. Like, I have no idea how you would make all that work. So that's like the main thing.
Yeah, it's a big thing. You make it harder, it'd just be more annoying. That's all it is. At this point, it'd be
It's the equivalent of like NES difficulty, where it's just like, well, let's just put more enemies on screen, and you know that'll stretch out the length of the game.
I mean,
Ninja Gaiden's real hard, dude.
I mean, everyone loved it in Dark Souls 2, so why not do it in every game?
Mm-hmm.
Why not? Well, let's remake Dark Souls 2 and make it even worse.
Damn.
I think that rat boss and that spider boss should have had more rats and spiders with it. You know? I don't think you had enough of them.
Bro, how do you fucking re-release a game with a new subtitle and the title and make it fucking worse?
What? Which game?
I don't know. Look at KH1 FM.
Huh?
Scholar of the First Sin.
Oh, I never even touched any of the DLC and shit. I never did.
No, Scholar of the First Sin was the re-release of Dark Souls 2.
No, that was the
They
DLC. That was the
rebalanced
first.
the game. Scholar of the First Sin has all the DLC included, but it's like a re-release of the game, and they rebalanced it and redid the
Oh,
mobs.
I thought that was just. I thought it was just the game with all the DLC. I didn't think they had
No,
actually
they
like, done any
redid
rebalancing.
they redid some of the balance and the mob fights, and they made it fucking worse from the vanilla Dark Souls experience.
I had no idea. That's awful.
Shit.
Jeez.
Well, heck. You get a solid UR there, mieDAX.
What the fuck?
Well, here's my
Mixed
question.
but bad, yes. That's
Do we
exactly-
still stand by B? Because that's why I asked about people who like actually kept playing the games. Is because you said it was a great first playthrough.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, it's a good first
Okay.
playthrough.
Yeah, it was really fun.
Yeah, I had fun. I haven't touched it since I finished my first playthrough was also my plat playthrough, so I got the plat and I haven't touched the game since. So
I've started my 4th playthrough today. My first level 1 one, standard.
it's
going.
level 1 standard.
Level 1 standard. Because people have been doing level 1 beginner, and there's people that have been doing level 1 proud. I'm gonna do standard, see how that is. Because people, beginner, are saying it's pretty fun. But, you know, fire! People that have been doing proud said it really sucks. So they use fire. Maybe standards that crispy in between everyone's been looking for. I don't know, dude. There's no fucking crits, so.
Dude, speaking of inflated, like, fucking talk about the save data for KH3. Oh my god.
Oh, tell me about this situation. What's it like?
I went
Oh,
so
sucks.
it.
Yes.
So this shouldn't really be spoilers. It's really
yes.
more of a bad thing. There's only 9 save slots, which is absolute murder for
I
anybody.
thought it was supposed
who
to be at
tries-
least. I think he said 10. Not that that's much better, but fuck.
It's
why-
9.
No,
It's
9.
9.
It's 9.
It's weird.
And
God, it was
so the only realistic way for a lot of people to make multiple saves is to fill up all your 9 saves, copy it onto a thumb drive, and then put it on your computer and save it for later. And every single time you copy it, it is 700 megabytes of data that you have to save
For 9 saves or for 1 save?
for 9 saves. That's more than the rest of my save data combined for all the games that I have
That's
on
fucking
PS4.
Ridiculous. What the
It's
hell?
so
Yup.
fucking stupid. And I swear to God, it's the reason that is because they save the camera images onto
Oh.
the save data and not
It's a
onto
save.
your camera roll. That like every other game that has a fucking camera always saves it directly to the PS4 and not to the stupid save data.
But you know, hey, if we didn't have a camera, didn't have that crispy gummy phone, Shib wouldn't have Rapunzel feet pictures, so.
How does that compare to
Well, I don't
other
know about
games? The majority of the other games had less than 100 megabytes of save data. So yeah, that should give you a good idea.
And that's for as many saves as you want. That's not 9 saves either.
yeah, no,
Yeah.
that's not 9 saves. It's
Less than 100. You could probably fill up all 99 slots in KH2 and not go over like 200. Probably.
nope.
Yeah.
No.
So, fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
Remember,
so-
what? Like, only other game that had this problem was what? DDD had 2 on 3DS, but then when they ported it to PS4, they gave you 99, didn't they?
Yeah, they
Yeah.
give you.
And then
as
every
many
other
as you
game
wanted.
has had 99 save slots. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, even 0.2
I don't know
did.
about. What about the DS games? I don't know about them, but I mean, they weren't on console like PS4 is.
Recoded has like 3, I think. Something like that. I'm not sure about days.
I don't remember.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
like for a console game to have 9 freaking saves is like,
When the
Yeah.
demo had 99 and critical mode.
yeah.
I don't know. They're just gonna come out with a patch and be like, ah, fuck, we didn't realize.
It's
Oops.
weird, dude. It's a weird fucking game in a lot of departments. Like in the sense that I genuinely want to hear from people on the inside what the development was like and who
Ooh, it's one of
who was
those
calling the shots in a lot of situations. Like, I want
I want
I
to know. I
desperately-
want answers.
I desperately want to know this information because it's fascinating to me.
Hmm.
It's so fascinating.
Namora was sitting there drawing pictures of Cloud, going, "I can't wait till this game's done so I can work on my new game, dude. The next game, dude." work on a game I actually want to make.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. I cannot believe I'm saying this, but I actually want to hear some no more interviews after this shit because this shit's wild.
I want him to explain some shit.
Now, without spoilers, how satisfied are you guys?
I can tell you that the
In
last
general,
6
just-
hours left me very satisfied.
Okay.
A 3?
Did it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
You're
it's fine.
like, are you talking about like story wise, like how satisfying?
I would say.
I would say the game gave me way more questions than it answered, and for
Ooh.
that,
I agree, but
and for that reason, I'm out.
It's for that reason, I'm out of here. I'm done
After-
here.
After I went through just all the in-game DLC, I was just, or that DLC, the ending and the secret ending, I was just like, all right. And then, like, it was so, the pacing of the game is fucked anyway, and it's so middling, just how, like, kind of unsatisfying the whole thing is at the ending for me. And I was just like, all right, I mean, that's cool, I guess. And then, I won't say anything about it right now, but then I saw the secret ending.
Then
Not the epilogue, the
got
secret
hit with
ending.
that shit.
And then I got that Nomura hit me over the head with a fucking shovel, and I woke up in you know where, and holy moly! I'm signed on after that. Shit, like if he does what I think
Oh, yeah.
I think he's gonna do, then it makes it worth it. But
Yeah, and that's how I feel. too,
otherwise,
yeah.
I don't really care. Like otherwise
If
it's
this
like
is
the
the
whatever.
biggest brain shit that he's ever done, and it all turns out worth it in the end, then I'll be fine with this. But if it's a ploy, if it's just some fuck shit, then
Are we actually
no more.
in? Are we actually in the range to where they're making it work? Where there's a possibility for them to make it work?
Yeah, but there's some
Really?
asterisks to that.
I really want to play
There's-
this now.
There's a couple games that have FF in it that either need to get completed or some ideas to it.
Hmm.
I will say there was some parts that were satisfying for me towards the end of the game when things actually started happening, like some scenes that I thought were cool.
Oh
and
yeah,
stuff.
100%.
But like it's just like as a whole package, I thought I would after this I would be like, okay, this whole first arc of Kingdom Hearts is done, and I'm satisfied with that. I'm ready for the next arc. But now it's like it's also intertwined with one another that I'm like, I don't feel satisfied because now I want to know what the fuck happens still, and I have no fucking idea when or how it's going to.
This
Yeah,
next, the one thing I
didn't feel
can
like a
say
satisfying
is with
ending.
like I said, the end part of the game is satisfying to the point where I'm loading up a new file and I'm dreading the idea of going through that until that last part.
Really?
Absolutely dreading.
And you have to boot up the game and listen to that damn Skrillex song,
That's true. That's true.
not
This
the
damn-
Ray of Hope remix.
God, what a banger! How do you make such a good song and then just say, "Hey, get Skrillex on board"?
Hold it.
Ray of Hope remix, 99 save slots, critical mode. What happened to the final product, dude?
Hmm. So, is there a way to have a discussion about the supposedly unfinished nature of the game without getting into heavy spoiler territory? Probably not, huh? Because I've heard that, I've read that quite a few times in some passive aggressive tweets from some people who will go unnamed Casa. Where like we've been seeing some call outs, potentially some shots, and I'm curious because I've not played it yet.
I
to be
don't
like,
know
is-
how you do it without spoilers.
Is
I don't
there
know.
from your perspective, is there sufficient meat on that bone? The unfinished game bone.
Sounds like a loaded question.
It's yes or no. We're at Outback Steakhouse. Is this
I
a
don't-
4-ounce or a 12-ounce?
No, this okay. I can just like
More
tell
of a
you
Bloomin'
straight up.
Onion guy.
The game feels rushed. It
Really?
felt like they had ideas that they wanted to capitalize on, but they straight up didn't have enough time to put it all into the final game.
You get
That's-
to the last like I guess 20% of the game or so
Mhm.
when everything starts going a mile a minute, and you start to look back like at all the how expansive the world's getting, like all the detail and all the production value and all this other stuff put in all the Disney worlds, and you're like, oh, Well, that's where it went.
And you can clearly tell that there was an entire world cut from the end of the towards the end of the game as well.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
There's a lot where it's just like, ooh, okay, yeah, that they. So,
Ran out of time on this one or budget or something.
Yeah, this is the exact reason why I want to get some answers. I want to know what was going on and who was calling the shots. Because
So I can call them you retard to their face.
because some of these some of these decisions that they made, like really, they got me puzzled.
Ooh.
They got me puzzled, dude. I'm puzzled.
They got this picture up. Where's names?
It's coming.
It's coming.
Oh God.
Yeah, I don't know
God.
if I would call the game unfinished, but I would
No.
definitely say that it's rushed for sure.
Oh yeah.
And
Oh yeah.
if I was going to compare it to a 2 final mix or a 1 final mix, then I would say yeah, it's not finished. But as Nomura does, there's hope of adding content in a DLC pack in the future. But it's comparing it to like base 2 and base 1, I wouldn't say like there's a lot of stuff missing. Because I mean, like, what post game did you have in to English besides like what Cups and Sephiroth? That was it, I think.
Yep.
And I mean,
but
like,
Sephiroth was a
I'll-
one-time thing too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll totally admit that like back then as a kid I had like googly eyes nostalgia for KH2, so that sort of shit like didn't phase me, whereas it definitely phases me now. But
Well, yeah, and as we got we had this
But then-
discussion,
but then-
BB,
but then
as
they
we
added-
got older.
yeah, well, yeah, sure. And then they added the final mix onto it. Like it was just like this perfect alignment of like difficulty and the right mechanics and tools at the right time to make like a perfect game. And I don't know if you can do that with this game, but that's a totally different discussion.
You're getting added in chat, Mr. Michael Goldfish.
What? Unbelievable. Can they not? Talking about video games, man.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
So KH3 is rushed.
It seems. Well, the thing
The game
is,
that took
There are
13
there are
no,
out-
it doesn't- okay, there's hints of it. The thing is, there are hints at it being rushed, but it looks like it seems like old Disney was saying, "Hey,
Yeah, is that what it was? Was it Disney with the lip?
I'm not
Or
even sure if
rushed
it
or
was-
both?
I'm not even sure if I
Little
would say
bit
it's
of both.
Disney, but I would actually I would place a lot of blame on just like Square execs that like they wanted certain things in this game to be highlighted or emphasized a lot more than others. That's the vibe that I get.
hey, full CG
Honestly.
cutscene of Let It Go," even though I've already seen it a billion times. Hey, no problem.
I will say that the reason the behind closed doors reason that everyone hints to but no one says that Marvel Infinite was complete dog shit was because they had to work with Disney. And they were very strict with their IPs since they had Marvel and
Yeah.
they had a lot of requirements that had to be filled for their characters to be in the game and certain things that could or
Yeah.
could not appear in the game and stuff like that.
I mean, for all I
And they're
know,
like, you have to use these characters because these are our MCU characters. We don't care about the people that actually they're going to play the game, what characters they want. So I don't
And
know
I'm
if Nomura even like, I know there's interviews where it's like, yeah, we hand select every Disney World, but like, I don't know if it really feels like that.
The
Because these are
only-
all
Did you just lick it?
these are all like fairly new, popular Disney franchises that have been Disney's cash cows as of late. I
Yeah.
would say.
well, the only
And
stuff
Toy
that-
Story will always be like a
Right.
barrel.
Well, Toy Story's
of
coming
money
out with Toy Story 4 now too. They announced
Yeah.
that there's a new Toy Story movie.
Well,
Coming.
the only time I've seen Nomura really talk about the choices in worlds and like his team's sort of impact on like what went into that was that like he's been adamant for years and years and years about getting Pixar on. He's been wanting to do that since 2, and he's talked about that multiple times. There's data in fucking 3D of a Woody and Buzz model. There's all sorts of stuff that he's wanted to do. So he was big on telling Square, it's like, we're getting fucking at least one goddamn Pixar world in the 3. This is bullshit. Come on. So they got that in Monsters. But like other than that, he hasn't really talked at length, or I haven't really seen anyone from the team talk at length about the world selection. The only times that I've seen stuff really be brought up about like when the worlds are announced and people being excited about it was like when, for example, when Tangled got announced, they had I guess like the director guy, the dude who looks like Xehanort or whatever, and then like someone from Disney or something, like just these two dudes, and he's cool as shit. I love that guy. But they had them like sitting in these chairs talking about, it's like, yeah, man, we got our movie in the game. It's gonna be sick. And I haven't really, Roy Conley, you guys great. And they have them like talking about it and stuff. And I think a while before that, they were also talking about, they were showing the Big Hero 6 concept art, the old art where they had Baymax with like the one wing Sephiroth thing going on. Like all that kind of stuff, like all that old art. I've seen conversations about that kind of stuff, but it's more been on like Disney's side. And when you see the production value and the difference in production value from like the Monsters Inc. one compared to like the Frozen one, it's like, it's hard for me not to feel like Disney was like, y'all need the push this shit, right? You need to like get that thing in there. So
Well, I mean, Tai Yusei was hinting at Frozen Worlds for fucking 7 years.
Sure.
Like,
Called
I
it.
feel like we had to have known. Like Disney was like, sure, you're gonna make a fucking game, you're gonna fucking put Frozen in it, right? Because Frozen is making us all our fucking money for the next 3 years, so you're gonna
Called it, by the way. Knew it.
And Frozen
Girl
2
from
is
Frozen
coming
was
out.
making it. Oh yeah, that's
They,
right.
they fucking tore down a bunch of shit at Epcot just to put Frozen in there when Frozen doesn't even take place in a real fucking place. Like it's in the World Showcase where they have like, here's Mexico, here's fucking Canada, here's Japan, here's
oh, they put it
Arendelle. Like,
they
what
put
the
it
fuck?
there. That's weird.
Yeah.
It's funny.
And there's like a ride you can go on. They got rid of like the old Norse Viking ride that was like, it would tell you about like Norse mythology and take you through like the history of fucking the Norwegian people, and now it's just like, now it's a Frozen ride.
That sucks.
You guys ever heard of Elsa?
Lame.
But
But yeah, I mean, yeah, it's all like modern, CGI properties. It's weird. You have like all that stuff, and then there's just like Hercules just chilling. Like, hey man, remember me? It's like, hey, remember Air Herc, dude? It was sick.
Megra looks
and-
like she got Botox, and I don't like it.
Looks fine. Some of the models are a little funky though.
Yeah. Oh hey, you know what, Shib? I'm amazed you didn't have Sully's feet on there, dude.
I'm thinking of putting other feet, but then I was like, fuck,
Taking
I'm just gonna take
fucking
a bunch of
feet
pictures
pics,
of
dude.
her thumbs
Hey, it's a good one.
up. Yeah, I don't know. Personally, I was disappointed in the choices of Disney Worlds. I wanted to see more old school stuff, but
Yeah.
I guess that's me being old.
Don't worry, dude. They're saving. They're
I'm getting old.
They're saving that treasure planet for Cage 4, dude. It's gonna be sick, man. It's gonna
Oh
be good.
yeah.
Like,
gonna be
I'm sure
sick.
that the main audience for this game is probably, besides people who played the series, hey, this has a bunch of Disney shit in it. We're gonna sell it to kids. Kids aren't gonna know fucking Aladdin and fucking.
Well, they're going to now, just in a new form.
Oh,
Jack
yeah.
Skellington
don't
and
know
stuff like
I
that.
don't know if y'all
Dude,
saw
where's
the new
Where's the
Aladdin
Phineas and
footage.
Ferb world at, dude? Fight alongside Perry the Platypus, dude.
Can we talk
Sure,
about?
where is he?
Can we detour real quick and talk about Will Smith as the genie in the new footage that came out? Did y'all see this? Did y'all see
I
this
saw it.
blue
I
looking
saw it.
motherfucker?
God, why?
I don't know, man. I don't like
Why?
it.
Why they gotta take things that are good and then just be like, let's just ruin it?
Yeah,
Well,
I don't
they
know.
got
What
it. They gotta recreate it for a new generation. That's how they say it.
Oh,
you
I
can
like
just-
Will Smith too, but it looks fucking bad, dude. It doesn't look good. And the Cave of Wonders look like fucking ass too. The entrance to the Cave of Wonders look terrible.
Y'all hear Jafar's voice?
No, I
No.
didn't.
That dude sounds like a bitch now, dude. Like
Aladdin, you will not
he
beat
used to
me.
he used to sound so like smooth, and you could tell that there was like this hint of evil. Yeah, he sounded sinister. That's the right word. And now, dude sounds like a bitch, dude.
You know how many
God damn.
times I wanted Jafar to whisper in my ear and talk to me about how I'm the diamond in his rough? Like, dude, come on. Like, holy shit. And now it's just
Just like how I
oh,
want Zemnis to put his
now he-
fucking iron in
now
my
he just
fire,
might as
dude.
well be wearing a fucking vest and working at Kinko's or some shit. Like the fucking lame ass, whack
This
ass
is the
villain.
best thing to come out of the Will Smith genie, dude.
Mm. Oh, I can't see
I'll,
it.
I'll
can't-
post it in the chat.
Yeah, there you go.
It's the one with the Will Smith with the Jotaro hat, and he's got
I haven't seen that.
his
Yes.
hand in the genie.
It's pretty good. Look at him, dude.
Pulling it
Pretty
off.
good.
Gonna beat his ass.
I like it. All right. Well, we're at our fixed share. I want to talk to our boy Michael Goldfish a little bit. Michael, tell some of the people, because all of us here have speedrun before. I want to know, get a little bit of insight on you. How'd you get into speedrunning, my guy?
What? Oh, we're going to the lore questions. I just want to
Yeah.
know about Kingdom Hearts 3, man. Come on.
Well, we'll get back to it. Don't worry, dude. We got a long day.
Oh, I was talking about speed or anything getting done. Fine. What do you want to know?
Dude. I want to know how you got into it.
How I started, like the origin story.
Yeah, well, and then we'll trace it out, and then we'll get you.
Lore? All right.
And then at some point, I'll ask you about how it was rooming with us for a whole week.
All right. Well, the real lore is that I started watching Ocarina of Time speedruns. I watched Poodle Skirt do MST runs, and then I fucked around with that for a little bit. And then I watched one of the tech dudes for Games Done Quick, Lang. I watched him learn an Ocarina of Time any percent thing, and then I started learning the game. And then I learned MST up to the Water Temple, and then I kind of dropped it because I didn't really care anymore. And then I started watching Fire Dragon playing Yoshi's Story, or I started watching from Luigi's Mansion, and then was like, oh my god, speedrunning. And that's when I really started getting into like the community and stuff. And then he was doing a race, and he was god awful at Yoshi's Story, and I was like, hey man, I can play Yoshi's Story, this dude sucks. And then I started playing it, and then I got world record like a month later.
You mean
Nice.
Fire Dragon, the Fortnite streamer?
Yeah, man, or the Apex Legends streamer now. Right?
Bro, that's like an ongoing meme. Every time I'm in call with people in Discord, I say, "Bro, are you guys watching Fire Dragon playing Fortnite right now?"
I've heard this dude
That's
say that like 5 times.
He's
guess that
live right
sucks,
now.
man.
He's playing Apex Legends, dude.
Ah, shit, dude.
Hey, he's alright. But yeah, anyway, that's the I just want to know Kingdom Hearts, so I gotta get through this quick. Yeah, that's the deep lore. Is Ocarina of Time, Yoshi's Story, Donkey Kong, and Fortnite, and the
When did you start going to GDQ?
2015 at AGDQ.
That was my first.
when
My
I
first
did
one was
when I did the opening run for AGDQ in 2015, that was my first one. And then I
Okay.
missed like 1 or 2 of them, and then started going to. You end up going to like all of them to hang out with friends.
I go for AGDQ. I've been to every single one since 16 for
Ooh.
AGDQ, and then I've been to one SGDQ in 2015.
SGDQ's own, man. You get to go outside.
Well, I mean, the
That's
one
the
year
nice
that
What do you mean? We're going outside this AGDQ, dude.
Yeah, dude,
No,
and
that's
Orlando,
true.
Florida.
It's gonna be 65 degrees outside.
Well, we're going. We'll be going.
We're going. We'll be there.
And
We'll
I
be there.
clearly went to AGDQ like when we like hung out, obviously.
Yeah.
SGDQ's own. Going outside is really nice, and
I-
doing
well,
it in a hotel
I
is
mean,
not as
the
nice.
one-
Although I was sick anyway, so it didn't even matter.
Well, like you have to look at it like this: the SGDQ I went to was in St. Paul, Minnesota.
Ooh.
Everything closes at 2 p.m.
Oh yeah, they go to bed at 2 because they're a bunch of wackos.
Yeah, everything
That
closes
happens
at
every
2.
single time. I go to America and I'm like, all right, America's all party all the time. We're the best. Ugh. And then you guys go to bed at 2 p.m. and I can't even get dinner. Like, what the hell, man?
And
there should be plenty of 24-hour shit.
oh yeah,
for
in
sure.
Florida, 100%. But
Yeah, that's
no,
what I
like-
want to go for. I want to get a Slurpee at like 5 in the morning, dude.
oh yeah, you can, no problem.
It's fine. All
Well, like,
7-Elevens are
Dax,
24 hours.
Yeah, we
Dax,
better.
you remember we went out at like 4 o'clock in the afternoon one day, and it was still bright and sunny out, and we went through the whole city dead, completely just closed. And like there was only like 2 places open, like a restaurant and a Mickey and a diner. Everything else done. Like it's quiet, no one's driving around. Like it's a dead fucking city.
I've literally never seen that shit. Like, there's always so much shit going on around Orlando
Around
at
here,
any time of day.
St. Paul, Minnesota did not fuck around when it came to that shit. That was the GDQ that BB literally slept through.
Well, actually, that's not even necessarily true. I have some pretty fond memories of that SGDQ.
Yeah, well, all those happened after I left because I left early. I left on like a Thursday or
So
something.
I guess I was sleeping for when you were around.
Yeah, you were. You were.
But like no, you were right, dude. I've never seen, like, I mean, I get it, it's the business district, I guess. I've
Yeah.
literally never seen a city where everything shuts down at 2 p.m. That's like the weirdest thing to me.
Yeah, it was the
I'm not
weirdest.
even
shit.
awake before 2 p.m. What the fuck?
Yeah, well,
Wake
hey.
up to everything being closed, dude.
And then how'd you get into Tropical Freeze?
Well, I really liked the Donkey Kong games as a kid. I definitely have Donkey Kong nostalgia. And then I'm actually surprised that I got so pumped for Tropical Freeze. A big part was probably that David Wise was doing the soundtrack. And I was like, oh my god, old soundtrack again. Because I played Returns, and Returns was like, okay. I think it's like the lowest of the 5 though. But then when Trop came out, it was like, yo, Cranky Kong's kind of cool. And then, oh my god, the David Wise is actually doing the music again. It'll actually sound like the old games again. Like, I'm in 100%. And then, like, from day one, I was just like, yeah, this game's so much better than Returns was. Personally, it's like, man. Anyway.
I know a lot of people that
got
are
into it.
I know a lot of people that really like the Tropical Freeze run, so they're all about that shit.
I have a personal question for Goldfish, actually.
Yo, what's
How
up?
did you? I distinctly remember IGN giving like the worst review possible for the Wii U version of Tropical Freeze.
It was like
Do you remember that?
GameSpot gave it like a 6, I think.
Yeah, something like that, and they were like ragging on how it was just a horrible platformer and all this shit. How did you feel about that, or did
I
you
thought they were a
feel like
bunch of
anything at all?
morons.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I wasn't like
Were they
personally
retards?
offended, but you instantly know like you guys are a bunch of idiots and don't know what you're talking
What are they acting like retards?
about.
Was that-
Not.
What were they saying?
I'm
Because
not through with this. They said that like the levels were unfair and that like you weren't able, like, so you couldn't use skill to get out of it. There would be like unfair pits and you have to trial and error your way through everything. Which
True,
like actually
Dark
isn't
Souls
the
of
case.
platforming.
They like actually prep you for everything. But yeah,
They-
they're a
so-
bunch of
so
whiny
basically-
babies.
So basically, GameStop's just lying to everybody in that review.
Yeah.
Okay.
But then when it first released, like not the Switch release, but like when it actually came out in 2014, Nintendo did the whole "ooh, Cranky Kong's taking over our Twitter," and then they like shit on GameSpot a little bit, which is pretty funny.
Oh wow, okay, I didn't know about that.
They had their whole little thing of like, "oh, back in my day," or because it was supposed to be Cranky Kong tweeting, and he's like,
Right.
"oh, back in my day, like you didn't, you had to use skill to beat platformers. You didn't just say they were unfair or something like that."
Oh,
Anyway,
okay.
but they were like, they were directly mocking GameSpot when that happened, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, that review's trash. Game's really good. Y'all should play it if you like Donkey Kong.
Yeah, Tropical Freeze. is a
I
good-
don't
good
like
one.
Donkey Kong, but I like watching Tropical Freeze speedrun still. I think that's
I
the
don't
fun part to watch.
understand how that game is so unpopular compared to the original trilogy. Like, because it's not, you do not get numbers playing Tropical Freeze. Like, the only reason, like, Spike gets viewers when he plays Tropical Freeze is because he's Spike Vegeta. Like, he's getting viewers because of who he is, not at all because of the game. But, like, and people do like the old Donkey Kong games, right? Like, I feel like it's a big franchise, and it's, like, one of Nintendo's main IPs. And then they make a first-party, like, actually super solid platformer with one of their main IPs, and then, like, nobody plays it. Because I get the Wii U version, like, just being dead on arrival, because Wii U's a dead console. So it's just, there was no one could buy the game because they didn't own the console for it. But even with the Switch release, like, I don't get how that game feels so dead. It makes me sad.
So, and then you now it goes with their shirt. You're now the savior of Egypt.
Yeah, man. Donkey Kong's dead. I've embraced the pain. I've moved on to a different country now.
How'd you get into that? Why are you now?
And Forbidden
trying to-
Memories? Forbidden Memories is unironically a super fun game. It is so I feel like Forbidden Memories is the DMC5 demo of card games.
It's
It is so close to being perfect, but there are a few things that just completely ruin it if you don't know what you're doing.
Okay.
I played Forbidden Memories once, and I was like fucking lost. And this is
Because,
when I was
like, not
younger.
even memeing, I find the mechanics of Forbidden Memories, like that you can fuse your cards and all that jank nonsense, is actually super duper cool because it's doing stuff that you can't do with physical cards.
Yeah.
Like, when you play things like Magic the Gathering, it's like, oh, I'm playing Magic, but it's digital, woo. But it doesn't take advantage of, like, the medium of being digital, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Whereas with Forbidden Memories, it's, oh, you can use this shit because we're a video game. It has video gamey shit, and it's super cool. It's just, it doesn't teach you anything, and you can't save for the last 6 fights, and it's kind of bad.
How do you feel about Wyatt beating Final Six? First
Oh,
try.
it made me so mad, dude. I was super happy that he got through like the first 4, but when he got through Dark Knight, I was just like,
He
yeah,
was
there's
like,
no way
"Okay,
this
stop
even
now."
happens. Because you're like, your deck's shit. This isn't gonna happen. And then he beat Dark Knight. I was like, all right, man. And then as soon as
The
he
game's
started
over,
playing
buddy.
Nightmare, the last dude, I was like, okay, I swear to God, if you don't get ultimated, I'm gonna be so fucking pissed. And then yeah, he got like turbo easy mode and beat it. It was super funny though. I'm happy, but at the same time, I feel like this is the same thing that happened to Pi when he first beat Forbidden Memories, where they get the super easy modes the first time, and then they think, "Oh, this game's like fucking free. I'm gonna do it all the time," and then they're gonna go back to it and just get dumpstered for hours on it. So all these new people who got hooked on FM at HGDQ, I feel like we're gonna do our race whenever this 5-card mod things happen, and they're just gonna get straight dumpstered for 20 hours, just because the GDQ godluck's not gonna happen again. They're gonna realize that odds suck.
Dude, it was the weirdest experience. Cause well, I mean, like you have the people that like beat the game first try, and it's like super easy. And then you have the people that are like on the opposite side that are like super conservative, literally farming for like the perfect deck.
Oh yeah, we've overfarmed so much, dude.
You know,
Getting the questions when they're like, "Oh, so when do I stop farming?" I'm just like, "Well, what do you have?" And they're like, "Oh, well, we have like 3 BUD or what is it? We have 3 Meteor Black Dragons. We got 2 Megamorphs." I'm just like, "What the fuck?" Like, yeah, just go beat the game, dude. Like,
But you go beat the game. It's like, but I want to get another Megamorph. That would like really help. Like, what? Why don't I get another MBD? Like, come on, guys. Like, I need to make. How do we beat? Like, they were just like convinced. Like, how do I beat Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon? I don't have anything. It's like, you just don't run into Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, dude.
Yeah, the strat's not to beat everything. It's get lucky.
It's to get lucky enough.
We definitely like set them up for it though, because we took it like super casually. We weren't actually racing it. Right?
Yeah, no, we did. We just
so
like,
in the context, it's kind of we're just fucking around. But no, I definitely agree. I hope when we race that people realize that yeah, you're trying to actually beat the game. You don't just farm for 3 days.
You can't farm triple MBD, triple Megamorph every single race and then beat the game. You can't.
Yeah, you're lucky if you get either of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, hard agree. You know, game's fun.
I only remember playing the Game Boy Advance Yu-Gi-Oh game and then Duels of the Roses on PS2.
I don't remember.
You played Duels of the Roses?
I remember getting on the boat at the beginning. That's about all I remember about Duels of the
Yeah,
Roses.
that's it, dude.
I
played the Game Boy Advance one a lot though. I think it was Legacy of the Duelist. I don't remember what it was called.
There's like a couple Game Boy Advance versions. I remember one of them being called the Sacred Cards. Was that it?
I don't remember.
No. Okay. All right. Not that. Maybe it was like Rechef of Destruction or something like that. I don't know. Some crazy shit.
Well,
Would you guys believe me if I told you that there is a Yu-Gi-Oh game that is harder than Memories and more RNG bullshit? Because it exists. It's out there. It's really.
What's it called?
I think it's Rechef. I'm not sure.
Is it
somebody
fun?
in chat-
Rechef?
Give me a second. Yu-Gi-Oh.
Is Egypt evolving?
The
Rechef
Eternal-
thing.
is it another
Eternal
fucking
Duelist
part of Eve trying to
Ball.
be that you gotta save, Michael?
Yeah, can we do like a 602 of Yu-Gi-Oh games?
It's
Oh,
Please, no.
it's it's like a 5 out of 5 on IGN or 5.5 out of 10 at IGN.
Oh yeah, that's way worse than 5 out of 5.
Yeah, no, this God, yeah, no, it's called Rechef of Destruction. It's for the Game Boy Advance, and it is way harder than Forbidden Memories is. Apparently, it's stupid. It's stupid bad. I don't know what the deal is. I actually don't know why it's so bullshit, but it just is. It's crazy.
Yo, 1 save slot. Nice, dude. What is the IGN rating of Forbidden Memories?
Oh shit, I need to look that up.
How'd you get into Forbidden Memories?
The rest of the world think of this game.
How'd you get into Forbidden Memories, Michael?
That's a super good question. At some random point in my life, I started following GFC and started watching him do runs because I never played the game as a kid. I have 0 Forbidden Memories nostalgia, thank God. I feel I'm a better person for that. But yeah, and then it started getting popular with all the people who started doing races of it, like Pi and that big band of goons.
Mhm.
And then that's when I started like actually learning the game and doing races. But for a while, I've been watching GFC do runs.
Okay.
It kind of just happened out of nowhere. I don't remember how I stumbled upon it. Oh, the rating for this also sucks. That's not good.
What was this, like a 6?
It's a 57% out of 100. Yeah, it's like a
5.7 out of 10.
It's like a 5 out of 10. I mean, that's better than Job Distance. So
Yeah, but
How'd Dream Job do?
Oh well, no. The Dream Job got like an 8.5,
Oh, yikes.
but like according to my personal rating, it's a 3 out of 10.
I see.
Dream Job is a 3 out of 10 game.
Well, how would you personally rate Forbidden Memories?
Personally, this shit's like a 6 out of 10. It's like a 6.5 out of 10. I
Nice, I'll
feel
take it, dude. It's so
it's
close
it's
to
a-
being a super good game.
it's okay.
So
It's just like
close. I feel like it would be phenomenal if you could save before the final 6.
Yeah.
At least if it was final 4 instead of 6, and if the game taught you how to play it.
it doesn't tell you how to farm for cards. Like it doesn't tell you where the good drops are. You just have to like trial and error it. Like
Yeah, there's too much info that's missing.
yeah, exactly.
Which
If
is too
you
bad.
don't have all that game fact shit that tells you where all the drops are, then you don't ever beat this game ever.
Yeah, it's just impossible, which is too bad.
That actually sounds a lot like a game that I've played a ton, and I could play right now. I still have my Game Boy Pocket with a copy of it, the Pokemon TCG on Game Boy, dude.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
That's interesting.
Because when you win a duel in that game, you get a prize card. But like they don't ever tell you like who has what prize card or like where you can get this different types of Pokemon at, and like they hardly explain like the actual rules of Pokemon, because like you have to use damage counters and poison counters and like actually flip for damage and flip coins and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
And then you can build your deck, and then you just like put a bunch of Charizards in your deck because you're 3 years old, and then you're like, oh wait, I can't summon Charizard because I had to actually evolve Charmander into Charmeleon, and then Charmeleon into Charizard.
Mhm.
I used to play the shit out of that game though, and you had to like fight like all the 8 gym leaders pretty much, but they're not the
So
same.
that game,
but
or
it's like
so
the
how do you get cards? Like, is it the same as FM, where like after you beat them, you
you
replay?
beat them and you get there's 6 each. The only way you win is each player puts down 6 prize cards, and you win by every time you knock out a Pokemon, you take a prize card, and the first person to take the other person's all 6 wins.
Yeah, that still holds up to
And
this
you keep
day.
the cards. You keep all 6 of them, and then you can buy booster packs too with like money in the game as well.
What the hell? Wait, can you pick prize cards?
No, there's 6 random cards.
Oh, okay. All right. That makes more sense. Okay. Because if it was like, if you got to pick the cards, all right, 5 energies and 2 trainers, I don't want. All right, throw them up. Fuck it. But Michael.
Yo, so they say.
Yeah, it's TCG1 Delta Memory. It's on the Game Boy regular, not even Game Boy Color. I have it on my phone.
Oh, I know it. I know what game you're talking about. I played that. I played one. But Michael, so you've been to GDQ. How is it rooming with us? Us
Really?
Fine Labs.
Although a part of this is probably because I was sitting in the room the whole time, but that was probably like the coziest GDQ I've had. Just because the entire time was just hang out in the room and chill with people.
Yeah. Generally
Like, and
how it
actually, and if anyone wants to do anything, I can just be like, "Ugh, I'm sick though, no thanks." And they'll be like, "Oh my god, okay, get better." And I'm like, "Yo, thanks, man." And then go watch Vash play DMC5.
That was the most wholesome shit. I'm not even gonna fucking lie to you. When we left, and I don't know what the hell we were doing, and
We were
Michael
getting
and
high in the car.
Michael and Goldfish were fucking. They were like, "All right, we're gonna fucking." Michael went up to fucking Vash and was like, "Hey, you want to show me how to play this game?"
Yeah, tell me about DMC, man. I want to know.
And
But it's
it's
fun. I
when-
like those little bonding moments. It's fun. The
two
DMC5 is the
autisms
whole-
collide.
Okay, that's really toxic. But there's the whole
Really
Dragon
toxic.
Ball, and y'all people joining the Dragon Ball tournament, and you were like a third of the entire tournament.
I know, it was great.
So like
12
that's
people?
that's all the bonding time. There's those bonding moments, the DMC bonding moments, the
You
live
didn't
action
come- you didn't
Bleach, the
come-
animated Bleach.
That's true. You didn't come watch us play Dragon Ball though, dude.
No, but I was sick.
You were sick.
I was 100%. I was legit probably like asleep for 3/4 of that though.
It's true.
I remember waking up and everyone was gone. It was like, oh, Dragon Ball tournament. I'm like, oh yeah, that's cool. And then I lied in bed.
Just
That's-
wait for the AGDQ 2020 Marvel Infinite tournament, dude.
No, and MDC4, right?
That won't be out yet.
It won't be out yet.
It's coming out later in 2020.
I see.
So
We'll do
uh,
SGDQ.
Shib doesn't know, but Michael, a huge Marvel 3 fan.
Yeah, like Marvel 3 got me into fighting games.
Yeah.
Because it's the
He's-
best fighting game.
I started watching fighting games when with Vanilla Marvel 3.
And then
That's when I got into Marvel 3 was my first fighting game as well. That's what
Mhm.
got me into the whole FGC thing.
Because I super casual. Like I played Tekken Tag Tournament on PS, whatever it was on 2, right? It was pretty sure it was
Yeah.
PS2. Anyway, yeah, and I like screwed around with it as a kid, but I never like followed the scene or anything like even remotely until Marvel 3.
and then
I was like, I had Tekken 1. So it was like one of my first ever games that I played,
Mhm.
and my dad would just whoop my shit in, and I was like, whatever, dude. I'm just gonna fucking pick King and mash square until I beat my dad. And then I tried to play story mode, and I get my ass whooped by Heihachi, and I was like, impossible. Then my uncle got Tekken 2. He was like, my uncle was like, I'm the best Tekken 2 player there is, and then I would whoop his shit, and I was like, all right, these games are kind of fun, but I had no idea what I was doing. Then there's a store called Play and Trade, and it was like it's kind of like GameStop, but it's like locally run, and there's like only 2 guys that work there, and they would just sit there and play games behind the counter because no one was ever in there. I walked in one day, and this guy was just playing Marvel 3 online, and I was just like watching him do all these crazy fucking combos of playing as like Deadpool and Dante. I was like, this is fucking sick, dude. I am buying this game right now, and I'm going home, and I'm learning how to play this shit.
Yeah, man, good decision. So did you main Dante too? Is Dante
I
the
played-
shit?
In Vanilla, I played Dante, Deadpool, and I don't remember who the fuck my third character was in Vanilla, honestly.
Why? The thing
And
is
then
that I know why that. I
mentioned
know.
Dante,
I-
now you gotta get
I
involved.
well, no,
I switched
because
to-
that's I
switched to
played.
Zero May Cry in Ultimate.
No, I played Dante, Deadpool, Amaterasu.
It wasn't on. I would need to see the Vanilla roster, honestly. Marvel 3.
I never
Vanilla
played Marvel.
roster.
You never
I
played
never-
any of the Marvel 3s? Because I didn't own Vanilla Marvel 3. I waited until Ultimate came out.
my first fighting game was Tekken Tag Tournament 2.
2? Ooh.
I played other ones, but I got into Tag 2, and then
Oh, who
I
the
got
fuck
into
did
Street
I
Fighter
play?
4. And Dax could tell you, me and him played a lot. Because
Yeah,
I'd
a
be
lot of
like,
Street
Dax,
Fighter.
get on Street Fighter. I want to play. And he was like, okay, I'm just gonna beat your ass. That's exactly what he did.
I don't remember playing any of these characters, honestly.
Oh, Vanilla.
Maybe Wolverine. I think I had Point Wolverine for a while.
I literally got it because I was messing around with fighting games a little bit on like 1 or 2 of the streaming communities we had back in the day in like fucking 2009. Because I had a friend of mine on there, that old site we had. It was on Video What. We made it, one of those old things where we just embedded the chat in the stream or whatever. This is well before Twitch and all that. And he's actually still like a competitive BlazBlue player to this day. But he got BlazBlue when it came out and like convinced a bunch of us to play it. So that was technically the first one I ever really got into. But I barely knew what I was really doing. I just picked Noelle and I was like, I can hit the D button and do a combo. Look how good I am. And then it wasn't until like it was February, because it was like February 11th, I think, or whatever it was, for 2011 was when Marvel 3 dropped, and I went to a midnight launch with a friend of mine and picked it up, and this guy gave me a poster for some like local event, and I ended up going to like beat some. It was like a few days later for the launch of the game. It was like some local tournament, so I met a lot of the local players there, and I ended up getting into the scene through that. So like Marvel 3 literally got me into like the competitive aspect of fighting games. I've been still stuck with it ever since, but I think I randomly, because I didn't really have a lot of experience with a lot of those characters and things like that, just background or whatever. And I think just by happenstance, I picked Wesker, Taskmaster, Dormammu without knowing like how just day one, like minute one, I was like, these characters look cool. And then that ends up being like, one of the best teams you can get in vanilla. And then, because actually I switched out, I ended up switching out Dormammu for Sentinel, and then like 3 hours after I made that decision, like the DHC glitch was found. And I was like, well, I'm making big use of this shit, boy. What's up, Papu? And fucking, God, it was just, oh man, that was a weird fucking time, just DHC glitch when that fucking came out, just took everything whole game. That was a weird thing for a while. And just people were, God, my local scene were not having it. Because I had, like, my local scene that has all these OG Marvel 2 heads there who have been playing Marvel 2 for, like, a decade prior to this, competitively. And they're all, like, in their 30s and shit. And I'm just sitting here, like, just doing, like, whack combos and stuff like this game seems pretty alright. And they're all, like, fucking mad. And, of course, by the time we're halfway through Ultimate, they're like, this game's sick. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah.
Like I think once you gave them the ability to X Factor in the air and got rid of the HD glitch, I think a lot of them started coming around and be like, all right, this game's all right.
Yeah.
But yeah, dude, fucking hey, that Wesker boy, everyone was playing that, man. Sick.
Everyone just fucking needed the samurai shot to pick up. No one knew.
Because no one knew what they were doing, and there were a lot of characters who didn't have like the capabilities. Like, I keep forgetting that fucking Spencer didn't have a bomber to OTG with, things like that. Like you were so I think back to a lot of what the characters had. Spider-Man couldn't OTG with web zip, downpour web zip at the time. That was a buff in Ultimate. There's so many characters who just like you couldn't pick up and do anything without having a fucking OTG assist. And it just so happened that like
was so nasty.
Yeah. It just so happened that fucking like Wesker's sitting over here like, oh, I come out gunshot. All right, cool. What everyone's doing, knock him up, knock him down, gunshot, knock him up, knock him down, super. And it's like, hey, I got my team. I got my shit. If I'm losing, let me pop that X Factor, boy. It's lit.
Fuck it, boy.
But yeah.
Oh yeah. Like I said, Michael, I didn't get into fucking fighting games way later. Tag 2, Street Fighter 4, and I started playing when Arcade Edition was AE. So I didn't get to go through Vanilla Sagat or Super Chun or anything like that. Nope, I got to play a worse version of Chun-Li, and
Nice.
when Ultra came out, I played the Capra.
Nice, dude.
Yeah,
And
I
then,
didn't even, fucking know about. I played Super Street Fighter 4, I think. I only played Jury in Street Fighter 4 until like, and then I played Jury in Super because no one wanted to fucking play Marvel in Orlando anymore. And then I didn't play Street Fighter 4 at all for Arcade Edition. And then when Ultra came out, I started playing with like Ace and Dax every once in a while. But that was like the only time I played that.
Yeah, and then I got pretty deep in the Tekken scene, started traveling around for tournaments and stuff like that, and then I went to Evo. My 2 Evos ago was my first Evo, even though I'd been to a bunch of tournaments throughout the year. And entered Tekken and Street Fighter, 0-2'd Street Fighter, and Tekken. I think I did really well in Tekken that year. I did like 4-2 or something like that, 5-2, close to. I don't remember.
You fragged out, man.
I fragged out. And then this year for Evo, I fragged out in Dragon Ball. I 5-2 in Dragon Ball, lost to 2 Ginyus. That was gay. And then Tekken, I went 2-2. I actually got blown the fuck out in Tekken. It was terrible. Like, I remember sitting down to play my first match and I tried to backdash, and immediately I thought, uh-oh, this ain't good. Because everything was clunky and slow, and I didn't know I hadn't warmed up at all, so I fucked myself.
Sharing it with you. This is all going straight into the back pocket.
I can't believe you don't share things. You're terrible.
I do because nobody. Okay,
You won't even share with us, the boys, who you have dinner with
so-
every Monday night at 8 p.m. Follow the channel.
Yeah.
Overture exploders can stick to cars.
Michael's selling it better than us.
What? Really?
Yeah, which is the break age of Overture. I was just running around trying to stick it to shit, and he just fucking finds a car. He's like, "You want it? All yours." And I'm like, "Stop!" But you can't lock onto it, so I gotta find what the game counts as a projectile capable of triggering it.
Shit.
So I didn't even know about Ultimate Marvel either. Like,
Oh yeah, you
I
know about
told this
Ultimate?
before because I was just at a midnight release for Assassin's Creed 3, and it just so happened that Ultimate Marvel was coming out the same night. Was it Assassin's Creed 3 or was it? It was one of the Assassin's Creed games. I don't fucking remember. And Ultimate Marvel was coming out, so there's people there for Marvel, people there for Assassin's Creed, and then they're like, "Hey, we're doing a tournament for Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3, and if you win, you get a free copy." And I was like, "All right, I'll enter, dude. I played Marvel 3." I just picked Dante, and then I was like, "Yo, Virgil's in this game now. I'm picking Virgil." I was like, "Yo, Strider's in this game now. I'm picking Strider," and I just fucking just played Dante, just bodied all these people at the fucking tournament. I got my free copy, and I was like, "All right, cool. I don't have to buy the game now."
Yeah, that's pretty sick.
I was like, I wonder what Virgil and Strider do. I don't know, but I would just play Dante, and then my Dante was just good enough to usually get them to their last character, and then I would just bring in Strider and X Factor and just fucking kill them in like 3 hits.
What about you,
I was like, this
Vash?
guy
How'd you
seems
get into
pretty
fucking
nutty.
fighting games, dude?
Yeah, what's
trying
the
to remember.
Vash lore?
Yeah, I don't want to know that.
I want to show. Well, I was definitely a spectator before I was a player. I remember the Excellent Adventures
Mm.
was some of the most consistent fighting game content that I watched. That and Marvel 3, like tournaments and shit.
Fucking Marvel 3 tournaments are so goddamn good, dude.
They were so fucking sick
Yeah.
because you could just watch them forever, and like most of the time you didn't even understand what was going on, but it really didn't matter.
Bro, I would just watch pools from Marvel all fucking day. Like, I wouldn't even care. Like, hey, top 8 for Street Fighter's on. I was like, I don't give a fuck. I'm watching Marvel pools, dude. Fuck
I
off.
will. Okay, I will say
This
that
first
as time
round,
went on,
dude.
and like after Infinite came out, that's when like even low bracket top 16, top 8 for Marvel started to look scuffed as fuck. Because that's when like everybody, like outside of Chris G, Ray on a good day, and a couple of other people, everybody would just get a hit and be like, oh, there's a hit, and it'd be dropping it. Like before Yipes could even stop popping off, they'd be out of the combo.
Yeah.
Yeah, the quality of play got really bad, like towards the end of Marvel 3.
I want to say I picked up Super Street Fighter 4 was the first fighting game I ever actually bought, exclusively because I wanted to play Dudley. And then I was
Hey, good
holding the
choice.
pad,
That's the dude.
and I said, fuck, how do I do jet upper? How do I do DP motions? How do I
Bro,
do
I was fucking puzzled. Like, that picture was me in the Discord when I pick up Street Fighter 4, and I was like, what the fuck do you mean I can't buffer this input 10 seconds ahead of time, dude? What do you mean I have to actually link shit with frames? What is happening?
Exactly.
What the hell is plinking?
Exactly.
What do you mean I have to do
that's
2 quarter
shit.
circles and press all 3 kicks?
I basically got into, when I came into my local scene and I got into Marvel 3, I was pretty much getting into Street Fighter 4 at the same time by proxy, because that was the other main game. Like it's weird now because I look at shit like Combo Breaker and you got a list of like 500 games on there, and then the typical tournament at the time, I still got my poster for it from Memphis Office Battles at the time from fucking February 2011. It's Tekken 6, Marvel 3, Street Fighter 4. That's it. That's all that people were playing. That's all that was out. That's all that you really had, because this was a couple
I'm
years
sure Melty
after.
was still being played in the bathroom, dude.
Yeah, that's fair. But like, this was a couple years after the whole, the fighting game drought. The new, like, there wasn't really a lot of new stuff coming out. People were, Capcom's over here trying to release Fighting Jam, being like, yeah, dude, we just took a bunch of old assets and put it in a game. Again, you'll buy it, and people stop buying it. So they're like, all right, we're gonna stop making this shit because you ain't falling for our tricks anymore. And so
you rascals.
you rascals.
What year was Cross Tekken? Was it before or
Cross
after
Tekken
that?
was 2012.
2012.
Yep.
So it was
I
about
remember
a year
buying
probably.
Street Fighter Cross Tekken first before I got Street Fighter. I was like, this game's sick, but I don't know what to do. I don't want to play this hard.
But like when Street Fighter 4, I had the same thing where I was like, oh, I can't just, because I was also because I was also thinking about like my experience with Blaze Blue and stuff like that. So everything was like, oh, you just Gatling, and then it's ABC 1 2 3 easy peasy, and then I'm like, oh, what? Why did it say the jab doesn't work? Why does it sometimes work but sometimes it doesn't? This is stupid. And then I kept working with it after a while, and I started, I was getting my local scene, and they were helping me out and shit. And we were picking 8 on, and they were like, oh, he's not really beginner friendly. He doesn't even have a fireball or anything. You should pick someone else. And I'm like, but look at him. He's so goofy. I want to play him. And they're like, all right. And I stuck with him for years. But like, I remember one of the biggest hurdles, because I started getting basic fundamentals down and things like that over the course of that year. But after a while, people were like, all right, you're starting to get like your jab short DPs and all that kind of stuff. You're starting to get you're starting to understand what the block string is. You're getting those things like when are you going to work on the big execution things, DPF ADC Ultra, right? That was the thing with Adon. That was the thing with a lot of characters. And I was like, hold on now. That's 3 grades up from me. I can't jump ahead without a parent's permission. And so like I think it was I would mess with it every so often, where just because I would go like every week to these locals at the time, and people would see me be playing, and I would get a DP, and I remember the time when I got in the first time in a match where I got a DP FADC. I didn't get the ultra part. I must have done like 19 quarter circles in the matter of like 0.3 seconds, like trying to get it to work, and I didn't get it, but fucking. I remember doing that in FADC, and I had 3 people behind me. It's like, oh, he's learning. He did it. Because that's the thing that I try to emphasize, and this goes for a lot of scenes, is when people are talking about like, yeah, I want to get into this game or whatever, but I'm not really that good. I'll probably just bore people if I play it. It's like, dog, I spent the first 2 months in my local scene like not playing anything because I would stand around, watch them, and be like, man, I wish I could play, but I don't know what I'm doing. They don't want to play with me. No, they want to play you because if you actually put in the work and you start getting better, any little improvement that they see, they get the hype as fuck over. They love that shit. They love that shit.
I want Goldfish to fucking play me.
It doesn't matter how fucking bad, because the moment they saw me actually FDC, they're like, fuck, dude, he's actually trying. Oh shit. And then, you know, a couple months later or whatever, I start nailing it in matches or whatever. And I still remember we had this guy named Severin. Hasn't lived here for years now. I miss that guy, the motherfucker. He was a big KOF guy. He was an able player, and I remember I did like a wake up DP or whatever. I did FADC into Ultra, and this man reeled back in his chair so far and just looked at me in the most like shocked but proud thing, and just put his hand on my shoulder with that and didn't say a word. He just did that and just nodded, and then just gave me that just he was like, yeah. I mean, but it was I remember that feeling so well, because it was just like it was like coming home. And this was never a thing that happened, by the way, because I didn't try in school, but it was like as if I came home with like 100 on a math test or something. My dad's just like, fucking let's go to the Baskin Robbins, dude. I got you, right? It was that kind of feeling, and it was just the most proud, like, yeah, I did, because he was an older guy, and it was sick. Like I fucking love that. It was great. But yeah.
You guys think Yipes' kid is gonna come home with like 100 on the test? He's gonna be like, hey yo, let's go. Okay, New York.
Yeah.
Fuck West Coast. Where are your hundreds at? I can't even speak English. Get the fuck out of here.
Well, yeah, and fucking so, Michael, what other games have you played, dude? What other fighting games have you got into?
It's pretty much just Dragon Ball now. Well, it's pretty much nothing now. It's Apex Legends, actually. But I mean, the only game I actually like, the only
you didn't try
game
Infinite?
I actually play at all is no.
What? Didn't even give it a fucking fair shot.
No, I didn't.
Why?
I saw it and I watched a bit of it. I'm just like, I'm not buying this game.
Oh, okay.
That's
Not
fair.
even on sale.
Like, I'm
off?
sure the gameplay is like fun, but like
Yeah,
I don't. I'm
it
not
is, it
committed to
is.
it. I refuse to commit to this. Like it's
It
not-
looks like dog shit, like visually, but it's fun. I'll still stand by that. Infinite is fun to play, dude. The characters,
Yeah,
I mean,
fighting games are
only
too
a couple
expensive.
characters, not the whole cast. Just a couple characters. But
Hey, Dante, real fun character
Dante's
to
fun
play.
as fuck. Dormammu is fun as fuck, dude. Maybe
every
if
other
you like playing whatever the fuck the robot guy's name is from Avengers,
Ultron.
Ultron. Maybe he.
Yo, my boy Robot Guy, let's go.
Hero
go,
is
robot
fun
guy.
as fuck. But you want to play Ghost Rider? You want to play Winter Soldier? You wanna play Black
Morgan?
Widow?
Eh.
You want to play Morgan or Black Panther or fucking X?
Venom looks cool,
Venom's pretty sick.
but the rest of the cast kind of
See, GOG
major yikes.
brings up a pretty decent point in the chat. I'm gonna say decent because it's not 100% true. Where he says NRS games look like ass but are mad fun. Don't sleep on NRS games. They're mad fun at the start. Like the first month of a new NRS game,
It's always the funnest.
it's good shit.
Always the second.
And then they patch the game into just non-existence. They patch it until just everyone's fucking sick of it. And then of course they have their 2-year period where it's like, okay, well we're just gonna make another. Here's Injustice 3. Here's MK12. And it'll just get like, it starts off really good, and they've been getting better. Okay.
What
All right.
happened? What happens that makes it so bad after the first couple months?
They
We'll just figure the game out?
they don't leave the game alone. They don't leave the game. Injustice 2 was better, but still, it's
Yeah.
like they won't
Like-
just let the game fucking develop its own shit, and what it leads to is that like a lot of people in the FGC kind of look down a bit on the NRS heads because they end up sounding like fucking like whiny bitch babies, and then a lot of that comes about because they're used to it now because they do that, and then NRS fucking listens and tries to patch stuff just to be like, well, fucking Johnny Joe bitchhead said fucking he doesn't like this move, so we're gonna make it, we're gonna change this around or whatever, because don't want to make the player base drop out because Johnny bitch tits doesn't want to fucking play this character anymore, or doesn't want to play the game anymore because he doesn't like so and so's button being this much,
Imagine
this
if a
plus or this
developer
minus.
just called them out in the patch notes. So Johnny Apple Dick over here, they put his ad and everything, said that this move is busted. So you know what? And he also said that NRS will die if we do not fix it. So to fix this, we're gonna patch it, and it just makes it terrible. Just
Filipino champ said we need to nerf Virgil and buff Phoenix. So here you go, everyone.
Yeah, exactly. And so
Marvel 4 is coming. He saw it in a dream.
oh yeah, that's right. Shib's
We're patching that into Marvel 3.
Shib, while also being the only player on Marvel Infinite as we speak, is also the only person as of right now, besides Filipino champ, that believes that Marvel 4 is a thing.
It's coming.
They're making
dude.
it,
No
dude.
one's
It's
sleeping.
coming.
Would
I
you play
believe-
Marvel 4?
I believe
Michael?
in the prophecies.
Is it gonna be good?
Yeah, dude.
Absolutely. It's gonna be
No.
Marvel 3
Good in the way
Part
that
2.
Infinite's technically good, or if
No,
it's
it's
Marvel
gonna
3
be-
Part 2, 100% insta-buy.
Yeah, it's gonna be the greatest Marvel game to date. You heard
Because
it here
Dante will
first.
be in it.
And Virgil.
Really cool.
On Dinner with the Boys.
DMC5 Dante and DMC5 Virgil.
Oh, Vash, you gonna play it?
If they have Dante, Nero, and Virgil, absolutely.
What
Even if they
it's
just
I
have
think they're
Dante
gonna
and
have.
Nero.
What if they have V instead of Nero?
Dude, I'll fucking play the shit out of V. That sounds like a fucking terrible team. Are you kidding me? They put that motherfucker in the game?
He'll
I mean,
be like
Treasure's in the game.
he'll play like
I
Frank
don't
West and Jill
like-
from Marvel 2, where you just summon shit and it slowly goes across the screen.
No, they make it like Nervensker and fucking Melty.
Bro, that's another thing. I was like pretty shallow in FGCs. I didn't start playing anime games till like last year, dude. I've been missing out my entire life.
Dude, anime
games
is
are the wave.
Anime is it.
Guilty Gear, fucking Cross Tag was fun for a little bit. That kind of died off
Yeah,
for me.
5
Fucking Eunice.
You
I had so much
missed,
fun
dude.
playing those games, and I'm ass at them. But I was like having way more fun than I ever did playing fucking Street Fighter.
Yeah, I really like Eunice. Is just hey, at this point, it just comes down to nobody asked me to play, and I don't want to bother. The only person I'm gonna ask to play Dragon Ball are you guys, because no one else will ask me to play. All right, you know why? Because yesterday, Lars, my local Lars, asked me, "Let's play Dragon Ball together." I did, and he refunded the game.
What'd you do?
I played. He said, "Play the game." I said, "Okay, me play game."
And then what happens?
I beat him.
Lars couldn't play the game.
Lars
Oh,
couldn't play the game.
You ruined it. You bullied him, man.
You know when you bring your controller into the tournament, you plug it in, you're ready to play Marvel 3, and then you get hit and you don't get to play Marvel 3.
That was
kind of like that.
It was kind of like that.
You went
I got
Gohan on
touched.
him.
I got touched 3 times. Done.
Well, I mean,
This
it's adult Gohan, so yeah, 2-touch, baby.
Yeah,
At least you get to reset the neutral in Dragon Ball. In Marvel 3, you're like, okay, I'm
Yeah.
still in the mix right now, dude. My character's dead, but there's no break for me, dude. I'm
I'm not
sweating right
out of
now.
here, bro.
You hate to see
Bro, like
I found an
Like,
OS to
I
get
don't know,
out
I
of
just
Gohan's
love, like,
mix-ups.
I love heavy setup shit like that. So that's why I like anime games so much. Like when everyone was like bitching about Kazunoko playing Raven in Guilty Gear, and he just like gets a knockdown and throws the fireball, and then they have to hold 17 mix-ups. So I was like, this is the sickest shit ever, dude. I want to fucking play this character.
Dude, watching Guilty Gear is so good.
It
Yet
is, dude.
this guy gets mad at me because he can't block a Gohan mix-up, and I'm just like, well, come on, I'm having fun.
I played the game. I kept playing, man. I didn't refund the game. Okay.
He just won't play me, and I don't know why.
Dude,
What's
even
a good
even
anime game to get into that's not
Ace is even
DBSE?
asking me to fucking play Dragon Ball.
I
It's like,
am.
dude,
I need somebody to play with.
Skullgirls. I used to play Skullgirls with me.
Skullgirls
You're
is
not-
sick, dude.
Skullgirls is super sick. Who do you play?
I've only like played it for like 10 minutes,
That's all you
but
need,
I
man.
picked the nurse bitch,
Valentine.
Valentine, and then I picked the punchy head bitch.
Philia. No, it's not
No,
Philia.
Cerebella.
Big arm.
Cerebella.
Yeah,
Cerebella.
That's always the
Cerebella's
funny
the
thing
best
about
character.
that's always the funny thing about Skullgirls, that every single person I've ever heard who's like, this game is super sick, doesn't play it.
That's true. I will
Everyone.
say
I'm not.
from
I'm
a
just-
from an outsider perspective, I had fun in my 20 minutes because I was like, these like I could do basic combos. Like I mean I've watched like tournaments and I'm like, okay, they got mad resets, they got mad extensions with assists and stuff. But I was like, but like the basic combos and playing against someone else who didn't know what the fuck they were doing, I was like, all right, this is pretty fun.
It's fun just fucking around in it. Like my entire playtime is just squiggly in training mode, and I still thought
Honestly,
it was super fun. Just like fucking around is really
Yeah.
fun in that game.
Well, I like watching high level Beowulf plays because that guy has so many goddamn mix ups. So I was like, this looks so sick, dude. I wish I could do this shit.
Dude, this is why I like playing Dragon Ball, because all this shit looks sick, but nobody wants to fucking play with me. No one wants to put up the sticks. Michael played me once, and he said, I don't want to play anymore.
The one's too hard, man.
What do you mean?
It's really not.
dude.
Aceuhh, play me right now.
Okay.
But then you have to stop playing Devil May Cry 5.
This won't take long. Don't worry.
He's not gonna stop.
Let's stop.
There's no point.
Oh, that's
Don't worry, this
another
won't take
thing.
long.
Dax, like when you started fighting games, were you always on stick or did you start on pad?
Day one stick. I went to GameStop and I picked up when I went to, because I actually picked up. I barely played it. I barely played it. Actually, yeah, no, I got myself mixed up earlier because I kept thinking I started Street Fighter 4 after Marvel 3. I actually started it right before. I think it was like November 2010 when I picked it up, and I went to GameStop, got a copy of Super and the original TE, like when the TEs came out, and I just like picked up both, and I'm like, all right, cool, I'm gonna learn this. Back when I had BlazBlue, I didn't have one, but I think I was aware of the sticks though, and I was trying to save up for it because that was like during the summer. So yeah, it was like when I got into it, I was like, I'm gonna learn this game. I'm actually gonna like learn how to play a game. Again, that lasted for like a couple weeks, and I was like, I can't Gatling. I don't like this game. And I didn't start actually learning it until after like Marvel 3 came out and I got into the scene. That actually started motivating me. But yeah, it was technically day one. It was with a stick.
What was it? I started with pad. Every game on pad I started, and then I remember I was watching tournaments and I watched a few people come up with sticks, and I wanted to try it for Tekken, because the only game I could keep up with pad, like, because I tried to play Street Fighter, I tried to play DOA, I tried to play Soul Calibur 5 on pad, and I didn't like it. And then I played Tekken, and Tekken was fine. Like, I kind of understood how Tekken worked when it with a pad, and I still to this day, this is the only fighting game I play with a pad. But eventually, I saved up and I bought a Quamba Q2, real nice light up. All right, I wanted some high quality Sanwa buttons. All right. And I started playing Street Fighter, and when the first person I ever learned to play Street Fighter with was my buddy John Tan, who was a Dudley main. So basically, I would pick Ibuki or Chun-Li, and then he would start doing frame traps on my ass, and I had nothing. I didn't know what to do. All I knew how to do was jump heavy into super, and that was it. But that's when I started learning how to play on stick, and then honestly, I was not comfortable with stick until Street Fighter 4, like Ultra. I started getting like a feel of it, but I really didn't. I still, like, some quarter circle motions just didn't feel right or anything like that. But when Street Fighter 5 came out, I was in the week Street Fighter 5 came out, I was moving. I remember I had a TV, I had my console, but no internet. So all I could do was training mode and like survival battle. And I just picked Cammy and just learned how to spiral arrow, fucking drill, all that shit. Like, cannon spike, DP properly, just by playing for like a week offline. And then ever since then, every game that is not Tekken has been on a stick.
So
This is what I learned. This is what I learned to play fighting games on. This exact pad right here.
Let's go.
Oh, on the Street Fighter, on the
Whoa.
Cross Tekken Mad
Cross
Cat.
Tekken Kai. I knew so many people with that fucking thing.
That's what I played Marvel 3 on.
Oh
And then
shit!
eventually I was at a tournament and this guy was like, dude, try my stick out. And I was just like, no, I'm not feeling it, dude. Like, I'm just not feeling it. And then I was eventually from I don't know why. I don't remember why I stopped using that, but I was just like, I bought that 360 controller with the pop out D-pad where you could like turn it sideways and it would like come out of the controller, so it was easier to do directional inputs. And I just played with that, and then I just started playing on pad ever since.
US
yeah,
West
that
last
was my
lobby,
thing.
Aceuhh.
Oh shit! You're serious.
I had my goddamn
I'm serious.
assist buttons on the face, dude.
Oh hell yeah!
So you still use pad for Tekken and stick for everything else?
Yep. I got like 3 PS4 pads here that have all worn out, and I've got
Nice.
my
Here's the-
my Hori. Oh shit! My Hori Rap 4 for every other game.
Nice. Yo, flex those controllers, man.
You got it.
I own a stick now, but I never fucking use it. I just have it. I
Just
bought it
flex
like
them, kids.
I bought it like 2 or 3 years ago because I was like, I want to learn how to play on stick, but I still just can't fucking get into it.
What about you?
I could play Marvel Infinite on it decently well at one point, but when I tried to play Street Fighter 5, I was like dropping everything. I was like, I just can't do it for like slower games, I guess. I don't know.
I got you. So what about you, BB? What kind of fighting games have you played, dude? Give me your breakdown, dude, from the beginning. I know you haven't played much, but you know, hey, gotta get you in the combo too.
Well, dude, it's gonna be really funny because like the whole definition of fighting games and shit like that, like so like
hey man, include Smash, whatever. Party game doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, but you know whatever.
Whoa, okay, come on, Toxic
Man. I mean, I played Smash 64 against CPUs in my basement for like years, basically, just like getting used to that shit and just like having fun, just like casually. And then I go online and I hear some weird shit about like Z canceling and how it can like speed up your aerials and stuff. And it took me like a long time digging through like other Melee shit because the Melee information was more prominent than Smash 64. But like I finally kind of figured out like really weird, crazy shit that you could do. Z canceling and DJCs with Yoshi and Ness and like all of this really crazy stuff, and watching players like Aceuhh and Super Boom Fan. They were like the only two notable Smash 64 players.
Yeah.
And basically just doing that on CPUs and just kind of getting used to a faster sort of play style. And then from there, I was way more of a spectator of Melee for sure. And this was Melee back in like its it was like after it had gotten like signed up with MLG and then like fell off the face of the planet in like 2009 2010 or something, and people thought that Melee was dead forever, so they did ROM, and then M2K gimped the shit out of the Shizwiz and the whole world went fucking crazy. and so it was like, okay, well Melee isn't really. So I basically just followed Melee a lot, even though I had never owned a GameCube controller or a GameCube in general, and or played the game. And eventually I finally, like, I want to say my senior year of high school, I actually picked up Melee and I started like wave dashing around and shit, and I was like, I want to play as Marth, so I play with Marth a lot. And started going to, I'm not even sure if I would call them locals. God, it was rough because there was like nobody around me that played, but the only place that actually had like a decent collection of players that showed up on Saturdays was like an hour away from me in fucking Missouri. It was awful, and I didn't have a job and I couldn't pay for gas and shit like that, so I just, after a few times going out there, I just couldn't keep going and shit like that. And I don't know, my relationship with fighting games is really rough because typically it's the sort of thing where you have to like devote, if I get into something like that, I have to devote like my entire life to getting better at it, and I just, at this point in my life, I just can't do that anymore. At least not with a fighting game. So
Yeah.
I don't know. That's
well,
why,
every
that's why you guys play fighting games.
every time you pick up like a fighting game and I see you play, you pick it up quick, and I'm like, you know, if this guy actually fucking tried, we'd all be fucked.
I remember
Well,
you
yeah,
played a little bit of Dudley in 4.
Oh,
Yeah, no, I did. No, I played Dudley a little bit, and then I played a lot of Karen,
Yeah, and 5.
Karen, and in 5, and that was fun. It's just, and like I always like focused a lot on just like fundamentals and just trying to play like good, or at least getting in a level of competency to the point where I could kind of see the game as more of like a free-form jazz style thing where everything that you think is good isn't always good in every situation, and everything that you thought was bad that you never did can actually be used to your advantage in certain ways. Like that sort of shit where it gets like super like, you know, mental instead of actually just like execution, the execution barrier.
Yeah. Oh, that's a big thing about like a lot of my like early times getting into it. It was like I just wanted to do like the cool shit that came to it, and I didn't understand like the small intricacies that came to fighting game and like the actual mind games in the game when you start playing it. Because when you, like a lot of people, you go in with like this like blank slate of knowledge where it's just like me hit him with this do that. But what if you hit him the other way? or make him think that you want to do that, and then you do something else. The big, the mental game in fighting games, like a lot of people don't take that.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, I also get mad at people wake up LLing on Bardock's.
Be like
Never
that.
expected. Challenge everything, dude.
It be like that
This
sometimes.
Shib way of living. If they think you're going DP anyway. Fuck it. Put
You
it in
know
their
I'm
mind.
going- you know I'm about to wake up Ultra, dude. I got full Ultra meter. What the fuck you mean? That shit's going away next round, dude.
So, Michael, why won't you play me?
Because I don't want to commit so many hours, man. It's so
You
much
commit
time.
to Apex Legends. And
Yeah, and I hate myself for it, dude. You kidding me?
Yeah, actually,
That's the sort of
Apex
thing.
Legends.
Talk about, like, I don't.
That's
None
just
of
so
us.
frustrating.
I don't think any of us really know anything about what that game is. If you want to.
I
Sorry,
don't
at
play
least
it.
I
We'll
don't.
get to it. Ace says to bully me first.
Okay.
What yeah,
I'll
dude.
let him
so
get
why
out
won't
of
you
the
play me,
system.
dude?
Because
Why?
everything is so much time. I feel so bad when I just play Fortnite and end up playing for an entire day, and I'm just like, fuck, I wanted to like get something done today, and then I do nothing.
But you did get something done, dude. Did you get a?
What?
Did you win?
It does it in well sometimes.
Well, then it mattered. You
But at
did it,
what
dude. You did.
cost, Asa? It's at the cost of my life, man.
Yeah,
Sometimes
well,
that shit
you
doesn't feel
decided to
worth it,
sit
you
down
know?
and do it. You should sit down and play me in fucking Dragon Ball.
No, what I should be doing is not playing Dragon Ball or Fortnite and getting my life sorted out. All right, that's
Well,
a little too real.
but every
No.
time.
We'll play Dragon Ball eventually. We'll play Dragon Ball again. I'll buy Vidal. We'll do the thing.
And then you won't play
co-op-
me again.
And then we'll go on a month hiatus and I'll play more Apex Legends.
How is that game? How do you like it?
It's fun. I'm really bad at FPS games though.
Why do
I'm
you
not
play them?
used- What?
Why do you play them?
Because I don't know.
Holy shit, Asa, where are you?
Huh? What is your? Where are you at?
Fucking US
Oh yeah,
West
you're
Left
still
lobby.
doing that.
Do you play like all battle royales or just Fortnite? And
Just
Apex?
Fortnite. Because I didn't play PUBG or like H1Z1 or any of that stuff.
What a
Bro,
shame.
we had,
What'd you
we
call
had
it?
so much fun back in the day with H1Z1. That's
Oh
what I
my-
remember about that game, dude.
Yeah,
Bro,
I'm
it
definitely
was like-
I'm super duper late to the VR party.
I've never played PUBG ever. We played H1 back in the day. Like a bunch of us used to just get into 4s or 5s, whatever the fuck it was in that game, and then just fuck around. And then eventually everyone's like, all right, this game actually isn't good. We're just having fun because we're playing together, so let's not play it anymore.
What
Yeah.
year
And I
was
played
that?
A little bit of.
That was active.
That was 3 years.
Was it that
Was that-
long ago?
'Cause I
Yeah.
remember. I know I had a couple friends who had it, and then one of them got it for me. I didn't really understand what it was, and it was like I want to say it was H1Z or something before. It feels like it's been longer than that. Whatever.
Yeah, it
whatever-
was 3 years.
Feels like it's been longer than that. But anyway, I remember getting into it, and I think I got dropped on the map. I just ran around for like I think literally like 20 minutes and just didn't find anyone. I was like, this is boring, and I just never played it again.
Oh man, it was so fun with like a group of like a full squad. That shit was fun.
I
as
had a
fuck.
group. I just spent 20 minutes trying to find them, and they were like, "Where are you?" And I was like, trying to describe where I was, and we were trying to like meet up in this map. I'm like, dude, I'm fucking bored, and I just logged out. I was like, this is stupid.
Bro, you can see each other on the map in that game, though, can't you?
It wasn't that case back then. I couldn't see anyone. I
Yeah.
couldn't find. It was like it
'Cause-
just wouldn't.
PUBG, dude.
Whatever it
Well,
was, whatever I was
I played a
playing.
little bit of Fortnite,
Jesus
never
Christ.
played Apex, but H1 wasn't that foreign to me because I got like years before H1 was even a thing. Me and my friend would just play Arma 2 survival
Yeah.
maps like online. Like just me and him would just go into random servers, and then it's like everybody is like all against each other, but it's not like there wasn't like a game mode for battle royale, so it's like everyone just wanders around the map, and then if you see people, you shoot them. And like the shooting and like bullet drop in Arma is fucking like ridiculous to calculate and like actually deal with compared to like H1. But like we would do that, and we would just run around and fuck around, and then like you can't see each other on the map and that at all. Like you have to actually
Mm.
use coordinates and shit to find out where you are.
I
And
guess.
so
I guess
played
if they.
that, and then I
if
played DayZ as well, which was like H1 before.
that was.
it had
Yeah.
That's
zombies
what
in
it was. No, I didn't play H1. I played DayZ.
Yeah,
That's what it was.
that was like a battle royale, but it also had zombies on the map, and
That
but,
yeah.
like-
that was a while
yeah, like
ago.
there was
Did anybody
you could just,
ever,
like respawn if you died too. Like it wasn't like a you're out kind of thing.
So boring.
Did anybody remember the culling at all?
I had
that was
a
like the original battle royale.
I
as
had a
remember
friend
it.
who was super into that game, and every time I would look at it, I'm like, this game looks whack, and I never played
Yeah,
it.
I never played it,
But
but
I
I
knew
never
people who
seen
were into it.
gameplay of it.
Yeah,
But I remember hearing about it.
because they did that
I
whole
actually
like, game
spent
show
a lot of
shtick.
time. I spent a lot of time watching Clint Stevens play the culling. It was
Oh,
actually hilarious.
Yeah.
It was. I mean, it came with like perks and like your own specific loadout after you got like a certain amount of kills or something like that, and it just got. They basically like overbalanced the game to the point where you just could not play it at all.
Oh, yeah,
And
that
game
was
just
kind
kinda,
of the
like,
biggest
faded out of
thing.
existence.
That was the biggest thing. Well, next to like League and all, then Dota and whatnot. I think for like that year or so, that culling was the big thing on Twitch. You know, that kind of was the Fortnite at that time, at least if I remember right. I remember always seeing. people
Yeah,
kinda
it
playing
was for a little bit, but
all about
H1Z1
Apex
I
now,
think kind of
dude.
took over after a while.
It's all about Apex.
Apex has been above Fortnite in viewers for like since the day it came out.
Is it still?
Yeah, it's at 341K right now, and Fortnite's at 132K.
It broke
Oh.
25 mil players.
Oh, I contributed to that. What am I doing?
And Ninja's not the face of Twitch anymore. Now Shroud is.
Sure.
Shroud is like the Apex streamer, as like Ninja was to Fortnite.
So what? So
No.
what is this game, Goldfish? Why are you playing it? What is it?
Okay, 5 frames of delay. I definitely blocked that.
Because I'm a weirdo. It's a BR, but unlike Fortnite, there isn't building, and it's actually FPS instead of third person. And instead
It's
of
fun.
having base characters, you have like different character classes and shit.
Hmm.
Like I think it's a cool game. I like the mechanics and stuff. It's a lot more like sci-fi than I expected. So you have like you have your armor and stuff, and then your characters do a bunch of wacky shit. Like you can put smoke grenades and curl airstrikes, and you have shield bubble things, and
But
then you
yeah,
have the emo ninja girl is all like, "Oh, pain means nothing to me. I am the darkness," and she goes into this void rift thingy and sets up portals and shit. There's like a lot of like gimmicky, fun little mechanics that are cool.
Does it have? Did you play Titanfall 2?
No,
Does it have?
it doesn't have the wall running. If that's what you're.
Does it have
Getting
grappling?
at.
Does it have a grappling hook?
One of the derpy robot character
Of course.
has. Yeah, he
Yeah.
has like a grappling.
Because
hook.
it's like Overwatch, isn't it? Where it's like characters have abilities and ultimates,
Yeah, they have their
Yeah.
tacticals
Hmm.
and their alts.
and each
Okay.
character has a different ult and a different like ability.
Yeah, so Robot Man, his Q button is he can zipline places like the way Widowmaker does, and then his alt he like sets up a zipline. And then there's like
play
ziplines around the
Titanfall.
map. Oh, and there's no fall damage, which is cool.
I'll just play Titanfall 2.
You know, it's a fun game. BRs are such a weird concept to me though, because I find my favorite part of playing BR games is never the fact that it's a BR. I actually hate that you're permadead when you die, because it makes them so fucking hard to learn. It's like, oh, I just want to run in and frag out and like learn how the hell to fight in this game, and then you just die and you're like, all right, I have to wait 5 minutes until I queue into a match again.
Well, it's really,
So I have
it's
to
really
pick my characters and wait on all these loading screens and then figure out where we're dropping again and then wait to actually drop, then screw up my drop, not find a weapon, die again, and then wait another 5 minutes. Like, this sucks.
It's really funny how it's worked out well for this.
After the cast,
for a lot of these-
Vash.
Yeah, this fucking connection is terrible.
It's just the delay overall.
It's funny how that's worked out so well, because I remember a little game called MAG, Massive Action Game, that was being hyped up for like 3 years on
The-
PS3.
the
Shib,
most hyped
Shib,
game.
you know. And the
yeah.
idea was that, yo, dog, we're gonna throw 64 players in a server and just let you fucking just have
But
at
they
it. And I'm
didn't
like,
advertise it as that either. Remember because it was like 2 servers connected, wasn't it? So it was like we have 120 players.
Yeah,
that's
But it's
right.
like-
It was,
but-
it was 6. Yeah. That's right. It was like 128 players. Right. Yeah. That was like more of the E3 stuff where they're like, yeah, dude,
It's
play
like
it.
real war, dude. There's
like,
gonna be people
Because
everywhere.
I want to say I remember this right, but I feel like there was a guy who just came out in a suit and he's just describing the game and he has a big poster for it in the background and he walks off the stage and that's just the end of the presentation. I'm like, well, that's a good sign. But it sounded cool. It was like, man, that's a lot of people in the game. And then of course, what would happen is that you would load in and you would take 5 feet or 5 steps, get shot by like something. Who knows what the fuck it was or who it was or where it was or what happened. Just die. And you would respawn.
256.
Wait, it
per
was
server.
what? Wait, it was 256. Okay, so this is like quadruple. I remember. What the fuck? Okay, So Jesus fucking Christ.
This is all out
So yeah,
goddamn battle.
so you can imagine it was a mess where yeah, you just walk out, die, and of course you keep respawning and you just walk out, die, walk out, die, walk out, die, and you're like, all right, fuck. So it's funny that all you had to do really was take that concept and make it to where there's permadeath, so that way there can be one person who wins, and that way.
Oh.
It's not like you don't have to worry about like, oh, who has the most kills or who has this and that, whatever. It's just someone survived. And then you have all these players playing it who are like, I want to be the one. I want to get that victory royale and shit. You know, you want to be the one. And that ends up being a really clear goal, as opposed to like, oh, I got to get all the things and just be at the top of this little, temporary leaderboard for this match or whatever. No, that's not as satisfying for a lot of people as just being able to jump in, do random shit or whatever, and be like, oh, dude, I got number 12 this time, man. Let's shoot for number 11, and then we're gonna get that number 1, that victory royale, man. It's gonna be sick. Every
time someone donates me 1,000 bits, I get a.
And then you do the thing. Yep. If anyone ever
Wasn't Mag like terrible lag too though?
Oh, it was a mess.
yeah.
It was a disaster. The game died so fucking fast. It wasn't even alive. It was a fucking mess. It was a disaster. Like, here's the thing. You have games like that nowadays where they'll come out just like Atlas, right? Atlas comes out and it's just like a technical nightmare, right? And like everyone plays it for a couple days, shits on it, and now it's just like, now it basically doesn't exist anymore. This was a $60 game that people went out and bought like day one, and it's just over the course of the week, over the course of that like week or that month, really it was just a fucking shit show. Of people like holding these physical copies of these fucking games, being like, "What do you mean? What the fuck do you mean?" And so it was, yeah, it was a very different. That shit
Like,
died real
even
quick.
Battlefield is 64 players, and even in that game, you're like, "What the fuck is happening? What am I getting shot by? There's planes and tanks and helicopters and like."
Too much of a
What
mess.
the fuck were they like? We need 256 people in this fucking server. It's gonna be great.
I mean, when the game is called Massive Action Game and literally your gimmick is just like, look at all the players, right? And that's all you have to go on. Then once people realize, oh wow, the game itself is shit, and you find that out very quickly, then it's like, well, all right, cool, nice
It
attempt.
was PS3 exclusive too.
Yeah.
Sony paid money to have that on their fucking system.
Sony was doing some weird shit that generation. Remember their Halo killer, dude? Remember Haze? The Halo killer? Haze was a dog shit game.
I remember what the fuck was the Fall of Man?
Resistance.
Resistance.
Well, that was Insomniac, because that was actually from a developer that's competent, and that game was okay. Resistance 1 was all right. Resistance 2 was fucking really good, and Resistance 3 was kind of whack. Yeah, 1 was pretty alright. 2 was really good. Haze was just super.
So funny.
For some reason, okay.
Oh, okay, I remember this. I remember this cover.
They look like they have like the honeycombs.
The honeycomb, yellow beehive,
and
whatever.
they have
the
the
fuck.
syrup stuff that makes them way better than the stupid other dudes who are garbage.
Haze was their second attempt at making some answer to the FPS like Halo genre, whatever. Because originally it was Killzone. Killzone was their big thing in the PS2 era. They wanted the answer to.
People liked Killzone though.
Kinda. I mean, it had a community, but like, I mean, if you're playing FPS or if you're playing some sort of competitive shooter online, especially on PS2, and it wasn't SOCOM, then people were just like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Because everyone just played SOCOM, U.S. Navy SEALs. And
yeah, that game was fun as shit.
Yeah, and that game was fun. That game was fun as fuck. And so people were like, Killzone's all right. And then like they just kept making them. And people were like, all right, whatever. Like, I guess. And I heard that launch one on PS4 was okay. I don't know. No one, like, people didn't really care. They just kept. Sony was just desperately trying to do something that was relevant. And then on the same time for PS3 when it was coming out, they were like, all right, we're gonna do it again. We're gonna attempt a second try. Haze, and they hyped that shit up like a motherfucker, and it bombed. It was an ass game. It was so bad, and they just slipped it under the rug, and they try to slip it under the rug and forget it, but then at the same time you can load up like fucking the PS4 avatar list and find fucking the dude with the broken headgear and the gun and holding the gun, and I'm like, well, why what
Why did you delete this?
What are you doing?
Every time I would see Killzone, I would see like the helmet, how they had like the red eyes.
Yeah.
And I would just be like, that makes me want to play Spies versus Mercenaries on Splinter Cell. I'm not going to play Killzone. I'm going to play that instead.
Yeah.
That shit was fun. I fucking loved Splinter Cell multiplayer back in the day.
Dude, I remember loading up. They had the demo for the fourth one, Double Agent, and they had it was an online demo where you could play 2 maps of the mode where you have like 2 goods and 2 or like two and 2.
Spies versus Mercs.
Spies versus Mercs. That shit was so fun.
It was so fucking
That shit was
fun, dude.
really fucking good.
You guys
When
remember the
Conviction
Halo 3
came
beta?
out, because I was like, oh, Splinter Cell's back after its long pause, and Conviction's
Yeah.
here. And they didn't have Spies versus Mercs, and I was like, and the game sucks ass. I was like, dude.
That's
Splinter
all I was
Cell's
curious
fun,
about. I
dude.
was like, yeah, the game looks kind of whack, but if it has if it has that mode, maybe I'll give it a shot. It doesn't. All right, well, I don't care.
And then Blacklist didn't fucking either. It's like,
Yeah.
and now Splinter Cell's been dead for fucking 10 years or whatever.
Yeah. Well, they had that campaign, I think, in what was it, in Rainbow Six Siege or something like that. They had a campaign with what's his name, the character, Sam Fisher.
Oh, really?
They do this whole they have this whole. I saw this bit of dialogue from it. I want to say it was from Siege. It's some like that special mission thing, and they have this dialogue in there where it's something that makes sense in context of the game, but it also is meant to allude to the stealth genre as a whole. It's kind of this meta commentary thing. It's actually pretty neat, where the person who's briefing Sam is describing like these other people who just aren't around anymore and like all this other stuff or whatever, and Sam's like, oh, I'm the only one left. And the way it's alluded to, she's obviously talking about like Metal Gear and all this other stuff. Yeah, like all this,
I remember
all this other stuff. And it's like, oh, that's kind of cute. Also sad, but it's kind of cute. I remember that. But yeah.
Well, where would I can stick it on the? Ooh.
Shit.
I would love stealth games. I'm kind of bummed I haven't played a good one in a while.
Man, I'm stealthing right now in fucking RE2. I don't want to be though. I'm scared. This shit,
Dude,
this
I
shit's
want to
scary.
play that game so
I started
bad.
playing. Actually, forgot to mention that before. I started playing RE2. I'm not very far, like at all. I just like found my first liquor and I want to shit myself. Like this game. But here's the thing, like I can't, like I'm really bad about scary shit. I had Mark in there. I had good old Pokey in the call with me, and I had people on stream or whatever, and that was fun. But like I'm stopping at just every 5 seconds. I'm like, fuck, I'm scared, but this game's the shit. Fuck, I'm scared, but this game's the shit. This game is so good. Oh my god. It hits so many so many little check marks that I'm like, fuck, dude. I wish I wasn't such a pussy when I was a kid. I wish I'd been playing RE for years, because this has so many little qualities and stuff. Even things that I that remind me of 4, but just like to a better degree. Because 4 is really the only game I had experience with. But like this is more of a, I don't know how to describe it, but just the satisfaction of the littlest things. Just God, like the amount of fucking just splooge that emits from my penis whenever I find like extra backpack storage, or like I go through a door without knowing where the fuck I am and I end up back in the main lobby, and I'm just like, oh my god, just that. Oh god, it's just the simplest things that I just haven't really felt in a while, because it's so much more heightened because of the fact that I'm just scared like a motherfucker at all times. And now I have this shit to worry about where it's like, hey, you know all those areas that you've been to recently? I mean, because again, I don't have any context, nor have I gained any context to how this game works, what kind of enemies are other than like, I guess I kind of knew what a liquor was, but I didn't know anything about the blindness. I just knew, like, I knew they crawl around, and then I knew about Mr. X. But I've never played the original RE2. I have no background of the game. I have no idea what the layout is. I have no idea like what kind of items and what kind of guns I end up with. I don't know anything. So for me, it's like, ever since I came across it and I read that little note where it's like, hey, you can just walk right by him. And even like Pokey mentioned, he was like, hey, you don't have to, because instinctively the way I would do it is that I would go into the close-up like aiming modes where I'm walking slower, because I would assume that's like the way you get past it. But no, as long as you're just not running, you have walk and run. That's it. So as long as you're not running, you won't be able to trigger them. But I finally had the courage to walk underneath it and like just get past it, and it made a little shuffle noise. I'm like, and I get past it, and I turn around, and it starts like doing this and just starts like walking, because it senses me in some way. It's not like it doesn't know I'm there, but it thinks something is there, so it starts crawling slowly at me. I'm like, motherfucker, dude, stop. And it's like, well, I was running around in all the areas that I had been in previously, but I don't know if the game's gonna fucking drop a liquor there. Probably won't. Maybe it will. I don't know. I don't have any background, but right now, because I'm so fucking experienced in this game and I have no understanding of what the old one was, I'm like, well, I guess I'm walking everywhere. and I know as soon as that fedora wearing motherfucker comes out, I'm gonna be running everywhere, and then some shit's gonna happen. I'm gonna get fucked, but it doesn't matter because this game is sick. I'm really enjoying it. I'm really liking it a lot.
It's good.
It's really good. I'm such a fucking pussy, but God, it's good. That's the great thing.
Mr. X theme is so unsettling to the music it
Oh,
plays.
there's a
when
theme?
it faces you.
All I knew is that there were footsteps, and then there was the theme now. And one of the first things that just took me, like, I'm not surprised to have it, but I'm surprised at how good it is, and I just didn't even think about it until I heard it. Was that just when I first walked into the little that corner store, the very beginning, the little prologue section before you get to the RPD, and I walk in, I had my headphones on, and I just start hearing noises from all around. I'm like, oh no.
Yeah.
No, stop. I'll just be in the precinct reading a note, and if I'm reading anything or if I'm in the menu, it's pause. But I'm reading a note, I'm just flipping through the pages, and I just hear like a and I'm immediately just like exit, and looking around.
Yeah.
It's like nothing there, and it's paused anyway. But I'm just like,
Yeah, the sound design in that game is fucking amazing.
But that's the thing.
honestly.
That's the thing about it. It's not even just scary. It's just like, oh fuck. It's like, wow, that's really good. So I'm at this weird balance, like this weird 50-50 thing where normally this shit would be so scary to where I just want to turn it off. At the same time, there's so much to appreciate because of how fucking good it is. That's like, well, I have to keep going. Like fuck. So I'm just in this loop where I'm like, God, this is stupid good. So
I've never played RE, like any RE game, so I'm just like, nah, I'm not drawn to it.
yeah.
It's just
I was excited to play it for a while.
Mm.
I was avoiding the demo until I ended up caving and playing the one-shot demo like the day before the game
I didn't
came
even-
out.
I didn't
because
even play the demo.
I couldn't wait anymore.
Yeah. I didn't
And I was
play
like,
the demo.
holy shit, this is gonna be good, dude. I was like, this is gonna be good. I
We
cleared
wondered-
I cleared it first try, like I like because you only get to play it once for 30 minutes. I cleared it in like 22, I think,
Yeah.
because there's like an actual point where the demo ends, and I was like, I can't fucking wait to play this game.
It's crazy that like
Capcom's on the come up again.
that's
dude.
what I'm saying. Like Capcom's just and then it's like we have all this. They're still putting out all this free content for RE2.
It comes
just
out
gonna
in
be
4
doing
days.
right.
The first pack comes
They're
out in
still
4 days.
first pack. Like they're gonna be releasing stuff afterwards, and then it's like it's just like right in there, fucking DMC. You know,
I can't wait
crazy.
for Square Enix to release their first DLC for Kingdom Hearts 3, and it's gonna be like 20 minutes of content, and we have to pay $15 for it.
It's sick.
Is there DLC?
Like
Nothing
Resident
confirmed.
Evil 2, DMC 5. They're gonna remake RE3 probably. Fucking Marvel 4 is coming, dude.
Monster Hunter is getting the update, the Iceborne update, which I'm very excited about.
Yeah, pretty much an expansion, yeah.
I'm gonna get Monster World here soon. Get
Dude,
it?
Marvel 4 is gonna be in the RE engine.
Oh god.
They're
Use
gonna make it rated M2 and add gore to it. It's gonna knock out all the other fighting games and Mortal Kombat games, dude. It's gonna be the last one standing.
Right now, it seems like the fighting games that are on top are Dragon Ball and Tekken.
See, Capcom's fighting game division in general is just sinking. I don't know if they have a plan to fix it or if they're just gonna. Make
They
them
haven't said
single player.
anything about the season 4 of Street Fighter V. Not one.
Street Fighter 4th Strike.
Mm.
But yeah,
Dude.
they still haven't said anything about this season of Street Fighter. They said we're doing things differently, and that's all they've said.
Yep, and then they said, "Here, Kage." That's it.
He's got like
Oh yeah, that happens.
they have to have a plan
We've
for
talked
something.
about this.
They have to have a plan of some sorts
No, I don't. know what-
because
I think it's just bow
unless
and
they're
pray.
just like, okay, we're just gonna make good single player games, and we're gonna let the fighting game ship sink and watch it go.
Well, no. The plan is to let Street Fighter be taken over the I think the CEO's son. That's
What
actually
is-
the case. Like
Has
he
done
it was.
anything else, or is he?
I
this is
think
just
he's the
running
dude
it?
who fucking did Monster Hunter World.
Oh
Yeah, well, I
no!
know
We
know they
know about
moved the
that.
Monster Hunter World guy to the head of the fighting game division.
Right.
I think that's their plan, is just to fucking put somebody on there who's made like a well-received game before. Something that Ono's not been
Different
able.
from a fighting game.
I
though.
mean, I know you're 100% correct, but I think they're just looking to not fall below grade right now.
Well, I mean,
Because like
could have
when
good
fucking 5
practices
came
there.
out, it was like, dude, where the fuck the rest of the game at? Like, where the fuck half the
Yeah.
cast? Why this bullshit? Why does this suck so much dick? Like they couldn't even please the people who were just like coming in playing the game for like a few days and then being like, okay, I've beat arcade mode, bye, because there was no fucking arcade
There
mode.
was no arcade mode.
There was no
Like,
fucking arcade mode. You just bought the game and you're like, oh, all there is the game and it's Street Fighter 5.
It didn't help that they were periodically putting out betas and that people from the first beta, people were like, wow, I can do this, I can do that. Whoa, they're having fun or whatever. And then they started taking some stuff away and they're like, well, this is still cool by the second beta. By the last beta, people were like, all right, well, maybe it'll still be okay. And then the game come out and it's like, I can't do like 90% of the cool shit that I was just doing.
Yeah.
It's like if fucking NRS like just came in and just like consolidated all their patching within a period of like 2 weeks instead of like 4 months. I was like, holy moly.
When
was so
location
fast.
tests go wrong.
I know.
dude, like, and the different characters for different betas thing was really fucking stupid too.
Yeah.
I don't
It just
know.
makes me think back. Ugh.
The Monster Hunter guy has, at least he's got a good head on his shoulders because he made a good game. So maybe he can like point them in the right direction. Like,
Maybe,
maybe
but
that's
I mean, we got Kage. That it.
well, he
What
didn't
was
take
that
over,
after he
but-
took?
No, they had to have had Kage. Like it was announced before that, but there's no way that he could have influenced that.
No, I
Unless-
think
maybe,
Kage
maybe
was
they had a
probably
whole
on the
season
book.
pass lined up, and then he was like, "No, we're not doing a season pass. You guys are fucking up. We're release one character, and then I'm gonna get shit sorted out
Yeah.
so that we
Could
can
be what it was.
Maybe.
do
Because
well
there are a
in the
lot of people
future."
who are really concerned about, like, well, is he a fighting game guy or not? It's like at this point for Capcom, I don't think that's really what matters. I think they just need someone who's able to kind of get things structured and can take the right
Bro,
people.
I bet this guy would have not let Marvel Infinite come out in the fucking condition that it did.
Probably wouldn't
Well,
let
okay,
Street Fighter
okay.
5 come out in the way it did.
He would have been like, "What the fuck are you guys doing?"
What
Let
are
me
we?
get you with
Whoa!
Maybe the entire reason he's been given the reins is because he released a game that actually had solid post-launch support,
Right.
like
There you go. Yeah,
consistent.
there you
Like
go.
there's a very set sort of plan for it. Now I don't understand why my main thing with it is that it's been very steady for PS4 and PC, but it's in a very separate time capsule for both of them.
Oh
where
yeah.
PC has like the more it catches up, the more PS4 is like, okay, Iceborne's going to come out like in this period of this year. PC, it's like it's a very set. It's because I figured when PC was coming out that like, oh, all this content has come out for PS4. They're just going to put it all out in the PC version. It's like, no, we're starting in like you're going to have to wait the same amount of time from the launch of the PC version to like Behemoth that PS4 had to wait from the PS4 launch to Behemoth. And I don't get
Behemoth
it.
didn't come out until December 21st for PC.
Right, and it was roughly the same amount of time that it took for the PS4 version to get its first, content, which was Behemoth. It's like it's all they have the same identical schedule as far as I know. It's the same schedule. It's just for PC, and it's not. It's weird. I don't understand it. I'm assuming there's a reason behind that because if you look at them individually, content's been very steady. It's been very good. I just don't know why there's a separation between the versions. Because I'd much rather play on PC, but it's like if I want to get like a lot of that content and not have to wait another like fucking 4 to 6 months for it, gotta play on PS4. It's weird.
Well, hey Michael, what games are you looking forward? I need your itinerary.
What do you mean
'Cause
in life?
No, in games, dude. What are you
Just
looking
in
forward
general?
to?
Well, if
Yeah,
we're
dude.
talking about Dream Capcom games, I want a Dragon's Dogma 2.
Wait till after
Right?
DMC 5.
Yeah, he said that he would make that
Itsuno-san
after
says he
DMC5.
wants to. He said he could have made it, and he chose to make 5 first. So you're getting a Dragon's Dogma 2.
Because that's
Which
that's
would
the
be
dream.
fun
Dragon's
to see.
Dogma fucking owns, dude.
Yeah, that game was awesome.
Like the plot's whack as shit, but what a fun game. Holy shit.
What other games, my guy? I know you're
That's
looking.
it, man.
That's it. You
I
don't
can't
have
think
any
of,
other.
I can't
video game?
think of anything. Well, what's like coming out like in the next year?
DMC 5.
Yeah, DMC 5.
Sekiro.
Sekiro.
Is-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is DMC 5 on PC?
Yes.
All right. What else?
Sekiro.
Sekiro. Shadows Die Twice.
I don't know what that means.
It's a From Software game.
Better from Soft.
It's new from Soft that
Well-
looks like it has.
Oh,
you
the
know.
Samurai Dark Souls.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Neo.
Ah, I see.
Neo 2. Neo 2's coming out.
Neo
dude.
2 is also coming.
Actual Neo 2 is coming out as well. Yes.
I
They
mean,
haven't
if
said
you
when. They
I mean,
just said it's
if you
coming.
care
Honey Pop
about
too, dude.
if you care about the retro boys, I mean, since they're going to be handling, I don't know when Metroid Prime 4 is going to come out, but
Oh yeah.
like
Yeah, I remember
there
hearing about
have been a
that.
lot of people really confused about that because they're like, what the fuck? Like, so you know, you don't have a lot of the old people there anymore who are working the old Metroid Prime. Like, why would you give it to them again? Because it's retro, but it's not really retro. It's like, yeah, but they made one of the best they made one of the best games ever. So it's like they made one of the best fucking like games for a Nintendo property ever, which is Tropical Freeze.
What they make?
Tropical Freeze. The people at Retro currently. So it's like I can assume that they will make a good game and be pretty fucking faithful because they've done it before with Nintendo. So,
Yeah, just because the people switch doesn't mean the new hires are like complete garbage, you know?
no, like they're
Like at least give them a chance.
they're totally competent. So I'm looking forward to it.
Oh,
Yeah, you
and
want-
the FF7
Did they
remake.
really go?
Yeah,
FF7
that's true,
remake?
that's true.
Eventually, in another
Eventually.
13 years.
Do you think they're gonna
I
give up
won't-
on that 3 parts thing?
I hope
What's
so.
that?
Because I feel like especially after like once I saw that they were like, okay, we moved a lot of the FF7 development internally because it wasn't before, and also we're canceling like 80% of the DLC we have coming out for like the second season, if whatever you want to call it, of FF15. I'm like, all right, there's a fucking restructuring going on. I don't know if they're going to be doing this whole like we're going to release three parts of the game that are going to all be the equivalent of like one full game. You okay?
I wasn't even excited when I heard that one. They're like, well, it's 3 parts, but each one's gonna be as big as a full game. And I was like, I don't know
the
give a
context
shit.
of
I
what
was
that
just
means.
thinking, oh no,
Like,
this
I
means
don't
we have
know-
to pay full price
Yeah,
3
just
times.
let me-
Yeah.
I
It's
wanna
gonna be like
It's like I have
$300.
no frame of reference for what the fuck that means. Like at least when Nomura was like, yeah, the average length of a world in KH3 is roughly like the size of 0.2, and he wasn't entirely. It varies, but like in some cases he's not super wrong if you watch everything or whatever. It's like okay, like that ended up being kind of fair. But even at the time, I was like, I don't have a good enough understanding or reference point for that kind of thing. When I hear that kind of shit, it drives me up the wall.
I was like, I want to buy the game and sit down and be able to play the whole fucking game. I don't want Hitman to Hitman 2016 where I gotta wait 6 months to play the new mission.
Or we just start getting them in chunks, and then shit goes south, and then we never get that third one.
Oh, like
Where's my RNA episode
You know?
FF15, you fucks?
I want the
that
episode
game that they're
synopsis. I
never
want to
gonna
see
make?
the fucking alternate ending, dude.
Well,
It's never-
sorry.
Actually, yeah. Well, I still need to play 15,
You
but
send
the
me
fact that
script
game just
at
sort of
least?
ends.
Like Square, if you're out there, send me the script. I want to know what happens.
Well, if it's like that third game I was talking about, we might just get the script online at some point. And oh boy, what a script!
Like, well, the thing that puzzles me is that the team that was doing .hack last recode and stuff
Mhm.
was making FF7, and they had a lot of the game done, and Square was like, fuck it, we're gonna do it ourselves, like trash it all. Nomura, finish up KH3 and then you can make this game yourself. So the thing with Nomura is, I don't know if Square's like retarded or whatever, but they seem to forget that he takes like 20 years to make a fucking video game. And then he starts taking too long, and they're like, all right, you need to go make something else. You're taking fucking too long. Someone come finish this game for him.
Come on, buddy.
That's what happened with FF15. He was like, I'm making 13 verses. They're like, you are taking so goddamn... People are waiting for Kingdom Hearts 3. Go make that. You, guy that made Tactics, come over here and make FF15. We're changing the name. Oh, the game's shit. Who could have thought that switching directors like 3/4 of the way through would ruin the game?
Wow.
Why?
What a surprise.
Like, if they just let Nomura go and make FF7 the way he wants to, I think it'll be a pretty good game, but we just won't see it for like 22 years. But
yeah, it's if it comes out right.
Square just gets super impatient and is like, you need to make other stuff. You're literally carrying this whole company. We lost $33 million on Shadow of the Tomb Raider. We need you to carry us, Nomura.
Please, we need the money.
Oh,
Nomura
God.
Sama.
I keep forgetting
Go,
they
man.
lost how much money they lost on that fucking Tomb Raider game.
Their
Oh,
entire every Western game from Square last year was a flop, except for I think Hitman 2 was the only one that
Just Cause
kept
did
its head above water.
okay, but even then, I don't even know how they keep making those because it never really had that big of a player base.
Yeah. And like the marketing for Just Cause was terrible. Like no one even knew it was coming out until it was like, hey, it comes out next week, everyone.
Like Twitch was going in on it, but that's more of the aspect of like, hey, we have this game that's kind of sandboxy. Like you can here's some like hype reels of players blowing shit up. Like, come
Yeah.
on, guys, play it. And it's like, okay.
They also went out and paid a bunch of YouTubers to make videos for it, like the week
Yeah.
before launch or something.
Well, that's what they started banking on ever since too. Was like, all right, let's not really pay attention to like whatever else is in the game. Let's just acknowledge that you have a sandbox and that you can go nuts. Like you can fly around, you can attach a car to a rocket. Why? And it's fucking fun. I love playing Just Cause 3. When they had a mod in there, like a fan thing for a long time, which was a multiplayer mod. They actually hired some of the people who were working on that on to develop like an official multiplayer mode for it. And it was kind of jank, but it was fun. Like it was fun, and like the devs for that game are really cool. But you can't bank on that like through that many entries while everyone's on the fucking like BR train at this point. It's just it's hard to do that, and it doesn't help that we have stuff like with it when it comes to other like high budget sandbox style games or whatever. You still like GTA Online is still doing super fucking well, and then with Red Dead, doing a whole nother thing for it. The online mode's coming out for that. It's tough. It's tough to capture that audience.
No, wait for Heart Battle Royale.
Kingdom Hearts Battle Royale, dude.
Oh, yeah,
Look,
Hitman's
if
not
we
Square Enix
can
anymore.
get fucking
Published by, Warner Brothers now, so
Yeah.
they didn't even get that money.
if we can get fucking JoJo Battle Royale, then we can get fucking anything.
Dude, I want that on PC. I want to fucking play it. I don't
Game
care how
looks-
shitty it
That
is.
game looks so whack.
I know,
That game
but
looks
I
so-
would
looks so
still
stupid.
play it just because.
And that
Have you
kill,
not? Have you seen it, Michael Goldfish? Have you seen the JoJo Battle Royale?
No.
It's Japanese arcades only right now.
It's weird.
What
It's
the?
very, very
There's
weird.
I've
So
seen
this is-
gameplay of one. You can play as Jotaro Jotaro.
It's part 3, 4, and 5 characters, I think.
Well, the gameplay that I've only seen though has been Jotaro, Mista, and who else? Bruno. I think did someone play Bruno or no?
Probably.
What, you mean the true protagonist of part 5?
What the hell?
I'm just trying to recall like videos that I've actually seen people playing as, and I only remember Jotaro and Mista right
This
now.
is so weird. Does an arcade BR game? How does that even work?
That's what
You
I
just need
said.
20 people
I
on
mean-
like
I mean,
they-
different
look, I
mean,
cabinets and then go nuts.
Like when I found out like fucking Dissidia was like a 3v3 arcade game, even 3v3 was kind of weird to me. But yeah, I mean, they fucking Square puts in money those fucking arcades and dedicates a lot of space to like
They make a lot of fucking
some-
money though. Off
they
this
they
arcade.
walk in and they're like, all right, floor 14 of Sega whatever the fuck. It's like, hey, and so I'm gonna need all that for our shit. Big fucking wall, Dissidia, fucking Gundam EX Versus, same kind of shit. Like all those games just get like mad
that
floor
would
space.
never work here though.
No.
In America. Like
No.
Gunslinger, like they have
arcades are
Gunslinger
fucking
track.
barren already, let alone getting 20 people to play the JoJo BR with me, dude.
Right.
I'd be fucking
Gun-
sitting there for 3 days. Like, anyone want to play, dude? Please.
Gun
I'll
Please,
pay for
man.
your
Gunslinger.
quarters, please.
Gunslinger Stratos 3, whatever came to
Hmm.
US and arcade. It's one of the newer Square Enix, like I guess like Gundam-esque kind of games. Basically, like you get a team of like 2, and then you go online and play against either the people across from you or like around like network or whatever the fuck. That shit's the most wild. It's so fucking fun to play, but that shit would never fucking hold up here in the US. Like I played it at round 1, and I was like, man, this is so sick. Too bad there's no one on the other fucking side to play with me. Like, I don't know. Overall.
If they just put that on PC, the JoJo VR, I would play it just for the fucking meme.
I would too.
It looks pretty whack, but I think
That sounds sick though, because the concept alone would sell it.
God, the fucking
Yeah.
when I saw fucking I saw this man shoot the gun, you go in first person with the fucking bullet like you're playing Fan of Pain. Going across the map, fucking Jotaro's just booking it away from the bullet. So fucking stupid. It's so
yeah,
dumb.
the animations are fucking terrible.
It's bad. It's really well. They're
And
using.
Jotaro literally 3 shots. So
they're still-
just,
they're still- yeah.
they're dead.
They're still using the old fucking. I mean, granted, they did a good job making them, but it's still the old fucking All-Star Battle assets because they used
Yeah.
those in that game. They used those in Eyes of Heaven, and they're using them here. Made them, you got them, whatever. It's fine.
That's why I said it last week, dude. The French bread JoJo game is gonna be sick, and it's gonna have 2D and
I'm-
sprite.
We've been hearing that off and on so long now. I'm really curious about it. Although they're still, I mean, they said a while ago it was really cool at the this tournament that this guy Clockwork did for French bread games specifically. They had this big tournament for Melty and for Under 9 for Cross Tag and whatnot. they had an official video from the team, the main directors and stuff at French Bread, who submitted a video.
Well, I got some bad news.
Well, they were
first
talking.
article came up says it's confirmed fake.
Oh, there you go. Well, all right.
Unripped,
But no, they were talking about they were like, yeah, dude, they didn't really say much about it, but they basically said like they're not done updating and changing stuff with Under Night. Like they're still working on it.
There's gonna be another version of that shit.
Supposedly, yeah. Like they said they're still doing stuff with it. So
Cardone just got gutted in
that man got slapped with a fucking bat in
Bro,
Crossback.
I'm still waiting on the 4th series and that shit, dude. Like,
Curious when we're gonna hear about that. Here's the thing. I want there to
if
be.
it's not at Evo this year or before,
Yeah.
then I don't give a fucking shit.
I want
anymore,
the
dude.
Evo stage to have another case of drunk Gutex coming out. Because remember, like, they had that little event to show off all the DLC, because they decided once all the characters got leaked out and they had all that bad press from the fucking, $60 game and then all this DLC characters, they decided to just drop everyone at once. Like, all the remaining characters are like, well, we got them done, here they are, like, we're just gonna put them out at once. And then they had fucking this little event in some little side place or whatever at fucking, was it Evo?
Vegas.
It was in Vegas or something. It's some little.
Was it bar fights?
So it was like some. Yeah, it was, it looked like a bar thing or whatever. I guess it was bar fights, and just Gutex is just like the most exaggerated. But this man is fucking gone. He is done and just doing this hosting job. Whatever. It was hilarious. It was funny as fuck. And
yeah,
like,
dude,
and you can tell this dude doesn't know or care, give a fuck about this game, but he's just out there like, yeah, dude, fucking look at that, dude. They got Matsuru.
Bro, who was it that they brought? They brought an Asian player on stage. I forget which one. Was it Daigo? And then they're like random
Which
audience member gets to play Daigo in Street Fighter 5, and then the guy got up there and he's like, "Yo, Daigo, play me in Ultra. Fuck Street Fighter 5."
Yeah.
And Daigo's like, "Okay,"
I
and they
remember
just
that.
loaded up Ultra instead.
That was good.
I guess we're playing Ultra. I guess they're gonna play Ultra instead. And Daigo just like, it might have been Kazunoko. I don't remember. I think it was.
Was it the guy? No, I think it was Daigo because the guy was wearing like a Ryu costume, wasn't he?
Yeah, and Daigo just pushes this man's shit in, and he looked like he was having so much fun, dude. I was like, dude, Daigo misses Street Fighter 4, dude. I can fucking tell just from watching this.
Why
shit.
the fuck wouldn't you, dude? Have you ever seen 5? That shit so
Yeah.
boring.
Yeah, they played all.
Press heavy
Yeah, they
button.
just loaded up like the classic collection, whatever it's called, and just went through like a bunch of the.
That stream was fucking
It
funny
was
as
funny.
shit.
That was funny. Just fucking Gutex was just rolling, dude. This man, I don't know how he was standing by the end of it. He was
Every
fucking,
year-
he was done. That shit was hilarious. I want that.
Every
again.
year at Evo, bar fights is like in the middle of like the, like
Yeah.
so basically all night because I usually like at Evo I usually after we go back to the whatnot I usually fucking bounce out and I go hang out with like Rip and like Tasty Steve and Stage Jam and when I'm hanging out with them we usually play like video craps and all you hear when bar fights is going on is yo this wins Marvel son yo like, that's all it is constant like
Fucking great.
bar fights I want to go in days.
Mm.
Usually it's like I want to make money at craps.
Well, I'm bummed now, dude.
Why?
Only fighting games I was looking forward to was JoJo's French Bread game and Marvel 4, and now one of them is confirmed to be fake.
I mean,
And the other one's only alive enough chance streams.
well, I told you my counter dream, dude. I countered it. Remember the dream that I had where it was Marvel Mobile?
Oh wait, they're saying the leak is fake, not that the game is fake. Someone
Alright, hope-
I mean, a
leaked
lot of the
something
times,
apparently.
that's, or most of the time, almost all the time, that's one and the same.
Come on, dude.
Yes, I don't think it's looking too good to be honest.
I don't know, man. I'm sorry.
Dude, that's it. Dude. You're gonna break him down. Shit.
What have I got left to look forward to, dude?
Marvel 4 and F Champ's dream.
Street Fighter,
Yeah,
Street Fighter
what
6.
happens when that doesn't happen?
Street Fighter 6.
Fuck that.
Oh
Street Fighter
no.
5 is whack, dude. If it's keep getting whacker, then it's gonna be.
But now we
fucking
have the
dumb.
Monster Hunter dude, so he's gonna put a Rathalos in Street Fighter. It's gonna be
I
sick.
want Dragon Ball to not get fucking so I get excited.
And Dragon Ball what? Broke up a little bit.
I want Dragon Ball season character list, like the DLC,
No.
for them to not get fucking leaked so I can get excited. Like super fucking excited.
It's been, well, the one we have is right so far, so it's probably gonna be right the
Yeah,
whole
well,
way
I mean
through.
that's how it was last year in the last fucking season.
If this is the actual list, it's a better list than what we had before, to me.
True.
So we're already
Yeah.
starting out strong with fucking Videl. So
Yo, Super Saiyan 4 Goku.
paying for
Majin- Majin Vegeta's
Zarbon.
gotta be a troll. There's no way
Yeah.
they're gonna put Majin Vegeta in the game.
They will.
Why wouldn't they?
It's literally Vegeta with a fucking M on his head. He doesn't get any new powers or anything.
They'll do something.
No, they'll do something.
Dude, they have regular.
Him with the M on his
Dude,
head and no armor.
He'll-
Regular, dude, listen, look.
Yeah.
Look, they had the balls, right? They had the balls to put. You have regular Vegeta who has a super, which is Big Bang Attack, and then he has Final Flash, and then you have Blue Vegeta, whose Quarter Circle Forward S is Big Bang Attack, and his level 3 is Final Flash.
He has Gallic Gun.
they-
too.
But it's like an extra cool Final Flash, you know?
Does any
It's
of them
like
have Gallic
powered
Gun?
up.
Yeah, base and
Base
blue
Vegeta,
have
base
Gallic.
Vegeta, and Blue Vegeta have Gallic Gun. They just do it at different
The
angles.
blue goes up. Base has
Base goes down.
this one's gonna be straight ahead.
That's my favorite DHC to do because you have one just doing up, one doing down, and then just like cross the beams while you're getting
The
fucking
beam
reamed.
cross is the
And
sickest
you
shit.
get reamed in the
It's
middle
like,
of it, and
it's
then
like
if you
Blue
have,
Goku
and then
Super Saiyan Goku.
if you have super in the back and you level 3, it's just you just fucking blast through it. It's funny as shit.
That shit's so sick.
It's fucking Weapon X, dude.
Weapon.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean they would probably do that. Honestly, like I think out of all the characters, it's weird. I don't know why, because I think there's a lot of potential of what you could do with them. But of all the characters I'm most excited on the list, it's Zarbon, because I would love to have like
Oh, yeah.
because I want
Pretty
I
Zarbon,
want
dude.
pretty boy Zarbon, and then when you go level 3, it's a state, like it's a
Like golden.
It's all-
You're never
Yeah.
gonna get it.
and he just
Oh,
fucking bulks up in a big fucking frog man and
The
just
toad
stomps
guy.
around, and he just turns into Broly. He just has armor on everything. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be super sick. Can't wait.
Who's in this league list? for
It
characters?
was originally on the
Videl,
list.
Jiren,
Videl and Jiren and Gogeta, Blue Gogeta and Super Broly, which are all confirmed so far. You had Zarbon, Majin Vegeta, Janemba,
Super Saiyan- Super Saiyan 4
4
Goku,
4 Goku, Janemba,
Roshi, Kefla.
Roshi, Kefla.
This seems sick.
It's a good list.
And we're upset by this?
Well, we're upset by the fact that
No,
like
Steve.
leaks keep happening like the moment or like the day before the fucking announcement of a season 2 happens, and it's just like,
But then
well,
you know what- hey,
But the thing is,
Let's just have an-
this list is the same list that the dude announced the first. Like he had the idea
It's-
of what was going to happen.
it's the
There's
same.
a couple
it's the same.
changes.
It's the same. It's yeah, but like even still, but this is the same guy who leaked the list the first time, which ended up being
Yep.
all right. So it's
100%
like-
right.
So it's like it's a really good list. Like the first list we saw, we were like, "Fuck, dude, seriously, like this is kind of whack."
Yeah.
More of Goku's
like
and more
it's
Vegetas.
it's like this is not
I
a
love
good
more Gokus.
whatever. But other than like I think people were looking for like Vegito and Zamasu. People were like, okay, that sounds kind of neat. Everyone else,
Yeah,
like,
Vegeta,
I guess-
Zamasu. People were excited for Bardock.
like Bardock and
Yeah.
Broly, I guess. Everyone else is kind of like, whatever. And then, but yeah, this list is a lot better, so I'm hopeful. But at the same time, it's like, fuck. I just feel like most of the time, especially when it comes to fighting game announcements, I feel like most of them lately or last couple years really have been just leaked.
Well, fucking Tekken's the only one that didn't get leaked.
It's
One
like
Smash.
Tekken, and then like like one Smash announcement, which was probably the most bizarre one, which was Joker.
Yeah.
just
Like
freaking
imagine,
disgusting. That's the sickest
imagine
shit of all time,
imagine if
dude.
we knew that shit like 3 days before E3. If we were just like, oh, Joker's in Smash, we were like, well, like that. We're
If
going,
he
I
shoot-
don't,
is he
I
gonna
don't,
shoot people.
I hope. Like I don't give much of a fuck about Smash Brothers. Like I'm not like hype about it, but just the concept of it and seeing characters get announced for it is what I get excited about. I don't get excited about playing it, but it's like, whoa, who's gonna be in it? It's just like a cool thing. And so
Yeah.
when I see stuff like that, I'm like, fucking anybody, fucking literally anyone can get it. Oh, I felt that way about like fucking Bayonetta when that shit happened. I was like, yeah, anyone can get it. So. Like I think that's super cool, but if that hadn't gotten
Fucking
leaked, man,
clown,
that would have
dude.
been I was like, if that had gotten leaked, fuck, man. But then
Yeah,
like
that would've sucked.
all the other announcements, fucking like Canon and Cineroar and all that kind of stuff. It's like, yeah, we knew. It's like, oh, like when we saw the trailer, I'm like, oh, there he is.
It was,
sucks.
you know what? Negan Tekken.
That one,
That was fucked up.
that was a
I'm just like, I
trip.
don't even know who this guy is.
Oh
Why is
my
Walking Dead in
God.
this game?
Oh my, one of the funniest videos because I love seeing stuff like that and then finding as many like live crowd videos from when that happened. Like one of my favorites is looking at all the different videos that people would take on their phones and shit from when Cross Tag was announced at Evo, because they see it come up and then you see Hyde and Narukami just like clash real quick, and there's that delay where people are trying to process what's happening, and then just like how fucking everything explodes. There's something about that that's just really
Yeah.
satisfying for me to like watch and listen to.
And then when fucking Ruby showed up,
but
and everyone's like, yo, what the fuck,
Yeah.
yo?
the Negan one was so funny because there's a video from Wooly of like Pat and Wooly, and then like Wooly's just standing there and everyone around him is getting really excited or whatever, and he just turns the camera around and he just looks at him and he's just doing this. He's just what? He's just doing this. It was so funny.
I remember
that was
like I've said this
fucking
before,
weird.
the Bob announcement, one of the funniest ones for Tekken 7.
Everyone's
Because
just booing.
I remember
I was
when
excited.
he got announced, like, I remember one video I watched, all you could hear, like, it's an audible, like, because I think me and Vash were there when they got announced. Literally, it was an audible, no! From, like, everybody.
It was palpable. It
They
was
were so
energetic.
mad about Bob.
This big man coming out here,
tight.
speed and weight, dude. I was like, hell yeah, dude. Because I saw it and I got excited because I knew you were gonna be pissed.
I was so mad.
I was like, hell
I didn't
yeah,
want
dude.
Bob
Let's
back.
get it. I love
No
this
one
character.
liked Bob.
I
That's
like
the
him.
thing.
He's a goofball. Literally a ball. I like him.
Just such an oppressive piece of shit. He shouldn't
great.
be. But and then like fuck, what was it? There's a couple announcements like the jury Urian that was at like I think it was CEO that they announced that one.
those
Yeah, it
two
was
quick
CEO
shots.
because fucking
Yeah.
Elijah was
yeah,
fucking swinging on the ropes.
He's on the fucking
Yeah.
ropes, just going ape shit. Oh, little did you know.
That was probably one of the best reveals because they didn't really like they would just come in, do a quick little corp intro, did like 3 moves, and then they did their outro. Next character.
They didn't even do
That
3.
shit's
They
sick.
did like literally like 1 move, and then would
Well,
just
Yeah.
do,
Jury,
and would
no,
just do a
Jury was the
pose.
one who got the reveal. Urian's was just the fucking
No.
fucking
The
killing
reveal.
people.
Jury and Urian were both like really fast at the very end because the reveal was for
Balrog.
Balrog.
Balrog, yeah.
They had that, and then at the very end, it was a cut for Jury, and everyone was freaking out. And then it was a cut for Urian, and everyone really freaked out. It was cool.
Well, still haven't got my doll character in that. Whatever, fuck.
The other one I remember like people getting really excited about, like in the crowd. And it was a smaller crowd, but it was whenever like people first saw they first unveiled the intro for Arcade Edition. You just saw like a couple of characters you know like G and them who were just like, who the fuck is this? And then like Cody would come out, and everyone was just busting nuts. And then they see like him up
Sagat.
like so Cody Sagat. Yeah, I was like, this is weird. Because when it first starts and you see Sakura and then Blanca, and Blanca hadn't been announced yet, and I'm like, oh, that must be like a story thing, right? I didn't understand they were just revealing all the characters, and then we saw
Yeah, no
G
one
and then-
really understands.
and then like yeah,
Yeah.
when everyone started, and then like when Cody came out, I was like, oh no, they're fucking playable. That's crazy. Like that's really weird.
Remember all the hype for Marvel Infinite DLC characters that there was?
Yeah.
Yep,
Key the
Shib.
cricket, key the cricket noise.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You guys don't want Venom and Black Panther and Black Widow and Winter Soldier?
I do, just not in this.
Well,
fucking-
people like Venom. It was the rest of them that was the issue, though.
Well, yeah, like yeah. Well,
Who was the Capcom ones? Sigma, Monster
Monster
Hunter.
Hunter.
Sigma, Monster Hunter.
One more, right?
We don't even know.
Well,
actually.
no. It's
No, it was just those two.
It's displaced because remember there's one extra because it was
Oh,
on
yeah,
Marvel
yeah,
side. Yeah, because
they did one
there's-
pack had 2 Marvels.
that's one of the worst things about it is that the game's left like out of all the jank and all the bullshit that happened with the game is that the roster is not even. How do you have a versus game for 2 different companies and you have and you look at the character select that
The Marvel
awful
just creeps
that
over one
awful
square.
fucking graphic design is my passion character select screen, and Winter Soldier is just in an extra box over to the left taking up a Capcom spot. That is the most infuriating thing ever to me.
Bro, all those deals, all like Winter Soldier and Black Panther and Black Widow are all so fucking lame, dude. Like
They
they're not even cool to look at.
Black Widow plays really boringly. Winter Soldier is just like a better version of Spencer. In a lot of ways, in terms of like armor and like his general the approach that he
Black
has. or
Panther
whatever.
is kind of like
Black
the Wolverine
Panther is,
replacement.
I think it's pretty cool. Like in the game, I think he's neat, but
He's just ass.
it's just, yeah.
It was like after the first Like, no, it was like after the first one with Monster Hunter and Black Panther. Like, after that, I didn't care
Yeah.
at all. Like, eventually, like, people just stopped playing the game. Just wasn't, I don't know, one
They
active
did
player on
one-
Steam
they
right
did
now.
One tournament, and they're like, "Oh, game's dead. Sorry, guys."
Fun fact, and I want to say I can't remember what award ceremony it was because they all run together now. I want to say it was like Academy Awards or some shit. But best visual effects went to Black Panther. And if you have seen Black Panther, you know that's one of the ugliest fucking CG uses of CG in a film I've seen in a good fucking while. Like, we're talking about some sci-fi. Well, we were talking about MVC. Now I'm talking about that fucking movie because, like, I mean,
I've never seen
that last fight scene in that fucking movie is straight up some like sci-fi original movie kind of shit. It is horrendously bad. You're gonna tell me if you want to like compare it to other like the Marvel bullshit. If you want to take like fucking Thanos bringing down a moon, right? Q Mr. Sam Explains talking about moons. Like, if you want to take that and then say, yeah, it's not as good as this fucking scene with Black Panther and not Black Panther fighting in the most awful fucking like PS2 era CGI rendering that's still not able to beat fucking like Square Enix's like CGI at the time on PS2. Your fucking Cage and like FF10 openings and shit. Like, it's horrendous, and that shit won. Oh my god, I was kind of pissed. Whatever.
Yeah, I haven't seen that fucking movie.
It's not very good. I think it's like out of like all the MCU shit, I think most of it's kind of whack or whatever. But I think that's one of the worst, just all around. It's a shit movie.
Academy Awards, dude.
Oh well.
You're clearly wrong.
What one best animated?
I don't give a fuck. I hate those categories.
Black Panther.
It was
I
Into
just-
the Spider-Verse.
I
Should
don't
have been,
know.
but no.
Like, I want
Kind
to
of,
I want to give films credit when they do win things like that, but at the same time, calling animation a category in and of itself, regardless of genre, tones, or themes, just fucking irks me.
Well, Into the Spider-Verse is up for movie of the year too, wasn't it? Or no?
Was it?
I don't know. I don't pay attention to that
Yeah.
shit.
It's either make a separate award show for animation in the same vein and from the same producers as a fucking. I mean, I don't like those shows anyway, but like, either
Yeah.
do that for animation and consider it its own like unique art form, or group all those movies in the same way as you would in terms of performance and things like that.
Your Name wasn't even nominated the year that came out. That movie was fucking huge. Like,
Yeah.
not even just for anime fans. Like, the movie was worldwide, pretty
Yeah.
big deal, and the animation in that was really fucking good. And
I mean, it's so interesting to
Wasn't even
look at
nominated.
like what to go back and look at like things that people have said, people that were on the like the voting table for these various events, and how often, especially in terms of animation, things get really butchered. Like, I remember, I think I think Frozen, what was that, 20? What year was that? 20
Frozen 2013.
13. I know that won a bunch of stuff, and like there were a bunch of
Frozen.
movies that were on a lot of
2013.
the lists, and I remember reading a bunch of reports from like different like comments and things like that from different different people who were part of like the voting team, basically, who they would get to the animated film section, and they would just outright say like, yeah, I didn't really watch all these. I know this movie's really popular with my kids, so I watched it with them. It seemed pretty good. So I cast a ballot for it. It was that kind of stuff. Like, it was just blatantly like, I don't give a fuck. It's cartoons. They're for kids. Like that was a lot. That was a lot of it. And I just
Yeah.
wanted to fucking end it. Like, I hate that shit. So I can't. But that's the case with a lot of these shows in general. Not even just with animation. Animation gets pushed a lot more in that regard, but or gets beaten up a lot more in that regard. But yeah, I can't take those shows very seriously because I don't feel like the people
Most
who
award
really vote
shows
for that
suck
shit.
regardless of their scale. I feel like
Yeah.
the Crunchyroll Anime Awards are literally just like, hey, what was the most popular anime this year? It's gonna
Right.
win fucking everything.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if it was bland, generic shonen bullshit. It's gonna win 25 awards.
I mean, that's how a lot of the game. That's how a lot of the gaming stuff is. You know,
Yeah.
you look at it, and when it doesn't help that, you'll look. It's. I see shows like that, like when Game Awards was happening, and you know, credit where it's due. Like those shows have gotten so much fucking better since the Spike days. There's actually a really good video on the No Clip channel. No Clip does all these great video game documentaries, and they have a great interview with Jeff Keighley on that kind of stuff, and he talks about the origins of it. It's really great. I love that guy. And he's just talks about all this stuff where it's like, even with the most recent show they just did, he's still like, man, it just certain things I'm just not able to do, and I'm still pushing it to make the best show I can, and I'm not there yet, but I'm gonna keep working on it, and I'm glad people have been patient enough with me to get this far. But like, I look at the voting, and it's so frustrating that every single year it's just, most categories, it's like the same 5 games just for every category until you get to something very, very specific. And then even then you get weird stuff like Monster Hunter won Best RPG, and most people are like, I don't, what? What?
Dude, when Red Dead didn't win Game of the Year, I was like, what the fuck, really?
But it's like when you see when you see like best action game, best like when you see like 8 different genres, and the same, out of like 5 games you see the same 3 or 4 just over and over. It's like, it'll be like, okay, here's the Rockstar game, here's the Ass Creed game, here's like insert popular Japanese game, here's a COD, I don't know, like Spider-Man, some shit, Red Dead, whatever. It's just like, it becomes very apparent, God of War, all that kind of stuff. It's just like, here's the big AAAs. Well, they can, and they all try to do so many different things. So it's like, okay, well, you have your, okay, well, Spider-Man, God of War, Red Dead, all those games try to have like, again, these epic scale adventures with like amazing visuals, incredible original like narratives, soundtracks, voice direction, writing, things like that. And you're essentially limiting it to where it's like, okay, these games are trying to do so much that you would find like really pushed in film, that when you have all these categories that are promoting and trying to award, you know, best dialogue, best performances, things like that, like you're gonna limit yourself to such a small amount of fucking games. And that's why a lot of people still use that they throw the term Oscar bait in there, because it ends up being a similar thing where, yeah, you have like a million movies that you can go through for Oscars and things like that, but they're only going to pick like the 5 or 6 that just are pushed or whatever. But even that, you still have a larger pool to work with. Well, I feel like when it comes to these awards, it's like those games being picked are so much more obvious, because those are like the select few that were given so much fucking money and so many people and so much time and so many actors and performers and writers and things like that, that it's like, okay, well, of course those games are going to fucking dominate. And then you get into like the either very select genres where those games don't apply, like your music and rhythm games, your puzzle games, your little like, you know, quirky indie games and platformers and things like that, your multiplayer focused games, whatever, where it starts to deviate a little bit. But then the majority of the show is just for like, okay, well, let's just give shit to the big AAAs. And so it gets boring. It's really boring.
Pitchforks and torches if Cuphead didn't win Best Art Direction. I was like, y'all, like, I don't give a fuck what any of these other games have accomplished. Cuphead's fucking
Cuphead won.
Everything was fucking. Yeah, it won. It won.
But what else was on there?
Like, everything in that game is fucking hand drawn.
Because everything else was just a matter of like, oh, it's so pretty. So you had, I think like Red Dead was on there, right?
Red Dead.
Bunch of the generic,
I don't remember.
Just bunch of the greater games. Like it wasn't a lot of really like super unique stuff. It was just, you know, the only one that really stood out that much was Cuphead. Yeah. So. It all just runs together. But I can still give them credit for putting on a much better show than they used to when it was on Spike TV, and they would have Samuel Jackson come out and be like, "Man, when Mario eat that mushroom, he gets so high."
Here's some bodacious babes.
Here's some bodacious babes, dude. Hey, remember booth babes in E3? Remember the old days? You had booth babes.
Yeah.
Go on G4, you have dudes with the fucking the old the Backstreet cuts with the fucking the spiked hair and the shit, the jello. I'd be like, whoa, man, look. Straight out of the fucking Guy game and shit. It's coming out and be like, whoa, dude, top 10 booth babes. Whoa. That was great.
Wackadoo!
Wackadoo.
People wonder why G4 fucking tanks, dude.
It was the most
I
desperate
actually watch a lot
shit.
of fucking Kevin Pereira's podcast now that he does, and he gives a lot of insight behind like what the fuck was going on at G4 most of the time. It's really interesting to hear him talk about that shit.
Did you ever sit around sick from school in the mornings at 8 a.m. and watch Leo Laporte and Kevin Pereira do Call for Help? And then they would do screensavers. That was like good shit on Tech TV. That was like good shit. And that's all it was. They would just sit around and just like get calls of people trying to like get them to help their computers and shit. Yeah, it was great. And they were funny as shit. Dude, Leo Laporte and Kevin Pereira and all those guys were the best.
I Yeah, I still follow his podcast a lot. Like, I watch it well, I mean, he does like podcasts once a week, but then he has like 3 streams a week where him and Alex Correa just go live and they just sit there and talk about shit and just like for a couple hours and then they sign off.
That's cool. I'll have to watch that.
Yeah, they recently started up again after the whole his Twitch channel got deleted and everything for viewbotting.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, it sucks. I mean, don't view bot.
Yeah, because, well, yeah, essentially, he had all these people. They were called The Attack back then. Their channel was called The Attack, and that was their brand. And they had a pretty big crew that they were employing, and he was obviously the CEO. And they would do like a bunch of skits and like shows, and like I think they even got hired to do like a show about gaming on Disney XD or something. But it just wasn't making money. Like he would stream it all on Twitch and like it'd get like no viewers, and so he would just like, I either have to fire everybody or that's it, I have to fire everyone. And he didn't want to like, I guess he like didn't want to fire everyone, so he tried to viewbot the channel to like get the viewers up to see if he could like make it.
Kevin.
But yeah, he's like it got outed right away, like, hey, he's using view bots, and then so he was like, all right, I'm just gonna delete the channel. I'm not gonna wait for Twitch to fucking ban us or whatever. I'm just gonna take everything down, and I'm gonna find everyone that works here new jobs in the industry, and then worry about myself later because I got plenty of money saved up.
Well, it's a lot more respectful than you know who. Mr. Epic Games himself was trying to do. Fucking, hey y'all, don't come into work today. Let me tweet this out real quick. Y'all are fired. Good luck, assholes. Ooh, man. Is this the Pointless podcast? Is that what he's? I found his Twitter. Okay,
Pointless podcast is when he like brings in a guest and then he'll like interview the guest and talk.
Okay,
and then office hours. Office hours is just him shooting the shit with Alex Correa.
That's cool.
Like,
yeah.
Alex Correa, like, he's been hosting a bunch of shit lately. Like, he hosted all the Twitch Rivals stuff. I don't know if you've seen any of that. And then he fucking hosted like that CBS Game Award thing that they had like on TV. And so like he came and was talking about how like much of a shit show that was and stuff. Like they get into some pretty interesting topics. But yeah, like, so he randomly like came back like a year or 6 months something after that all happened. It was just like, hey, I'm back. It's just me and Alex now. We're just gonna do a podcast, and then we're gonna talk some shit every other day that we're not doing a podcast. And we have a Patreon. If you donate to the Patreon, then at the end of the month we donate it all to charity. We don't keep any of the money or anything.
Okay,
so
well.
Yeah, and then so like he'll talk about like what happened and everything. But yeah, he like took some time off and then just came back, and he'll like make jokes about it all the time now because like they have affiliate on their channel but not partner. He's like, I don't think we're ever going to get partner because of what happened before. I don't think anyone at Twitch is going to be willing to give us the check mark next to our name.
That's funny.
Michael.
Aceuhh.
Are you really only going to be playing Apex Legends Fortnite for the rest of your goddamn life? Are you done speedrunning, dude?
I don't know, man.
Just gotta find the right game.
It just feels like such a commitment. Whenever, even with playing Fortnite, I feel like whenever I play games now, I just get that feeling in the back of my head that I should be just doing something more productive. And then I know.
Welcome to the club.
And then I play video games anyway, and then I just feel bad all the time. That's just life, you know?
Then I tell this dude, hey, play Dragon Ball with me. Full emo mode. And he's like, I don't want to, Ace. I'm playing Fortnite with my friends. They fucking hate you.
Oh, okay, whatever, man. Whatever.
I've been trying to find, like, I want to submit something to GDQ since I'm finally going to GDQ for the first time, but I haven't felt the desire to actually like run anything past month, so I don't know what I'm going to end up submitting.
I've been keeping my speedrunning stuff.
You said what? You cut out again.
I've been keeping my speedrunning stuff like under wraps, but
oh, you're like
it's just,
man.
Well, I mean, it's just more or less.
Okay, listen. Paradigm Shift wouldn't have been that good if Kuma and Taka were on Twitter every fucking day being like, dude, I found this sick new way to fucking reverse shuffle with Dante. It's super fucking cool. No, that shit wouldn't have been it. You just come out, you drop it, you come out with all this knowledge that you got on your own, and you're no longer some dude, you're no longer some fuckboy, you're a god.
You're a god.
Do you
Yeah,
want
but
to
then
be
you're still
God or do you want to be a
revealing it, right?
fuck boy?
You're
Who gives
revealing
a
it, but
shit?
you're revealing it, but you put more work and effort into properly understanding it, being able to give out that info in a way that's not just going to be like randomly thrown on Twitter and then lost, like 95% of the FGC wants to do. You
Yeah,
actually want to
exactly.
consolidate it into ways and like put some time into it. And that way people can reference it and be like, here's the fucking guy who did it, and you get that backing. It's good.
Oh yeah, putting time into it's good. I just mean don't like completely hide it, you know? Like don't
Well,
find
I
your
mean,
hot tag
No,
and
it's not a matter
record
of
it
completely
and never
hiding.
mention
I
It's
don't-
a
I
matter of
just-
putting
someone
time
else
into it.
figures it out.
It's a matter of putting time into it and understanding it properly, so that way when you do put it out there, again, there's a better reference point where people can see who it is, who found it, who made it, who put the time into showcase like what it is and what it's about, and then you get that proper. You get. I feel like that's credit that you deserve in the community.
And it doesn't get patched out.
Right.
Well,
And
Yeah,
you put
that's true.
you put your name on it. We still call the fucking the old hop that we did in KH1 where you jump on the barrel or you don't even jump on the barrel. You would swing it. In PS, you can't do it well in PS4, but in PS3 you would jump against the bush in Destiny Island and you would swing at the right time. You get up there, whatever. It was the Toji hop because Toji Maru found it and he put it out there and he made sure people knew it was him. You put your name
Ace
on that shit.
space. Even
Ace
like
space.
Ace space, Ace skip. I flew into a wall. I didn't do anything. What do you mean? That's it.
Yeah, as long as it gets out there at some point.
Yeah, no, it's not a matter of just like hiding it forever. There's no point in that.
Yeah, I just mean hiding tech forever.
No.
I want
No,
this to become
no, I
knowledge
I mean,
that
I'm already
goes
doing
to
that in
Vash's
DMC.
deathbed, you know?
I'm
Are
all,
you
dude. There is shit in DMC4 that when I die, it's going with me.
See, that's toxic
That's
as hell,
so
man.
sick, though.
Are you,
it's
are
in
you
the
comparing
dome.
Vash to the Japanese in Please Blue
What?
Cross Tag?
100%,
Yeah.
dude. If there is ever a Blitz style tournament, me and like 3 other Neros are gonna know exactly how to make that cooler, and then like I'm the only one who's gonna have Key of Cronus tech for Dante. It's gonna be amazing.
If it happens, but you're probably gonna
It's
die.
never, dude. 100%, dude. I'm probably. It's gonna be like 6 years before I play DMC4 again. Just kidding. It's probably gonna be like a few months.
Well, like I like the big thing for me. It's like my speedrunning stuff. I don't like to stream my like practicing or anything like that because if I find something cool, I don't want other people to fucking see it. What the fuck?
See, that's toxic, man. You
No,
gotta
it's
step
not!
up, man.
I used to think that way, and then I really thought about it, and I was like, the only shit that I actually really like doing is the shit that I just find anyway. Like at this
Yeah.
point, they like these fuckboys have a Reddit thread or whatever. We're like, guys, you know that if you jump cancel high shot, sometimes they'll take a bullet. It's like, just fucking, just figure this shit. Just fucking figure this shit out on your own, kids. I don't know. It's a journey. Make it one. It's like it's boring,
Yeah.
and you come out worse for it if
Yeah.
all you
I
do
used-
is just wait for
Oh,
other
Well,
people
man,
to
that's
do
you
that.
that's why I love.
You guys remember how much shit I used to get from people because I wouldn't give them my core file?
Yeah.
So many people, Ace, I'll run the game if you give me the core. No,
It's
what
not
the
like
fuck?
it's not hard to make. It's not a fucking data file. You're
know.
not grinding for mega elixirs. You're grinding for fucking shock charms. It's easy. It does not take that much time.
That's
And
all it was
the main
back
thing,
then.
the main thing with that too, the data org stuff I can understand because something for mega, especially like I finished on PS4 and it wasn't nearly as bad, but trying to do that on PS2 or God forbid PS3 was not. It was a pain. I could understand people not wanting to do it. I remember going to BB back in 2014 when we went to HQ and I was like, dude, I really want to mess with that org, and I did mess with it, but like. I went to him and be like, can you just, like, I've done everything. The only thing I can show you, I can prove it to you. The only thing I have not done is the synth. I just don't want to do the synth, but I've put in the work to make the file and I really do care about it. I'm not just trying to like fucking be a cheap bitch and just take the file. But you had a lot of people who were like, oh dude, BB, give me the file. He copied it to like 8 memory cards. I was probably the only one out of all of them who actually messed with the damn game. But like,
The
it's-
only reason I got it is because I was laying in bed and he was giving him the file. I was like, hey, do mine too.
yeah, but like part of-
Everybody's supposed to hoard that shit.
Yeah,
Just like,
but-
oh man, just in case I might want to try this.
Right, but like part of the stuff with core, it was like I was telling people like just what you were saying, Ace. I was like, dude, number one, it's not nearly as hard to make. It doesn't take nearly as long, and number two, it's like you're like most of the people that were wanting to do this were people that like barely put much time into the game or ran the game at all, and it's like you are going to get so walled so fast and just not want to do it, and it's like you are
You're
better.
gonna
off,
not
you're
know how
better
to deal
off-
with Heartless One and you will lose.
Right, you're better off at making a full level 1 crit file, understanding the game a little bit better, and that way, by the time you get to core, at least you won't be like completely fucking new to it. Because there are a lot of
People
people,
used to get
even
so mad.
people who play doing stuff, there were people who are like, yeah, I don't really mess with crit or anything and stuff, but I've done like beginner runs, and it's like, you don't know yet. You don't know.
See, that's just people
like,
being fucking lazy, dude. That's
But
all
I mean,
it was.
like, if you want to run the category, that's fine. But it's like there's a lot more stuff that you can have fun with as far as being able to like make the file yourself and gaining not only a sense of appreciation but just a better sense of comfort with the game.
I told people, hey, see me at GDQ. I'll give you the file at GDQ. If you don't, hey,
right?
You ain't getting. I ain't brute forcing nothing. I ain't giving you no file. You do this shit on your damn self.
But even when it
I
comes
made
to
core and .org files in PS3 and PS4, and I was like, just in case, and I never fucking did runs of either one of them. But I was like, hey, I'll make the files.
Yeah, it's like core is Cavern of Remembrance. It's a little 5-minute speed run we do of the Cavern of Remembrance in Cage 2.
But it only takes 15 hours to set up a file. No worries.
Yeah. It's fun.
Which in the grand scheme of how much practice you're going to do, it's time.
Yeah, no.
But in terms of like finding, because like I'm very much with Vash in terms of like not obsessing, especially when a game's new, like not obsessing over trying to find every little bit of new stuff that people are trying to put out, especially when it comes to like Twitter and Reddit and things like that. You get so much at once. It's like it feels like just such a wall of fucking information that it's like I'd rather just play the game and figure things out. Because if you can put in the time, okay, for example, right? Like I'm in the rest of my time, limited time I have messing around with Cage 3 before I get bored, go on back to 2FM crit and never touch 3 again. I'm putting in work to route proud mode, which I pretty much done at this point. I'm ready to start runs and experiment with that. For the most part, I could just watch like the beginner runs very, very closely and probably mimic a lot of it and then just adapt things from that and then try to see what works or whatever. But I kind of started from square one and just made a lot of my own shit up. I have an idea of certain things, but when I was doing when I was finishing up making certain save slots and like rewriting my notes on stream the other day, I streamed for like 9.5 hours the other day. It was really fun. But I had a lot of people who come in, and not in a mean way or anything like that, but I had people come and be like, oh dude, did you know that there's a strat here for this and that and this? And I'm like, no, I didn't know. And it's like, oh dude, like you should know this and that and this and that. And I was like, oh, I'll mess with it.
Yeah,
and it might be good, but it's like, you know, like one of the things that's been interesting for me is like, okay, there's so many fights where the reliance is put on, you know, okay, I'm gonna throw the fireballs at him, but it's like, oh, what if I try using this link here? Like I saw people using the Wreck-It Ralph link in this one part of Monstropolis, and I saw that like way later after I had started doing it myself, and I'm like, oh cool, they figured it out too. You know, I just think that's a more interesting aspect for me because I can feel like I'm not so obsessed with trying to find something unique that I can promote it to other people. I'm more of just like, oh cool, hey look, I found this. It's just I get something out of it, and God knows I need to get something out of this fucking game. So it's like, yeah, it's just I don't feel the need to rush in and try to find every single little thing to where like every day I'm looking, okay, what's the new strat? What can I adapt? What can I get this so I can get this fucking time? It's like I'm not. It's not that big of a deal. Like that shit can come in time.
I've barely looked at beginning game for Cage 3 speedruns. Like start game up until like end game, like I haven't seen like much of shit.
Yeah.
Because because every time I tune into a stream, they're like about done. Hey, you know, fire. But other than that, I mean, I don't want to. I want to go in there on my own terms when I first do my first run offline, and I want to figure out what seems good, what seems like really, really strong. I don't want someone telling me, oh, Ariel's really strong here. Let me find that out.
It's like one of the reasons why I fucking like it pisses me off trying to learn a fighting game, because it always just boils down to just go to the Discord and look at the fucking character guides, replicate it, and congratulations, you're playing with the same problems, and none of it's internalized yet. No. That's really the thing that like there's fundamentals to understanding spacing and input rhythm that you have to learn on your own.
Yeah.
And I think the learning process is so much better, especially with something like Devil May Cry, where you have so much opportunity to just show yourself as a person, like what you naturally gravitate towards, just based on first what you discover by accident, but also what you just put the time into doing. Like today, one of the big discoveries was that there is like I told you guys, there's a buffer window out of jump canceling. And I was about to test that shit when I got home today regardless. Fucking Chaser links me a video that Redgrave Keo, a DMC4 Virgil player, did. But the way he described it, he made it seem like you could only get the buffer if you did it out of an EX move. That's not the case. You can quite, like, I tested it. You just fucking roll from jump to melee, and the buffer is there. So the information that you're getting from these people isn't necessarily 100% accurate. You know, it's just, it helps you to just learn it on your fucking own.
Right.
And, like, sure, you're like, everybody's going to be incomplete, but people are already not on the same page with this shit. Like, people are already just not all on the same page in terms of what they know, what they want to do, and what they put the time into practicing and replicating. And it's only just the fucking demo.
Yeah. I feel like also in terms of being able to retain information, and I think of this more in like context to a speedrun, but you can apply it to a lot of stuff, including DMC, is that when it's day one and people are trying to just go, they don't spend a lot of time in the game. They spend most of the time on fucking Reddit and Twitter and things like that, just trying to gather information, gather bullet points so they can make their documents, and then just like have all this stuff at the ready so they can work on it and things like that. And not only does it make it more tedious, but also I feel like you end up like, okay, for when I learn a speedrun, or when I route a speedrun, this isn't the case for Cage, and necessarily this case for just anything. If I'm working on a game, or if I'm learning a game or whatever, I find it a lot more effective to spend time just going through a lot of things on my own and figuring out stuff to where I can get, as I keep playing through it over and over again, as I create a route for myself, or as I experiment whatever the existing stuff is to a limited degree, I'm able to better retain a lot of understanding of the game. I'm able to retain a lot of my knowledge of playing the game and what I experience, so that way when I go and I find someone who's like, oh, instead of putting this item on here, I save it for this fight, and instead I put on this ring instead of that one, and then I do the strat this way. And so I'm able to just like take that little piece, if you imagine just a line of just tiles and all these different little elements of the game, I'm able to just pluck that one out and put something else in its place without getting super confused by it. In fact, when I've been doing a lot of 2FM crit, like practice stuff recently, I decided to go a completely different way with it than I did in the past with a lot of cage runs and things like that, to where instead of, for example, saying, okay, I'm going to learn all these strats and I'm just going to go through it, and then I would eventually run into this wall where I get to a point where something weird happens that I don't understand, like I'm under leveled at a certain place because I didn't think about this certain factor that doesn't apply unless you run into it. It's not something you're typically going to see in notes. Or, oh, I went anti, or I did a drive at this point, I went anti, why did I do that? You know, all that kind of stuff happens. Or like, oh, I don't have enough ethers here. Oh, I have too many. Did I pick up an extra chest somewhere, or whatever else and stuff. And I get really confused because I'm strictly going on, okay, I watched all these videos, I watched these streamers, I know how to do the strats, I know how to execute these things. I just go from point A to point B and I just do them back to back. And I don't think about it in context to the run as a whole, because I learn all that stuff individually and then I just start trying to pump out runs. And instead what I started doing here was that I'm just going to, before I do any runs at all, I'm just gonna start the game, I'm gonna play through it in full very closely. And I'm gonna, because a lot of people do slightly different things as well during their routes and stuff. And I would find that, like, oh, okay, I can avoid these 2 ether chests because I'm not going to need them by end game. Oh, I can do this and I can do that. Okay, so as long as I do this, I don't have to do this. As long as this happens, then I can avoid that. And just by going through it over and over again in a more comfortable setting, instead of just relying on a bunch of just random information in a list and going off that specifically, I'm able to not only just play more comfortably and be able to retain it a lot better, but when I do see something like, oh, hey, this strat's different now, I'm able to, it doesn't affect anything else. Or it's like, oh, hey, you don't need that chest, you don't need to get that one. Just by if someone ends on my stream or whatever, it's like, you don't need to get that chest. And it's like, and I ask, oh, why? It's like, oh, well, because of this and that. And I say, well, I thought I would grab it because of A, B, and C. And they're like, oh, actually, well, you don't because of X, Y, Z or whatever. Yeah. And I'm like, oh, okay. So I don't have to think back and be like, well, I don't stuff, because I've developed enough of an understanding of the game and how the run works after just fucking with it enough. I feel like a lot of people, there's a foundation. There's a foundation there, and a lot of people don't approach it. a lot of games like that, and so I'm not surprised at all to see that frustration coming from you when it comes to DMC, because I know, and it's also a lot different than it was, 10 years ago, before. because now, and this goes for fighting games as well, like I was just saying, it's now like because the communities are so large.
This goes
and
for
because
KH
it
too.
goes for KH, well, any of these games, because when stuff is found, any sort of tech that's found, it's like people want to just be the first one out of the fucking gate on Twitter, on Reddit, or whatever, because it's so easy to just promote that shit. And then you end up in situations where it's like, okay, well, you gotta follow this hashtag on Twitter to find all these random bits of information so you can discover things about this character's tech in this game. Or you got to go on this Discord, you go on this or whatever, and people obsess over that. Like day one, it's like, all right, guys, all right, Vegeta players, where's the tech? Give me the stuff. And I'm like, can you just play the fucking game yourself and figure something
Well,
out?
it's just like, speaking of people like rushing, trying to just get into that spotlight, I'll never forget when which fucking demo kiosk was it? It was the Gamescom one. It's the one where they first debuted Punchline.
Yeah.
And fucking, I was asking Richard Kim, not to keep you, he was just the person I was communicating with at the time,
Right.
about jump canceling the fucking punch part of it. Be like, hey, you know, can you do it? Is it something like, or do they fly away too quickly? And he's like, yeah, it's not good. The first thing I fucking did when I boot up the demo is do exactly that.
Yeah.
And ostensibly replace it's a full-on knockback cancel for Nero, and you don't have to send out the gauntlet for it. It's completely timing dependent, and that shit's actually like hella useful for like just general like creating spacing, creating opportunity for yourself to like rev up and shit. Or like you just send them off into a motherfucking wall, no gauntlet follow-up. It's just like there's utility there, but it's also predicated on what you want to do.
I mean, that happens. I mean, that kind of thing happens a lot, though, when it comes to people just saying like,
absolutely,
and that's just general impression. But I mean, there's some people, and I mean, and I've had a lot of people who word stuff that way, where they're like, yeah, I mean, it's, you know, this isn't great or whatever and stuff, and it's not like a definite thing, especially that being from a demo. But there are some people who are just like, yeah, well, I don't see why you would do that. So this isn't good, or I don't know why you do this strat, or I don't know why you use this technique, or I don't know why you would do that. Yeah, I messed around with this. I did it for like an hour or whatever, nothing works. And then someone else comes along, like sometimes, especially when the whole community is like, oh yeah, well this guy says it's not good, so it's not. And then some guy like a month later is like, oh, actually you just time it, you do the timing differently this way. That happened with Twilight Princess HD. Everyone in the first like month or so when it came out were convinced that you couldn't clip into BB, what is it? It's the door where you clip it to get into that cannon room early. That launches you out.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? Everyone was like, you can't do it. You
so-
can't do it. I spent like 6 hours on it. You can't do it. And I think it was like either Fino or... No, it wasn't Fino. It wasn't Fino.
I forget who it was, but I know exactly what happened, what you're talking about, where the weird thing about TPHD is that when you turn from person to wolf, is you can do like the fast mode where you don't have to talk to Midna, where you just immediately do it, but there's still the option to... Is my mic fucked?
It's been doing it. It's been doing that like that.
Your wiring just a little bit. I can still understand you just fine.
We can understand.
Well, I understand. I figured it was a Discord thing, so I wasn't too worried about it.
No, it wasn't doing it last time he was talking, but it was doing it the first time he was talking.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry. I apologize.
No. We can hear you. It's fine.
No, I can hear you.
Okay. Well, yeah. So the whole Midna thing. So there was like two different ways you could do it. You could do it the new way, which was the quick way, or you could do it the old-fashioned way, which is actually talking to Midna. Everybody had been doing it the new way with the quick transformation, and it didn't work. All it took was someone doing the setup with the old-fashioned transformation by talking to Midna.
Yeah.
And instantly you could do it.
And
it was just like...
This was,
it was
like
so silly.
Weeks after people had just given up on it. And then one guy, and he even, I can't remember what it was. I remember seeing the stream because I remember I was on my phone or something and he was getting hype over it. And the first thing he said, he was like, I told you like we could find it. Like, why did you guys give up? Like, all you had to do was this. Why didn't no one tested this? He was frustrated. He's like, no one tested this? No one tried this? Because like, I did this in like 5 minutes.
It's like the dude. It's like the dude that actually found the core skip, like 100%. Like he just uploaded it to YouTube, and like he said he sent it to a bunch of people, and no one fucking gave a shit. I flew into a wall, and it was like, whoa, everybody! I'm like, yo, this guy actually did it. They're like, no, it's okay, dude. Woo! And I even asked the dude. He's like, no, that's fine.
No, it's like there's always like one quote from for some reason from Mass Effect that always stood out to me about Legion. When he was describing himself, it says, we are millions of eyes looking at the same thing.
Hmm.
And there's a lot of fucking value in that. It's like I'm not fucking pissed at RK or at for Keo for it. It's just a reality. And what I find is that there's a potential for a lot of people to just sort of come to like obviously discover the same shit. But there's just someone's gonna be fucking out there and they're just gonna like the stuff I'm finding right now in relation to like geometry collision and jet gadget or battery. Like to the best of my knowledge, that shit ain't out anywhere. The like ghetto side raves, nobody really doing that shit. Like it's gonna be done eventually, but it's just what I feel like working on right now.
I gotcha.
It's just unfortunate when you have so many people that will, whether they're really involved in the community or not, who will just, they'll see, like someone like, you know, like RK, right? Like super reputable player. And it's unfortunate that you'll have people who like, he might test something for like fucking 20 hours and just not be able to make something work just with the way he's doing it or whatever. And he can say like, yeah, I can't find anything. And then you'll have some people like, you know, you Vash or whoever else will be like, well, let me give it a shot, right? Like when the game's full out. But a lot of other people, and this goes with like any kind of game whenever there's like some sort of like higher level player that people are looking up to, where they're like, well, if BB tested this strat in KH2 and it doesn't, and it's not working for him after a couple hours, then yeah, it's probably not real. But then like fucking Rebel Walt will just like mess around with it like a few weeks later and be like, hey, like just put it out on Twitter and just be like, hey dude, I found this or whatever, and then people just don't see it. Like things, things, you know, things like that
It's
will,
like
will
the
happen a
calm
lot.
RNG
Yeah.
manipulation that
So you'll just
no
get a lot of
one
people
will
who will,
ever be
you get a lot of
It's
people
like
who will give
coded.
up too early.
It's like coded. You know, Berserkers find so many like
Draz
wrong
is-
orbs.
Yeah, Draz has found
and
all
just
sorts of
destroy
bullshit in that
coded,
game.
like
Yeah.
all up and down, and it's like no one really fucking cares.
Yeah.
Sucks.
I'm
It
like
sucks
the,
because
I don't know, like
tight.
I'm like the opposite of all that with speedruns, I guess, because if I'm the one to learn a run, then I'm just like, all right, tell me what to fucking do, tell me what the route is, and I'll just do that. Like,
I mean,
Well, sometimes
Shantae-
sometimes the game is like that, but I mean, it can vary
Yeah.
when there's so many factors that like
Forbidden.
depending on how it is when you want to learn enough on your own to give yourself a better understanding of things when things do go wrong, instead of being like, well, I did this trick perfectly, but like now it's not working all of a sudden, and it's like, well, you didn't. If you like literally just picked up a game that you've barely ever played, and it's just like, I'm gonna run this, and then you run into the problems, and you're like, well, what the fuck? Then it's like, well, you shouldn't be that surprised because you don't know the game
Yeah.
well enough in
Yeah.
and out.
Well-
But there are cases like where I'm sure like if Shib, if you were like, dude, Dax, Symphony of the Night is sick, and it's like I've never played it, but if I picked it up, yeah, the first thing I would be doing would be like, okay, well, what are the notes? What are the tricks? How you do them?
yeah,
Whatever else. Like you're not limited to do it.
for me, it depends on how new the game is, right?
right.
Like with KH3, sure, I'll look at what people are doing, and then I'm gonna go like this is what I've been doing. This is why my process is kind of slow. In this, is I'll go into every fight that we have to, and then I'm gonna do it my way, and then look at their way, do their way, and then I'm gonna go back and then try a bunch of other shit during that specific fight
right.
just to see if it's worth it, see what it comes out of in the future out of it. Like, you know, you just have to piecing all those parts together is difficult. But that's just for how new the game is. Like when I first started running KH2 had already been a pretty established run at that point. Like it hadn't been like, I mean, what world record at the time was like a 404 or some shit like that. Muffin had the record for a while. That was a long fucking time ago. But
yeah, I forgot about that shit.
I literally would just copy the run one for one because the game had been out for so fucking long. Like they had an established route. I'm not gonna sit here and try to be a tester for this stuff.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go in here and try to go as fast as fucking I can, you know.
Like for Symphony of the Night, it was like I played the game a million fucking times, but I've never done like glitches in the game or anything. But it's like when I fuck up a glitch, I can still tell in a run. I'm like, all right, I was too much to the left, or I was off a pixel there.
Mm-hmm.
Like I can still kind of tell what went wrong. Like the only kind of like, and like that game's obviously like been routed to hell. Like I'm not saying everything's been found, but there's nothing that I'm gonna find because I'm not really a glitch hunter or anything.
Yeah.
But like for Shantae, when I was like second place and then I got knocked down into third, and I was like, all right, I just did what the record did, but slower. And then the guy that knocked me into third place did a whole new fucking route that I had never seen. And so I watched his run and I was like, what the fuck is this guy doing? And then I was like, he's doing so many unnecessary things to beat this game, but he's still faster than me. It was like if he would just kept grinding in like FM or something when he could have just went and beat the game. I was like, why is he doing all this? So I was like, okay, I'm gonna take his route and I'm gonna take the world record route and I'm just gonna mash these two together and then I'm just gonna do like a run and see what happens. And I had like a fairly decent run, but it was my first run with that route, and I beat record by like 2 minutes or some shit. I was like, okay, so this seems way faster. There's a lot more potential with this route.
It's like Road Rash, dude. Saved a whole 10 seconds by buying a new bike after the second track. Fuck it. Michael,
so-
what kind of shit happened with fucking Tropical Freeze, dude? How did people find stuff in Tropical Freeze? How did you find things in Tropical Freeze?
Oh, we had some fucking rando on the ILs come into the Discord and be like, "Hey man, you can grab jump. Hope it helps. Bye." And we're all like, "What the fuck?" I was doing the IL for the first level, and me and this one other fucking guy like kept beating each other by like single frames back and forth, and then he ended up beating me right after I had all the ILs for All of World 1, and I got to gloat about that shit. And then he just shows up in the Discord. He's like, "Hey man, the way I've been doing this is if you hit grab before you do your double jump, he just goes higher. That's cool." And then he's like, "Hey, bye," and then we never saw him again. And we're all just like, "What the fuck? Like, you're only telling us this shit now?" And that's when the whole grab jump thing became like a big thing. We started adding it to like every level in the game.
Oh damn.
Yeah, and that's where I don't like when people hide tech, because like if we knew about grab jumps, we could have been able to do that shit so much earlier, you know?
You gotta develop it. You gotta
But on the
develop it a little
whole,
bit.
But once he dropped it, wasn't it fucking sick to go through these levels like, oh shit, you could do this, this, and this? What the fuck?
But we could have done that so much earlier, right?
You could have been doing it so much earlier, but it was hype during the time.
That we didn't.
Yeah, it was hype for the time, dude.
Listen, you gotta let these people who find this stuff, just like what Vash is doing, you gotta let them develop the tech, make sure you understand it better to be able to put it out proper, because you can end up in situations. No.
He did not put it up proper.
He will. Here's the thing. Because, not the guy that you're talking about, maybe, but fucking, I'm sure, like, Vash, I trust him, he's a good boy, but I'm saying, like, there are a lot of, look, you know how many times that I've seen someone come out and be like, "Whoa, dude, I just found this strat 5 minutes ago, it's super sick, guys," and then 10 minutes later, "Oh, sorry, it's not as consistent as I thought it was." 10 minutes later, "Okay, guys, don't do this strat, it's not even faster, I mistimed it."
Yeah, they just backtrack.
A lot. I've already seen that like dozens of times with people tweeting about KH3, be like, "Oh my god, I found this thing. I did this fight with Stitch, and oh my god, it did all this damage." And it's like, okay, I tested it like 20 more times and it doesn't work. I got lucky. It's like it's like welcome to the fucking game. It's like, dude.
It's like the leg up strat in Road Rash 2, dude. I found out that if you just hold the leg up and don't even use the attack, the hitbox is out, and you can just hit shit, like hit bikes away from you. So I did that in my record run the first time I got record, and the Russian that beat me, I guess who started using the leg up tech? That guy. Fuck him, dude. And now everyone uses leg up tech against fucking other bikes. Fucking Russia, dude. They took my record. I'm the greatest rasher alive, goddammit.
It's like they took my record, I'm gonna take their fucking children.
Jesus.
And their vodka.
Can't take anything from KGB you haven't already taken.
Whoa, okay.
Also, I'm not sharing shit. This ain't a charity. If you catch it on stream, I explain it. You best be taking notes.
See, I think that's
frame by
toxic.
frame.
Why is that toxic?
Okay, I think this
This
doesn't
need to be either you hide all your tech forever and learn things on your own 100%, or
some
you just
things need to go to the grave, Michael.
Like you need to do both of them, right?
Some things need to go to the grave, Michael.
You don't need to do anything.
No,
you don't have to do a goddamn thing.
I can
actually,
kill myself right now. I just go
you absolutely could.
But I mean,
you absolutely could, but you're not gonna.
No, because that's toxic as hell, man. I'm not about that life.
You're being toxic right now, dude. You're being toxic.
No, and I get being like people should play the game. They shouldn't just go on Reddit and stuff. But I mean, going on Reddit isn't inherently the problem. It's if you're doing only one instead of the you should do both if you want to learn as fast. as possible,
but I mean, people when it's a new game, people
but
obsess
the thing
over
is, people
trying
are
to gather
lazy.
data. People obsess over trying to gather data, and then they're swamped by so much shit at one time that they don't.
People
spend
like
time
feeling like they're knowledgeable.
Yeah, people want to do that and be like, "I found this, or I did this, or whatever," and it's just like relax and fucking just enjoy the game. There's a lot more to it.
Yeah.
Than just that.
Yeah, it depends what they want out of it.
Yeah. I mean, there are a lot. Look, I mean, there. Go ahead.
with Shib just like learning speedruns, and I did that with OOT, where I didn't just super fuck around. It was kind of just, okay, tell me what to do and I'm gonna copy it.
Sure.
But I didn't want like mastery of the game engine or anything. I just wanted to be able to do the cool
Yeah.
OOT tricks.
I mean,
right?
every time I've done
so
like,
it really just depends what you want.
every time some of us has done the 12-hour challenge, that's literally all it is. It's like, okay, I have 12 hours, just give me what I need to know. Like right now, this is not a serious game. I just want to learn. Like, just give me
And then
everything.
you try to
I
learn
need to know.
Klonoa and you get your ass fucked for 12
Yeah,
hours.
you're not
Like, oh, I'm
actually
never doing
learning
this
it.
again.
You're just doing it in
Dude,
12 hours.
learning SAT was sick because I did horribly, but man, I had like 50 fucking SAT people in there who were just hyped to see me play because they knew how I was from Sonic 06, and they're like, "Oh, dude, fucking Dax is playing this game, sick!" And they were super disappointed when they found out I wasn't really going to touch it afterwards because I'm not learning all this fucking Emerald pieces. Fuck that. I'm not learning all these names. They have like 19 Google Doc pages open. I'm like, nah, I ain't about that. But it's like, what was I gonna say? There's a lot when it comes to like in speedruns. I see this a lot where I've seen a lot in KH where people will obsess over like, okay, I gotta know every strat, I gotta know how to do all this stuff or whatever, and they know all the strats, they can do all the fights perfectly, they can do all this and that or whatever, they're really solid, but their times are still like lower by like several minutes no matter what. And they're just like, what the fuck, man? What the fuck? And then you'll have people like, I remember this being such a weird concept for people to understand back in fucking I want to say it was like 2014 or 15. Whenever Shib, Aceuhh, do you remember when or BB? Remember when Zetris first came on?
That was like 2015.
2015, because he came out and was hanging in chats for like 2 weeks, and he started doing runs or whatever, and he was already like top 6 or 7 on the boards, like just like that. And people were like, dude, this guy's a fucking god. And then he's like, no, I've been playing the game for months. Like, I've been practicing for months. I just hadn't done runs yet. And that was like, that's not something a lot of people are really used to. And so when Miss started learning Miss Master, he started learning KH2 a while ago.
That still makes me mad.
And he was like, but I mean, he practiced and like learned it away from the stream or whatever and stuff for like a month, and just like did a lot of grinding. And when he started doing runs, he was already like really high up on the boards, and people still,
he got a 405 his first run,
right? And people were just like, how are you such a god? And it's like, because he practiced. Like, well, like he literally just worked on the game, did not do runs, and just worked on understanding it to where when he actually started running, he was very prepared. And a lot of people just aren't really as familiar with doing that.
It's one of those.
That's just like that's a more of a, sorry if my mic is horrible.
No, it's fine. No, it's fine.
Don't worry, dude.
It's fine.
Okay, that's more of a sensational sort of thing, in the sense that it's like when Daigo gets like second place or first place in Street Fighter in like 1 week, and then at the next tournament he goes to, like, he gets 9th place.
Yeah.
Like, people would be like, oh my god, Daigo's amazing.
The king has fallen. What the fuck is happening?
And then he gets 9th place, and he's like, he's washed. He's done. And it's literally just that's the words that you're hearing are just from people that literally don't even understand the concept of putting in time to gain mastery of a game and get good at it.
I don't know. Like, it's the picture I just posted in Discord. It's one of those things that I've always fucking lived by, even back in like 07 when I first started like really getting serious about Halo and stuff like that. If you want to be good at stuff, you gotta practice. Like, it's like Pain. I'll harp on Pain all day because this man will complain about Street Fighter, about how he's bad and how he shouldn't play. The man don't practice.
Yeah, this isn't practice.
You don't practice. It's how you get better at things. Like, it's a hard to swallow pill for some people. It's a real big pill, but chew it. Do whatever you can to get it down your damn throat. You got to practice if you want to be good at things. Like, it's a simple fucking concept, but it's a way you got to understand. Like, this is why I tell Michael Goldfish, hey, play me in Dragon Ball, dude. Why not? Come on, it'd be fun. And he's like, I don't want to, Aceuhh. I fucking hate you. Fuck off. Don't talk to me anymore. Stop messaging me.
You portray me as the biggest asshole of all time. Holy shit.
He said, stop fucking talking to me. Do you know who I am? I ran at a GDQ once, you fucking idiot.
Yeah,
Fuck
don't
you.
even talk to me. I play Fortnite.
Exactly.
I am so
above you.
Why are you even talking to me?
Exactly. And I'm like, play me in Dragon Ball, Michael. You have potential. You're good. And he's like, I don't wanna. I'm gonna lose. And it's because
well,
Michael,
actually, don't say anything because I blocked you. Conversation ago.
But see, if you just took the L in a hotel room for like a few days, you'd be able to block him in match, and then you won't have to block him on social media.
Your EX kicks.
Wow,
doesn't mean
dude.
shit. That's plus on block.
Shit owned, man.
That's plus on block.
That's plus on block. That doesn't mean shit.
Think I give a hoot if you block that, dude?
I guess
It's just because you couldn't hold down back, dude.
Like when I do random like KH2 races, like I don't really know the route for crit that much. I know a couple of shots, but it's mainly just me going off of my knowledge in the game. Like,
Right.
okay, I know that this fight is coming up, and I know that I can do this to get through this fight, like and stuff like that, pretty much.
Yeah, Jamil beat me. Jamil beat me at a bar in Orlando because they had pads and I didn't know how to put a pad. He beat my ass, dude. And then he got a free drink out of it because he beat up on some other old people's ass.
I was running Marvel Infinite on Xbox.
He
One
was,
day.
dude. This dude was running the game in a bar. And then Payne got his ass beat in Street Fighter 4 by some random black dude that I played, and then we like actually had matches. That shit was tight. He was so surprised somebody could come up in Street Fighter 4 and give him a match. I just played Cammy because I didn't remember how to play anyone else. It was tight. But yeah, no, that's why, Michael, you got to practice Dragon Ball, and then you can start beating me, and then I'll start getting mad.
Oh yeah, I know.
But no, I don't. I just want to play Apex Legends. I just want.
Well,
to play
how am I
Apex
gonna get
Legends.
good at Apex Legends if I don't practice it, son?
No, who are you gonna fucking practice, dude? You'd have more fun playing Dragon Ball with me.
I'm really bad with practice too. My practice ethic is fucking like terrible. Like I think I just get lucky, honestly, because like,
Well,
when I started running Symphony of the Night, I was like, practice for a week, and I was like, but I don't practice specific tricks. I'm like, I'm just gonna play through the entire run. And I did that like 10 times. I was like, I'm just gonna start doing runs, and I never streamed practice. I just went to start streaming runs, and I got what is my PB? It's like a 20 something or 21, which is like pretty decent, I think, because there's people that were running the game for like 6 to 8 months who I beat within a matter of days, PB wise. But I was like, but my practice is still like terrible. Like I'm still fucking up the same things.
Mhm.
I have a 21-25, which I guess isn't terrible, but I want to get sub 20 still. But like, when I go to I get tilted super fucking easily from anything. So if I fuck up a trick in the run, I'm like, all right, I'm fucking tilted the rest of this run. Like this fucking shit's done. And then I go and practice that trick in practice, and I practice it over and over and over again. And then I fuck it up with something else up in the run. And I'm like, I gotta practice that now. And then I practice that a bunch, and I fuck something else up the next time. That's like I just have a really bad mindset. Like when it comes to like speed running, and it carries over to fighting games too. I get tilted really fucking easily.
I think with shit like that, and this extends over to like Devil May Cry as well, I'm honestly suspecting that people are very disingenuous with the amount of work they put into developing their games. Because what I think, Shib, what I think you're describing is quite literally like how they. I struggle to believe that there is a player on the planet who just picks something up and just without putting in an extreme amount of hours just does shit correctly all the time within like their first few attempts at it. Because like I still think that in order to reach a point, and I think Zem talks about this occasionally, where it's like in order to hit the level of consistency that that even he has, and he fucks shit up all the time with his game, he has fucking thousands of hours in his shit. And I think that's still on some level a requirement in order to continuously pump out PBs. The only game I can think of where that might have been the case on some level might, because towards like 2016, I want to say there was just this kid who came into the scene and he put in a shit ton of time, but it wasn't as much as like a Trihex or anything like that. But he became world record holder in, I don't remember what it was.
Do you remember his
he became
name?
world
Because
record
I think you
in
broke up when you were
Hundo.
saying it. You broke up for me.
Oh
when
no,
you were
I
saying
don't.
it.
I don't remember his
okay.
name.
I didn't hear that part.
But he was a kid.
I didn't
Well,
hear the
like
game. What
16-year-old.
game was it?
Yoshi.
Oh, Yoshi's Island. Yeah, like I don't know. I've always been really bad with tilt. Like I used to play a fuck ton of League of Legends too, and it's like 5 minutes in the game, like, oh, I fucking missed a CS or gave up first blood, then I'm on tilt the rest of the fucking game. It's like, and I'm afraid to fight in lane. I'm not gonna play aggressive or anything. I'm just gonna sit there and farm under my fucking tower because I'm like, I'm just gonna fuck up if I try something again.
Mhm.
Here, is my mic still okay?
Oh no, it's fine now.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
good.
Yeah. In terms of like practice, because I have like a lot of experience with this. I think that salt is a necessary, or I guess I would say it's necessary, but it's a very natural reaction to like getting good at anything or working
Yep.
on any sort of strat. Like it's so weird, but like you would think that after the ridiculous amount of hours that I've put into a game like 2FM, that picking up a new strat wouldn't be that big of a deal to me. Oh no, it is. It's so stupid. It's sometimes like when Sonic and Ninten or whoever it fucking was, whoever found the mini push for escorts in
Oh, yeah.
2FM,
Yeah.
like oh my god, the amount of time and effort that I put into learning that stupid fucking strat, and I mean it's still jank as shit, but like I've definitely got it down a lot better than I did originally when I was giving it a shot.
Mm.
It was the most frustrating few hours that I put learning that dumb strat, but and but it was necessary. I felt like that sort of process, and this happens with like any strat that I attempt to learn or practice or anything like that. I feel like just like putting in the hours and actually being upset about it is actually like is okay, because if you want to get good at something and you genuinely care about it, then I think that being upset about not getting it is a natural reaction. Obviously, you don't let that, control your emotions, especially when you're doing runs and shit like that. But I think when you're like actually trying to get good at something and you're like frustrated that you're not getting it, I think that's like not a bad thing. It's like an okay thing
Mm.
to have, especially until you can get to that point where you're like, okay, I'm comfortable with this. Like, this isn't as frustrating as it was yesterday or something like that. And taking breaks obviously also helps because your brain needs natural time away from the game to process the new information that you're intaking.
Yeah. That is all accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
no,
my experience with it.
it's 100% true. It goes back it harps back to one of what I've always learned from what I learned from even from back when I first started doing competitive shit way back in the hoot. You don't get good without getting your ass beat one way or another. You like any fighting game, any game that you go into, you're not gonna know what to fucking do. Like you have to learn it, learn things that you have to react to, learn things like how to sidestep a certain move, how to anti-air a certain like angle, learn how to fucking push a character on a wall properly. Like I don't know, like it's all things that you have to like take in stride. Like Dax can tell you, I've told this many times, like back in Street Fighter 4 when I was trying to learn how to play fighting games and learn how to play game, I used to get so fucking mad at Dax, at the game, at everything.
Yeah.
Like that. I'd be pissed.
Hell yeah, dude, let's go.
I'd be so pissed. And I mean,
Well, and
over time,
yeah.
eventually we've gotten back that we've rotated it, and now it's to the point to where I don't get as mad anymore. I still get frustrated, but I'm not fucking getting off of Discord fucking fuck,
Right.
fuck.
Well, I mean, we would be in like at the time we'd be in like Skype and shit or TS, and I remember like we would play and it would get to a point where at the start was always great. It's like, oh dude, Street Fighter, let's go, right? And then after like 5 or 6 games or whatever, you wouldn't be as excited anymore, but you'd still be playing, right? Because you're like, well, I got to get better.
I would ask questions.
Like you would ask questions and things like that, and it was one of those cases where like I didn't like because the gap in our level was a bit more extreme. Like when we started out,
Yeah.
It's and you understand this. Like it was to where I don't know where to start when it comes to explaining like what to change or what to do or improve on. Like I'm just really bad about that in general, and I try to make that apparent instead of just being an asshole and like not saying anything or not helping at all. So I was just like, if anything stands out to you that you're concerned about, or if you want to ask me something, then ask me something. Like I find that a lot better. And like some people will be really vocal and ask very specific things or ask about general things or whatever, and that can be helpful for me. Other people don't know what to ask, and then we're just kind of at an impasse. But like after like the 15th some odd game, I would hear like a moan. I would hear like a moan or a grunt, and then I would just hear like the boom, You know, and but he would hit that, but he would hit the retry every time, and initially I would feel bad and be like, oh fuck, like, oh man, but you know, after the matches were over and he would cool off, he'd be like, hey man, like, I'm not mad at you or anything, I'm just, you know, you get frustrated with the game, and so when it would happen, I'd be like, you know, he's, you know, you just kind of look at it, it's like, yeah, he's frustrated, but like he wants to, you know, he's gonna still play and keep at it, and like that was the kind of attitude that made him get better and better, and now he beats my ass in Dragon Ball, so it's like, you know, it works out.
Yeah, I've never got mad at myself, or I mean at my opponent in like fighting games. It's always like mad at myself. Like, why the fuck am I playing like garbage? Like,
Yeah.
That's
like
how I
used to
feel.
rage real bad in Marvel 3, but that's when I was playing online and I was playing against little like, fucking scrubs who just do the dumbest shit.
Marvel
Marvel
like,
3. Why can I not beat these people? Like, these people aren't good, but that makes me even worse because I can't fucking beat them. Dude.
Marvel 3 is frustrating because the netcode is so bad. Yeah.
I get mad online with Dragon Ball even to this day when there is somebody that just doesn't want to play Dragon Ball and he wants to play his own fucking game. I'm like, what are we fucking doing? God. What is this actual?
You know when you see that, dude, that's the worst feeling when you see a 1 or a 2 bar, you accidentally hit OK and they're either on a Vegito or a Broly Z union. It's like, oh no, I'm in for some shit.
Bro, like it is. I don't get it. All Vegetos and people that play Vegeta don't want to play. Like Vegito is just like I'm here to press a button. Fuck you. Fuck everything that you're trying to do. And the Vegetos, like Vegetas are people that don't want to block ever. They'll always up tech no matter what. Hard knockdown, I'm holding up. Like they don't care. Like
I'm mashing square, dude.
Yeah, oh yeah, they're doing that too. They'll hold up, and then the second you try to chase them, fucking auto combo. What
I'm
the fuck?
DPing, dude. Fuck that. I always DP.
Like, SSJ Vegeta, dude. SSJ Vegeta. Like, base Vegetas will block. SSJ Vegetas, nah. They don't care.
It's the same thing as fucking Wesker. They're just in it for the fucking...
Yeah.
And then when he comes in, it's always... It's sick, dude. If you don't block...
I love the first few weeks of Marvel 3 where they would just do a fucking block string and they would end with, because he had the one launcher that was like not negative, and then they would just do it again and you would get hit by like every time, just like ABC and then the second fucking thing would work, and then your ass is going up X Factor. Oh god, gross. That shit was nasty. And then everyone doing Sentinel. Man, people got so mad at Sentinel online that after like 2 weeks they patched his ass to like take off 300 health. That was the most bizarre thing. They started to put out a patch, and that was like the only thing they did. They just made his health go from like 1350 to like 900 or some shit. He had like one of the lowest health bars in the game. It was so weird. People were just mad. They were just like trying to do a quick response because everyone was getting mad that, you know, they couldn't beat Sentinel. He had too much health, and he would because he would do 2M and just like armor through all their shit because they're just hitting buttons, and it's like, oh, all right, dude, whatever.
And he had a free pickup if you just fucking three heavy. Or he does the rocket punch. 3 heavy.
The pick 'em up. Yeah, well, I mean, they could do that. I mean, you could do that in the Hyper Sentinel. I mean, you could do all those sorts of stuff in that.
Yeah.
Because he had the laser beams and all that stuff.
Like,
yeah,
you
could
can
just
work
smash.
for pickups on some characters. That's why everyone used Wesker Assist, and then you had Sentinel who just rocket punch and pick up.
Right.
Like Dante, you got a DP medium and then mash medium after the first hit if you want to pick up with Dante.
Bro, I got so mad watching Genesis or whatever the fuck. Right at the end there, right? Grand Finals. It was Axe versus fucking Hungry Box.
How the fuck did Axe get the Grand Finals?
Because he's a god, man.
Okay, and
sounds, dude.
And there was a moment where I was like, "Oh shit, Axe could actually win this, right? He could actually beat the angry, and help out the angry puff haters in the audience. Like, yeah, kill Hungry Box."
That's right.
And you know what? Like, fucking, there was a moment, like I think it was 2-2 or some shit, and they were like, the camera was on Axe before the game had started, and he was getting yeah, and I was like, this man is lost. He is lost in the video game. He has lost his focus. He's taking too much from the crowd. He's not paying attention anymore. And guess what fucking happened? He got timer stalled by fucking Box, dude. Like, what do you think's gonna happen, dude? Keep your head in the fucking game. That shit pissed me off so bad. I was like, he's done for. They go over to Hungry Box, and Hungry Box is sitting there like, all right, time to back air. And I'm like, this is it,
so
dude.
toxic, dude.
He's gonna win. What? How's that toxic, dude?
He back airs with distinction, man.
But he
Don't
does.
hate on the back airs, man.
I
It's
don't.
We're not
it's
hating on
legitimate.
it.
I don't like me personally. Like, look, dude. I am the only person, like, probably in like a fucking 200-mile radius here that actually like I commend for what Hungry Box does with Puff, because he's the only one that fucking does it. Nobody else does. No matter how much they want to say
Box is fine.
Jigglypuff is fucking toxic. She's toxic. We get it. I understand that. But there's only one person that fucking does it and does it better than anyone else. And he just shits on people. And then when they get up to grand finals, they're like, "Yeah, guys, I can actually do it. I'm gonna reset the bracket and win the tournament." And then Hungry Box is, "All right." Does the FGC nod? I'm a back air his ass. And then he back airs his ass. There's nothing left that he can do.
Over and
dude.
over. I don't care. I only care about Melee if Leffen's winning. Because I want to see Leffen talk some shit.
You're toxic.
I want Leffen to win everything, dude. Any game that he's in, I want him to just win so he can get on Twitter and start saying some more outlandish shit.
No, he never even won in Dragon Ball. He still talked all that shit to Halloween.
Oh, dude.
And man got on Twitter and said good morning or Merry Christmas to everyone except Halloweeny in Salem.
Oh, man. He said
fucking petty, dude. It's fucking
dude,
hilarious.
he said some outlandish shit about KH3, and I'm like,
yeah,
Where did that come from?
He's been playing it on
He's been playing it on stream.
Like, that
know
seems
why-
like the most random bullshit for Left.
Well, no, I mean, he just, I mean, if he hates the
He
game,
does
he hates
this,
the
dude.
game. I mean, but like, I just think it's funny how like angry so many people were getting, and it's like, dude, I mean, not everyone's gonna like the game.
And the big thing is, like, his experience was completely different. He'd never played any of the games before, right? So he has none of that. He went into it as it was, right? And he gave it that rating that he did. Fucking didn't like it. He gave it a 3 out of 10. Said shit game, shit graphics, shit everything, right? And you know what? Other game that he did this on, like
Nier Automata.
Nier Automata.
Yeah.
But it's been almost 2 years since that game has been out.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, if
Oh
that's
yeah, you
the
know he
man that it's on
shit
site,
he shit on
holy
Nier
shit.
Automata.
I will twist him into a third
But
fucking
no,
race. I
here's
don't
the
give a
thing,
shit.
though.
What?
If he'd have done
Holy
that,
fuck.
if he'd have done that like a month after the game had came out, or 2 weeks after the game Nier Automata came out, he'd have been burned at the stake. Like,
Yeah. Oh
he
yeah.
picked a great time, a year and a half out from the game. Yeah, sure,
guess
we'll
what?
critique it. You know what?
guess
He
what?
picked KH3, and he said some
I don't know how
outlandish.
you can say the graphics are bad though. The graphics are fine.
Well, I mean, he's saying some outlandish
But
shit
a lot
2
of the
weeks
shit
after the
he's
game.
saying about the story, I was like, I mean, he's not fucking wrong, dude.
A lot of the stuff he's saying about the gameplay. not
Y'all need to
entirely
watch.
wrong.
Y'all need to watch Donkey's video. That shit's great. You fucking
I've
just,
been watching
he
it. I
rips
did
through it.
watch
He's
it.
like, this shit's ass. I'm like, I know.
Mm-hmm.
I know,
I
it's
know.
so funny. Like I don't think the game's
Dude,
fucking terrible,
and-
but seeing
No,
people
but, like,
call
this
it
stuff- but,
terrible
like-
fucking cracks me up
but,
because
like,
they aren't wrong, but
No.
they're gonna get fucking eaten alive by these fucking rabid fans.
What'd you say about my Kingdom Hearts?
No, it's great because like people can immediately just write off him because he think about the series, but then like and like he's just like he's like, oh dude, whatever, you just fucking play Melee, dude, who fucking cares? But like Dunkey actually has like a fan base and like a relative amount of clout. So when people when he says that shit, people are just like, no, you
Not Donkey.
You didn't go into it with
Well,
the
it's funny.
fucking
It's funny because you get, I mean, if you go through the comments, you get a lot of people who are like, "Oh man, I was really hoping you would like it more than that." You got other people who are like, "Yeah, that's pretty much what happened to me."
And then you
It's
got
just
other
like,
people.
it's-
I am unsubscribing from your channel, Donkey. We are no longer friends. Do not at me.
What's funny is that like Donkey's audience is very like they're very reasonable. I was curious about his because this is the first time in a while I really went extensively through YouTube comments trying to see if there was a lot of that. There's really like not much at all. There's no one really on there who's like who watches his stuff who's just like, this is the last straw, Donkey. I've had it with you. I'm tired of this bullshit. You know,
You have pulled
like-
my last leg.
you know, first Knack 3 doesn't come out, and now this, like, this is bullshit, you know. But like, not everyone's either like, they're like, oh, I really like the game, but I'm sorry you didn't like it, Donkey. You know, you're, you know, whatever. Or like, oh yeah, that's pretty much what I was thinking. Everyone's pretty, like they're pretty
straight up.
level-headed. You know, he's a cool guy.
You're doing a good idea, BB, because if you even say anything about the game being bad, like they're coming with stakes on
I mean, fuck,
pitchforks and everything.
Dude, I get to, but the great thing is I get to do it on my stream like all the time, and the majority of people are just like, that's what people come to my stream for, actually.
Yeah.
Like,
That's
I don't even get to practice KH3 at all because people keep on popping in asking me like how I feel about the game or like bringing up something about it so that I will eventually go on a tangent, which does happen, but it's fun for everybody. So who fucking cares? But yeah, dude, like it's great that I get to fucking do that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, fucking say the bit.
Yeah.
Opinion on KH3, give me now. I need it
I'm
right
sure.
now.
I'm sure.
I need
Honestly, I
number.
bet you Twitter is probably way more like hefty on your ass about it.
yeah, well, it's Twitter.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's true.
yeah, exactly. It's like, dude, it is so easy to get shit on Twitter. Just like people, like the coolest of people. Like it sucks because all I know about Buns is her Twitter persona, and
Yeah.
it is awful.
And it is
I
very-
hate
it is-
it.
her streaming and her YouTube persona are fairly one and the same, which are, I think is like, she's fine. She's actually quite trying. I'll stand by. Her
Mhm.
Breath of the Wild video is one of the funniest fucking videos I've seen. It's great. But like on Twitter, it's like, dude, oh god, you can be an asshole. Like, you need to fucking calm down. It's like a different person.
Yeah.
It's like if you could, if someone was social media bipolar. Like, that's the only way I can think of it. It's like Twitter's like the angsty, like, I fucking you're fuck you side, and then like Twitch and YouTube is like, hey guys, what's going on? You know, that's
It's
how
like,
it is
I
to
bet-
me.
I bet if we sat down and had a conversation about Kingdom Hearts, it would be super chill.
Fine. I've been in a couple like ages back when I was with like hanging in a Discord call with like Klims and some other people. I was chatting with her and stuff, and it's super cool. And it's like it's very
Get her
lax,
on the show.
whatever. But it's just like fucking Twitter, man. It's just Twitter does some shit to people. And I know a lot of people like
Oh, yeah.
that who are just
Kingdom Hearts 3 episode part 2.
oh god.
Oof.
2.9.5.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm telling you, dude. We'll get her on the show, dude. We'll have a nice conversation about the video game.
Leffen and
What
Donkey just
video
shitting on
games?
that game at the same time. It was like a beam from heaven just shot down. It was just like fucking eviscerated everyone, dude.
Just get owned, everyone.
I was
Oh
like,
my
dude,
God,
Donkey's.
dude.
There's no way Donkey's gonna shit on this game. Like, and
I
opened
knew
the video,
he was
and
not gonna
started
like
shitting
it.
on it. And I was like,
I
yes,
knew for a
thank God,
fact when I
dude.
saw that shit in my sub feed, I was like, this man is gonna destroy this game. It's gonna get a 1. I know it did. It's great. I loved it.
1 donkey point.
I'm waiting
only one,
I'm waiting for the moist critical fucking for the moist meter on Hearts 3,
The
dude.
moist
That's what
meter.
I'm waiting for.
Dude,
I'm waiting for
just a pancake came out with Cage 3 in a nutshell. I saw the thumbnail. I don't know how long it is, actually. I want to. It either better be 20 minutes or 5 seconds, one or the other. I don't take anything in between.
I'm waiting for
it's-
Clemson's new fucking BBS video to come out.
It's 6.5 minutes. It's fair.
Oh damn.
Damn.
No,
Waiting.
Clemson's still got a while till he gets to KH3 though.
Yeah, he's got a minute.
Got a hot minute.
Who is it that I'm following that I really want to know?
There's
One
a,
of the... Go ahead.
there's a sorry, y'all know Mega 64, right? You know Rocco Bodie from Mega
Mhm.
64. There's a video of him. They're doing one of their things where they just go around and fuck with people, you know. And it's a video called "I Will Explain the Kingdom Hearts Story to You," and he just goes around, finds random people in the street, and just starts explaining the story of Kingdom Hearts. And the thumbnail's him holding the what's his name, the the Keyblade from Underworld that gives you Berserk Charge. I can't remember what it's called.
Fatal Crest.
Fatal Crest. He's just holding and just doing the most. Like, that shit is fucking great.
I'm waiting for the best guy ever's review on the game. I want
Oh
that
yeah,
shit
I'm
out.
curious about what he has to say.
Yeah, be interesting.
Are you guys curious about my review, or have you basically already?
I mean,
I've not heard
I played the
not
game.
even
I
played
feel
the
like
game yet.
we're in enough of a
Wait,
similar
we're
mindset that we.
yeah.
It's like I'm playing it through and I'm like, yeah, I know what he thinks.
That's
It's like-
exactly how it was.
Because when Ace and I were
Oh.
playing JP, we talked about it. When Ace and I were playing JP, and I'm like, ooh, BB's not gonna like this part. Ooh, that was pretty cool. Ooh,
it's
BB's
literally like
ooh,
it's
BB's not
like-
gonna like this
Dude,
part.
bro,
Ooh,
the
no,
first-
BB,
the
no.
first boss, the first bosses, I was like, oh, he's gonna fucking hate this.
That was the nice thing, actually. Like Ace and I getting our JP playthroughs kind of out of the way, because aside from cutscenes, like I was, for the most part, I was able to have, like, while I was doing my playthrough of BB, I basically had yours on the side, and I was able to listen to a lot of it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to. So I was like, oh, cool. I got the game out of the way. I got the gameplay stuff out of the way, not the cutscenes. But like, oh, cool. I can see them react to all the bullshit.
That's why, like, I remember telling you this is the best world in the game, and then you got done with it, and you were like, what the fuck was that? And I was like, I never said it was the best boss in the game.
It's not even a good world, dude. That shit sucks, dude. Fucking Frozen World's garbage.
You're
Oh.
lame, dude. Fuck
Dude,
you.
it sucks. It's bad, dude.
You know what, dude? Fuck you, dude. Whatever, dude. You don't like Kingdom Hearts 3? You can suck it, bitch.
Fucking kill yourself. It's like never like, oh, I wonder why this guy doesn't like the game. Let me probe his brain. It's like, fuck you for not liking Kingdom Hearts. Fucking neck yourself. Oh my god, you're such an idiot.
Well, I mean, that's just sort of the way
It's so
fucking
extreme.
conversations with shit go. Like, I remember when this is all happening with like the DMC5 inertia shit. It's like, you realize this shit just came out. Like, people's opinions and like the extremity of them are going to change over time.
Yeah.
Like you don't need to meet everything with.
Were people going
guns.
for the neck on this whole inertia shit the other
Oh,
day?
fuck yeah, they were, dude. Fuck
Why? Why though? Who cares?
because people are fucking idiots. That's the best way I could think to put it. Is like, oh, well, just oh my god, if I see one more fucking person be like, oh, but you know it's it because when Dante does Rainstorm, it fucking spins around like a fucking Beyblade. So fucking inertia's still in the game. So I don't know what you're complaining about. You just need to adapt. I'm just like, oh. Really?
Oh, trust me. I've been getting that, like, literally in the past, like, 5 days. It's been a week. Like, I have said, like, over the years, you guys that all know me, that have been associated with me in Kingdom Hearts, what game do I not like?
KH1.
We don't. We dead that item, B. I do not like that game. It's not fun. It's not fun for me. I play it and I go, this stupid. I don't like it. All right? I've been getting so much shit from people over the course of, like I said, 5 days of just people like, so why don't you like one?
Like, why do people phrase it like that? Like, if you assume somebody concludes that they don't like something, there's more than one reason.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you're really going to take all of this time individually. I could be putting in a Subway order or literally anything other than just running through the laundry list of things I do not like.
Exactly. And, like, a lot of people have been coming at me and it's like, oh, you must only like fucking 2. You elitist. Fuck you. And I'm like,
God-
what the fuck are you?
Goddamn right.
Exactly. And it's like,
Why is
dude,
it that like anybody that dislikes a Kingdom Hearts game likes KH2? Like that's
Oh.
the common denominator is that if you are a hater of a Kingdom Hearts game, your favorite game is 2
It's
because every
it's the
other game
Melee
isn't 2.
thing.
I know.
Dude, I'm like,
say.
Smash Ultimate fucking sucks. Like you probably played Melee. Like
Yeah.
no,
It's like, what the-
Smash Ultimate still
no.
sucks.
and it's like I don't go out of my way and say like 2 is so much better than 1. Me no fucking play. You shouldn't play 1 because you it bad. I don't care what you like. Cool. If you like 1, play 1. I'm not gonna. I don't like it. Me no have fun.
But there are a lot of
have
people
fun.
who they take it very personally in the sense that, like, if you think, oh, I don't like KH1, it's like, if you play KH1, I don't like you. You're a fucker. Any work that you put in that game, you're an ass.
I
Like, that
don't
kind of
fucking
thing.
care.
And it's
Do
like,
as
and
much
no,
work as
and
you
people
want.
people don't care. And
You're
I
wasting your fucking
known-
life away playing
Dude,
KH1.
I've known people in the cage community who've been weird about that kind of stuff. I've known people in a lot of different speedrunning communities, speedrunning in general, who have taken it in a speedrun sense where it's like, oh, if you know, I like to run this game, but I know a lot of people, there are a lot of people who don't like the game in general, and I feel like that kind of discredits my running. And it's like, dude, Aceuhh, and that's what, like, I use Aceuhh a lot as an example. I'm like, Aceuhh fucking doesn't like KH1, but it's not like he never wanted to support BB when BB was going in hard on fucking 1.5. And like, if BB got a fucking record, you know, Aceuhh was like one of the first people to be like, dude, good shit. But that doesn't mean it's like, yeah, just well, KH1 sucks, so it's like your record doesn't.
I would literally say
the work that you put, that you put in.
The game sucks, but good shit.
Like the game sucks, so none of your work matters, and you're running a fake fucking game. Play KH2. It's like no one. I don't know of anyone. I don't know of anyone in the KH community who interprets something like that and is that fucking. To use Michael's word, toxic for it.
You guys
like
remember?
No one does that.
Remember GDQ? Like. I don't like Birth by Sleep either. It's like the situation. The only person I wanted to meet all fucking weekend was Pestilence.
Yeah.
Because that dude has fucking killed the game.
Yeah.
Like, and I was like, I want to meet this dude. He's fucking sick. What the fuck? But it's not like I like the game, but the dude's fucking killed it. Why can't I congratulate him and fucking give my condolences for him for grinding down a game?
Dude, one of my favorite people in the community is fucking Rebel Dragon. I love that guy. I talk to him all the fucking time. I hate that goddamn game, but every time like whenever I see him in Discord and I have a free moment, I'm like, I'm popping in and talking to him. I don't give a shit. Yeah, and he plays Marvel 3. That's a good point. But it's like my dislike for the game doesn't mean anything. I'm not going to fucking discredit him as a player. That's stupid. Like very few people I know think like that.
No, you want to hear this toxic shit? When I was grinding the shit out of Birth by Sleep, I mean, like. I was like definitely vocally hating on the game as I was running it.
Sure.
But I also was getting really good at it, and I had record for like a good long while there for Aqua level 1 crit and shit. There was some fucking dram drama about the fact that
Dream drop drama?
Like yeah, no, there was some dream drop drama. There was some fucking
I'm sorry, can we have a podcast dedicated to ripping on KH people and call it Dream Drop Drama? Dream Drop Drama Alert. I want Dream Drop Drama Alert.
The real Dream Drop drama is when everyone thought that guy spliced the record.
Kingdom
but anyway, go ahead.
What's going on, everybody? Guys? Welcome to Dream Drop Drama. I'm your host, Kingdom Keemstar. Let's get right into the news.
But no, people legit hated on me for being world record holder of a game that I vocally hated.
Yeah. Like that's against the fucking law.
Yeah, no, exactly. That was the thing. Is like I don't like that the world record holder like hates on the game. Like that he's like the ambassador or representative.
Then fucking beat his time.
Yeah, I was about to say
like fucking then put in the work and beat his time if you're that fucking offended by it. But like he put in the fucking work and did it. Like I don't
straight
know
up. That's actually what happened was when what was it? Nannerpuss took the record back.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like, oh my god, people were like so joyous of the fact that he took the record.
Was it like fucking? Was it like New York just taking W's for their?
Hey, you already know. Let's go, Nick.
It was the people from Brooklyn when Problem X won Evo. They're like, "Hey, he was born here, dude. That's our boy, dude. That's our boy, dude."
Oh shit.
Yeah, well, no, exactly. It was like he was like Nanner was more deserving because he actually like was either neutral about the game or liked the game, whereas I like hated on
he's pretty neutral about
Every
it.
time I've ever talked about Nanner, he's like, "Game sucks, but I have fun."
Yeah. But like, yeah, he's just like, again, it's just a matter of him not being that vocal about it. Because like, whenever we hung out, we've talked about it. He's like, yeah, like you said, he's like, yeah, he's like, yeah, I have fun with it, but I mean, it's whatever. It's not, you know. It's fine, but it's like he's not as. But like since BB's more vocal about his opinions on it, that people are like, oh, you know, fuck. Well, this guy can't
stop, dude. You need to stop saying
the
bad
fucking
things
world
about
record
a game.
holder.
If you don't like it, keep it to your fucking self.
Like I fucks with some BBS, dude. Sometimes I just want to turn my brain off and throw up a magnet and thunder everything for 3 hours.
I had fun. That's what people
that
are like.
doesn't mean I want the series to continue in that direction. Like. It's not wrong of me to be like Kingdom Hearts 3 should be like Kingdom Hearts 2 more so than like BBS. That doesn't mean I fucking hate BBS. That just means I think that a main numbered title on a big console should be more variety of gameplay than BBS was on a handheld fucking PSP.
Yeah.
People just assume and insinuate so much shit that I don't really understand, like getting that worked up.
People
for
get,
that sort of thing.
and I just don't understand why people get so worked up about me, who's been actively since 2014, like way before then, even like 2013, when I was Dino in BB's chat, just typing up a fucking storm every once in a while. I would just be like, I don't like one not good, two better. And you know, even back then, I've been saying this fucking consistently. Is it toxic to Michael Goldfish? Maybe, but to me, it's not. It's just general banter. This is how I've always said it. I've always said
From my
I do
point
not
of
like
view-
one. It is not a good game to me. If you think it's a good game, good for you.
When I first came into the TeamSpeak, and this was like within the first week when I was getting to know everybody, because White and Andre and them brought me in, and I was just in the middle of just getting to know fucking, you know, everyone, all the 15 people, and there were I told you about this a bunch of times, like and you and BB and all them, like there were a few days where just, or not even a few days, maybe like one day, where when you were just going in like ranting about like KH1 or whatever, and of course that was the one that was starting to run. And I had like just for a few hours I was listening to it and I was like, this guy's kind of an asshole, right? It's like this guy's kind of a dick, and like I wasn't trying to take it personally, be like that's my game or whatever, but I'm like, dude, it's not that bad, man. Shut up, like you're being a bitch. And then it just very shortly after I started, especially when I saw like how even like, you know, BB and all them people 1.5, the way you would talk to them and interact and everything else, and the way you'd be in chats and whatnot, I realized very very quickly I was like, oh, it's not, no, he's not an asshole. No, come on, dude, shut up. And I like gave myself, I was like, dude, fucking, it's fine.
Relax.
I was like, this guy, and then immediately I was like, oh, no, this guy's cool as shit. He's just being a memer. It's whatever. It's
whatever, dude. Because I've never, like, for me, I like KH as a series, man. It's fun. It's been part of my life for most of it now, half of it now, way more than half of it at this point, right? And it's just like, man, look, I think back, I harp back and go, yeah, when KH1 came out and I got the game, I played the living shit out of it. It was great. And then I got my hands on 2, and it wasn't so great anymore. I started jumping around and trying to move the camera. It wasn't good. I didn't have a good time. I tried to jump and do an attack. Didn't feel good. Didn't feel great. I remember I went over to my friend's house. He's like, hey, dude, you ever play Kingdom Hearts? I'm like, yeah. Hey, can you be Pot Centipede for me? I was like, sure. That was the most. That was the most terrible 3 hours of my fucking life. And I didn't want to play that game ever again. I beat it, and I said, don't ever give me this controller again. I'm not helping you for shit. The rest is on you.
I don't know, like, why people think you have to like every game in the series, though. Like,
to be a true Kingdom Hearts fan.
Every fucking Final Fantasy fan love every Final Fantasy game?
Hell no.
No, because nobody in the fucking world likes Final Fantasy 13. So why the fuck? So there, you're already blown out. Does every Mega Man fan love every Mega Man game and every X game and every Mega Man Battle Network and X-Zero game? Like,
it's like, oh, if you're not if you don't like Mega Man X7, you're not a true fan, bitch. No one liked that fucking trash piece of shit.
I guess people see it strictly as like a story sort of thing, where
the
like,
story has been shit forever. Who cares?
Well, the people that love the story, you have to like enjoy the whole thing throughout. Basically, you have to just like love Nomura's love child of a story that he's crafted since 2002 or whatever. Otherwise, you're not a true fan. That sort of shit.
Yeah, remember the quote? I traveled from the past. Fuck that.
That shit hit like a truck.
I traveled here from the distant past. Like
the most distant past.
That shit was bass boosted, high contrast, and deep fried, and a punch to the face to me. And I was like, oh.
Okay, take that clip of when Sora's talking to Zigbar in the same game in Dream Drop, and he just goes, that's nuts. But then amplify the sound by like a fucking million, and this bass boosted, red eyed, fucking laser eyes. That's how I felt. Every other line in that fucking game, hearing it. Oh my god. Goddamn mess.
But when they hit me with that time travel, I was just like, well, I mean, this was bad. This was going downhill. Y'all just leapt at this point.
They jumped off the cliff. They're in rock bottom now. They can't.
I guess
They can't understand your
What you're
accent.
saying.
it's this weird analysis of the community, I guess, where like you have to be like, it's not like you can be fans of like single games of the series. Like you have to be a fan of the series, like the whole series, like that. I guess that's the sort of thing where you have to be a fan of the series and a part of the community, and also share more or less the same opinions that the community shares.
Yeah.
So when anybody rocks the boat and says some shit, it's like, oh, well, these people are haters. These people aren't actually part of the community. When in fact, they could actually be part of the community, but they just see it a different way, I guess.
Yeah.
It's, I don't know. I think it's just dumb because like I would call myself a Kingdom Hearts fan. That doesn't mean I like every Kingdom Hearts game. I would call myself a Mega Man and a Castlevania fan. But I'm sure as fuck not gonna play Mega Man X7 and be like, wow, this is a great experience. I'm really enjoying myself right now. And I'm literally never going to play Castlevania 64 ever in my life.
Oh,
like,
you just made
if
Andre
you,
sad.
if you don't love Birth by Sleep KH1, KH2, and hate Days, then like you're not a fucking true Kingdom Hearts fan, because that's
I see,
apparently the
and it's like-
majority's opinion.
And it's like, I like Days. I like Days fine. Days is pretty fun to me. Other people don't like Days. Cool. Have a great time. I don't fucking care.
I literally had to force myself to play through Days, and it was on I quit the first time, and the second time I was like, all right, I will finish it this time. But I was like, I just like cannot give a shit about this game, dude. I just don't fucking care. Like
That's how I was when Calm one came out.
I'm
When
half
Calm
falling
came out,
asleep during the fucking cutscenes. I'm like, dude, let it
Oh,
be
I fell
over,
asleep
dude.
so often, like legitimately fell asleep so often trying
Bro,
to play that game.
with Chain of Memories, I fell asleep so fucking on the first GBA Chain of Memories as a kid. I fell asleep so many fucking times. I don't like Calm. Like I
Until
never
you
have,
got to
never will.
Riku too, dude. Then that man woke my ass up. He whooped my ass for 17 hours straight.
Hey, yeah, yep. That's how it was. But I mean, other than that, I mean, I like the series. Calm was the only one where you guys you're saying with Days fucking hit you like a truck, like, and just fucking put your ass to sleep. Calm did that for me, and 2 wasn't even out yet. All I had was 1 and Calm. So I'd be like, well, this is fucking boring. I'm gonna go play 1, like, and have a great time. Wow, this is great. And then 2 came out. I was like, 1 sucks. I'm not touching that anymore. Ugh.
Not even like when someone mentions darkness, Zenzo, when Riku specifically mentions that he smells darkness. Like that's the only fucking time in the
Darkness
series
got a
that darkness has a scent. And he's talking about it, dude, like all the time.
Never
Oh,
happens
God,
again.
I smell you.
Darkness
Fuck that.
within darkness.
What about you, Michael Goldfish? Are you a Kingdom Hearts fan?
I don't know. I played 1, and I think I played
Ooh.
2 at one point, but I don't even remember, to be honest. That's
Should
kind of
load
it.
You should load it up, dude.
Now's the time to get into it, dude.
Is
Yeah,
it
dude.
though?
You can
Dude.
get
Like
all
I'm
the
just setting up
games
for
on
disappointment.
PS4.
No,
He doesn't own a
no.
PS4.
Oh,
No, Michael
Ugh.
Goldfish. Now is the
you're gonna
time
need
to
like
get into
7 different
DMC.
consoles then.
Yeah, Vash is right.
Now is the time to get into DMC.
I don't know why I
Well,
haven't played
are
the
you a
PC
Donkey
SX2?
Kong fan though? Do you like every
Yeah.
Donkey Kong game?
Returns is kind of eh. I like
Wait.
most of them though. I like more of them than I think people like Kingdom Hearts games.
Do you like 64?
Oh, I haven't even beaten it.
Oh. And then-
Don't even fucking
What
start.
about
talking
the-
about 64.
What about the Game Boy game, Donkey Kong?
Oh, the
5, or-
lands? No, fuck the lands, dude. I don't have any respect for the land. Lands fuck my nuts.
what about you, Vash? All right. Well, with KH and or DMC.
Oh, fucking okay. With me, it's very straightforward. I call myself a Devil May Cry 4 player. I dabble in 3. I don't play the reboot, but I respect the players that do. That's the difference. Like I've never been one of these people who's like, well, yeah, but you know, you really think about it, the game is poorly designed. Like I actually give a shit. When I'm sitting here playing fucking DMC 4, a game with less actually enjoyable content than the fucking demo sitting on my PS4 right now. Like, you want real talk? That game has nothing except a really solid fucking system, and that is it. And fucking,
Dude.
I'm supposed to sit over here and be like, well, but you know, oh my fucking god, I like Yeah, it really just boils down to that. I am a DMC4 player. I love 3, but I don't have the time for 3, so I'm not going to enter a committed relationship with it. The reboot, I respect the shit out of it. I respect the shit out of the players. I love them all.
Well, dude, even at GDQ, when I booted up DMC as a meme, you came over and you were like, "Hey, what are you doing?" And I was like, "I don't know, I'm messing around with Dante."
Yeah.
With fake Dante. And he was like, "Oh, try this." I was like, "Oh, yo, this is sick. What the fuck? This is an actual game." He was like,
Try
I was like,
Virgil, dude. You press this buttons, he puts his fedora on.
"Oh shit!" And
Yeah, it's just-
like he was like, I was like, "Wait, you don't hate this game?" He was like, "No, I never said I did." And I was like, "Oh shit! All right, cool."
People, for the longest time, people gave me shit for that, and I never understood. Like I said, yeah, I had fun with my first few playthrough. Like I only have shit. I want to say, well, I can actually check because it's definitely not more than 60 hours in the reboot. I have exactly 60 hours on PC plus give or take like 10 on definitive edition. Like I don't play the game. I don't vibe with it. But
Mhm.
I have enough of a solid foundation in DMC to
Mhm.
be able to give people some tips. The physics are close enough to be able to like get some shit out with land canceling, and I know some of the tech just from watching Asians play it.
Mhm.
But that's it. Well, that's the truth. Like they're outside of Shib, I do not know of any American or Western general reboot players. They are all Chinese or Japanese.
Does anyone at all play 1 or 2?
Oh yeah, there are a lot of people that play 1. There are a couple of people that's been, well, okay, everybody's now been said they've been on 2. But like, yeah, there are players of 1, although those tend to be more speed runners, or if not speed runners, then it's like just strict S rank mission runners. Because for as good as DMC1 is now solid it doesn't have that much high execution tech, if that makes sense. Like you're not going to get shit like delayed guard flight as like a whole input chain or anything like that. Which is perfectly fine. Like but it's just a very different type of skill ceiling in 1. But no, like, but you find it's very separate communities. But for the most part, it tends to be more people on the outside who are the shittiest towards, I guess, the minority communities. Like you look at
That doesn't sound good.
well, because
That's not good
that's
at
the
all.
only way. Like you basically have to treat them like they're fucking refugees. Like you have to smuggle in the reboot players like off the boat. Like it's all right,
right this way. Come on.
they
Shit.
can't get you once you're in Hungary. It's like fucking hell. Like you should like I've never been of the opinion that you should have to apologize for the game that you play.
Yeah.
And like at all. If you enjoy it, you enjoy it. I play dog shit.
I
But
play Marvel Infinite.
yeah. But I make
I
it
play Dragon Ball. What can I say?
I spent 2.5 months as a follower goal routing Sonic Boom 100%, and I loved every second of it. I don't give a fuck. And I was dead serious about routing it, and I still did this in one run. And I look back on it, and I'm like, that's a damn good route. I did a good fucking job. I put some real work into that shit. I had a lot of people ask me, why the fuck are you doing this? I'm like,
Because it's fun.
You can discredit it all you want. You can say like, go. I had some people be like, why don't you just like try? Like you're obviously putting in a lot of. I had some people in that chat I remember who were just like, look, you're obviously putting a lot of work, and I can respect that on a level, but like, why don't you try like learning a real game? And I'm like, I don't know, because I'm playing this one.
Yeah,
I'm like, I
don't
get offended by me playing something that you don't like, or I don't give
dude,
a fuck.
Dude, the amount of people that give Crispy shit for running Cage 3
my
right
God.
now,
He's
they're
said
literally
some comments.
calling it like a waste of talent or something like that. Like,
Yeah.
Crispy-
I saw that shit on
Crispy-
Twitter.
oh
for those-
man.
So Chris, you know, our boy Crispy, for those in the chat may
He's
not
like
know him.
okay,
Crispy
so-
Me is a big data.org guy, and just 2FM Crate in
He's a
general.
modern day Biz, essentially. He's like a modern day, like, I guess.
I would
like,
not even call that. I
He's
would- I
like,
wouldn't
well,
even call
I
him
mean,
that.
like, from the
terms of-
comments I've seen, they think they place him on the platform that he's a challenge runner. He does level 1 only. He only does data work. This guy's a god. Like, they put it on that shit, and it's like people have been fucking bringing him down so hard because he's running Cage 3 beginner.
And it's like, you can't, and yeah, people are saying like, all you do is do this and that and the other, like, you know, run a real category, and it's like, he just wants to, it's just a new game and he wants to fucking mess with it. It doesn't mean, like, BB, you're gonna get that shit, I'm sure, now that you're fucking messing with it. Like, I'm sure a lot of
people have been asking me, like, oh, dude, when are you gonna run KH3 for, like, the longest time? I don't think people give a shit at all that it's on beginner. They might ask, like, so why beginner and not, like, a higher difficulty? And I'll just be like, it's not a good speed game, and that's it. That's that right there.
But I mean, it's like when fucking like Smash Ultimate coming out, and you have all these fucking melee heads coming over, and then you have people who are like, oh, like, why are you wasting the time with this fucking like baby Smash? Why don't you go back to the real one? It's like, are they not allowed to just play the new game, dude? Are they not allowed to fucking mess with the new game? What's wrong?
No,
I don't get this.
Haven't you read Salem's years of research? They're not allowed to.
And that's the sort of thing where, like, people want to know your opinion on things, because, like, everyone's a fucking influencer now these days. And not only that, once you form that opinion, like, all of your actions have to, like, co-align with that opinion, like, exactly. Yeah. So if you dislike a game, you shouldn't be speedrunning it. It doesn't make any sense. But, like, it makes all the sense in the world, because doing those two things are completely different.
Look,
completely separate from each other.
I've said it a million fucking times. Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric is the least amount of fun I've ever had in a video game in my life, period. That is the absolute bottom of the barrel. Yes. Bottom. It's, I mean, Sonic Forces is a shit game, but come on.
Like, I mean, I can't tell the difference. Like, I just watch you play the game.
No, that's fair.
And I'm just like, hey, Dax looks like he's having fun. That's cool. But when I watch you casually play it, I'm just like, I would rather fucking shoot myself than play this shit.
Because Forces is based on a foundation of some of the best fucking Sonic games you can get. Some of my favorite video games, period, being Unleashed, Colors, and Generations. To a lesser degree, Colors, but especially Unleashed and Generations.
Sonic Heroes is the greatest.
And then they take that foundation, remove like 80% of what made it good, and made all the good elements that were good before just feel worse. On top of just horrible level, and of course you look in the credits and you figure out and you find like, oh, all of the old people who made those old games are not there. It's just all they're all gone. They're all gone. Like, this is not. They don't know what made that game good, or those games good. So. But Boom is legitimately just like, I've never had such little fun playing a game before, period. And but when I put a timer on it, it's still one of my favorite speedruns, period. And it's just because it's just fun and it's fucking hilarious. And then, yeah, there's a lot of weird, like, dumb bullshit you have to deal with and stuff. And it's like, it's not, when people would tell me, it's like, oh, do you think this is a good speedrun? I'm like, I don't think it's a great, I wouldn't recommend getting into it. You're probably going to be too frustrated with it. And so I was able to go through and deal with enough of the bullshit, especially with just putting a lot of time into the game, trying to find ways to make it fun for myself before I was even running it, that I was able to find ways around a lot of those little kind of quirky bullshit things, kind of like in the same way that I did with 06, since I ran that for years. But like, yeah, I mean, I slapped a timer on it, and then I ran it. You know, I fucking got to where I was running at a GDQ, and it's like you talk about a fucking Uno reversal card just dropping into my lap with that one.
Where is it?
I mean, shit.
Dude, my PS3 is still sits on top of sits behind this monitor. It's plugged in, and all I have to do is transfer the power cable from here to there. And you know what's in there? Bleach Brave Souls. That is the worst fucking video game I've ever fucking played in my life. But it's fun to do because I don't know, I like hitting fat gets like a 10 shows and shit like that on Menos Grandes on the first round. So I do, and the speed run's like 45 minutes long. Since I'm bad at it, I don't submit anything, and it's like an hour long most of the time. But it's like, this is fun as fuck. Like, what the hell? Like, it's a bad game objectively, but I have fun playing it. Like, as a speed game.
There's a lot of fun with just like routing shit too, because I spent a lot of time trying to find skips and like finding strats and things like that. Because a lot of the routing was already kind of done very early on by like Darkspine Sonic and all those guys. But like me and an old friend of mine, Kapikowski, we got bored one day and we were like, hey, you want to pick up this game on the PS Vita? PS TVs are really cheap. And I was like, okay, cool. What is it? Hyperdimension Neptunia U, Action Unleashed, the action game variant of Hyperdimension Neptunia. And I was like, Kappa, this game, no. And he was like, dude, come on, because he's actually really in the Neptunia shit. He was like, I know you don't like it, but like, it might be a cool speedrun. And for the first couple days, I was like, I don't know, this is kind of whatever. We were getting bored. And then I just started accidentally finding like skips and shit. And we ended up like routing this game, and it was a lot of fun. It was actually a lot of fun. And I did this for a while. I had people come in and be like, "Why the fuck are you playing this?" And I'm like, "I don't know. I routed it, and like we found stuff for it. We found tech. It's fun." So it's like, I mean, you can turn a lot of shit into gold somehow. Just bang
That's
your head
what game
against the
I
wall hard enough.
legitimately fell asleep playing was the first hyperdimension Neptunia game.
Those are so bad. They're such bad fucking
Someone
games.
was like, dude,
They're-
you like cute anime girls and RPGs? You have got to play this game, dude. It's sick. And I was like, all right, whatever. And I loaded it up. And I was literally I wasn't in home by myself with the lights off, like, oh, in bed already. I was in a fucking like friend's house with like 6 other friends, and we were all just hanging out. I was like, I'm gonna play this game because he has it on PS3. Like 10 minutes later, I was just like knocked the fuck out. I was like, this is the most boring shit I've ever played in my fucking life, dude.
That happened to me playing zombies at a friend's house. I got so fucking bored at like wave 40. I just fucking knocked out. I was done. Like I was like, and I'm never playing zombies again.
Well, that's the thing, man. All the fun in zombies is in the setup waves. I'll fight people over that. Like, yeah, training is a good skill in maintaining into high rounds, but the most enjoyment I have is like fucking origins. Like, what are you gonna do before the Panzer just shows up? Because you know he's coming. You have to like wave 9. Panzer Soldat. He's coming for that ass.
Yeah.
Get developed, nerd. Also, KH2 is the only good Kingdom Hearts game. All right. Weird. Where'd that come from?
You're toxic. What's wrong with you? You do you not like Kingdom Hearts, dude? What are you?
Dude, like I'll play.
Are you
them
retarded?
All. Yes, I'll play them all, but I only like fucking 2. I don't know what to tell you people.
So are you still a Kingdom Hearts fan in your eyes?
Probably
not in the community.
Well, no, because my
not in the general public community's eyes. They hate you.
No, because my copy of 3 is still in the fucking shrink wrap, and I've not set out time to play it. I've set out time to play the fucking demo.
Oh yeah.
I was doing that's just still in the box, in the shrink wrap.
Yeah, but at least it's not still in the box, in the shrink wrap at Walmart, you know?
It's accurate, I guess.
It's at home.
Like you bought it, you cared enough to get it.
Yeah.
Do you not find KH3 to be a good game? I haven't found KH3 yet.
That's in the wrap, apparently.
I'm sorry. I'm still looking for it.
Fuck, where is it? Shit. I don't know, man.
It's just been bizarre how many people have responded to me when I'm like, oh, what are your top 3 KH games? And I'm like, oh, it's probably like 2, then 1, then 3. 1 over 3, really? Yeah. I mean, to me, like, yeah, there's like a lot of nostalgic value in there for me in general, but I think fundamentally it's a more cohesive and just solid game, and it's not as much of the best. Like, why are you so fucking shocked? I don't know.
For me, like my lineup is different, like for what I like, right? But in a game sense, I would 100% agree. For me, it's 2, 3, 1. Just from my sense, right?
Yeah.
But when people ask me, I tell them my real list. It's 2, 3 days, and people go, "Where's 1?"
That's a damn good question.
Goddamn trash where it belongs.
It's the best question you've asked me all day.
Fuck out of here, Jafar.
And and then when they start asking me that, I'd be like, well, once I can find the 7th slide, you guys can tell me where the hell the game is on my list. All right.
I still swear that the Oogie fight and the carpet section were designed by Osaka team.
I kind of agree. God,
that's what I say every time I play that game. I'm like, this wasn't Tokyo team. This is Osaka, dude.
Well, like you'll have parts like that where the pacing of the game is so good, especially on PS4 now. The pacing, like you're going a mile. I mean, you're blasting through it, and then you just hit a fucking wall, and you're just like, come on, baby. You're just fucking, oh god. And then the carpet section. The carpet actually, like the more I do it, especially when I practice crit, the faster the carpet section feels like it goes.
Yeah, I mean it doesn't take that long. I just fucking.
But it's still, it's just everything else is so fucking just speedy and optimized. Like, the more you play through it, you're just like, yeah, dude, I'm blasting through this shit, and it's like, oh god.
That's how I feel. That's how I feel about Olympus. But you only have one visit of Olympus. But once you hit Olympus, it's like, I'm not talking KH3. I'm talking KH2.
K2.
Once you hit Olympus, you're in it. Because that's a long ass fucking
like
world.
There's variety of stuff you do, but it just takes forever, and you don't have like better movement options yet. So it's just like it's not that much bigger than other places. There's just a lot of fights and it's a lot.
Yeah,
of
it's a lot of
slow-
fights and it's a
slow
lot of slow
walking back and forth. Yeah,
And,
it just
bro,
goes
Bro,
on
I
a
was
lot.
like, I was doing a run back when I actually ran crit, and I was like running against PV splits, and I was like, dude, my Olympus is so long, dude. I have so much time to save here. And I was like, I just beat Pete. I'm about to leave the world and save like 10 minutes. And I was like, wait, the world's not even fucking over yet, dude. There's still another goddamn boss.
Yep.
Like, I always
gotta go to
forget how
Hydra.
fucking long that world is. Like,
Yeah.
oh, you
And-
fucking. Oh, you
Bro.
walk all the way down there. You do fucking Hades Escape. You walk all the way fucking back. And you do the goddamn
That's
urns. And you walk
any
all the way
person-
fucking.
Any person that used to watch me run 2 English, they know if I got past Olympus, I'll finish the run. Like, I'll get done with it.
A
If
lot
I
of people
don't
are
get
like
past,
that. A lot of
if
people
I
are
don't
like
get
that.
past fucking Olympus, bro, we're resetting. I don't want to fucking yo. That's it for the stream, y'all. I'm out of here. See you later. Like, Olympus was that world where it was like I don't want to do that. That and most of the like. Oh, God, second vision.
Bro, is
Sometimes.
Olympus your Roxas world when that one guy would do proud mode attempts and then quit in Roxas world every time?
Zexian, dude. Zexian 7, the old classic dude that would join
Oh
every
my
race.
god!
Yeah. you
Bro,
remember?
I'm not even
I
fucking
haven't
around.
heard that
I'm
name
not
in
kidding
so
you.
long.
He would join. This dude would sit
Oh
on
my
SRL
God.
and join any fucking race. Start it, get to Roxas World, get through Destiny Islands, and fucking quit. He was done.
I
He
have
would
I
never
have
get
this.
through it, dude.
I think I have that somewhere. It's that one screenshot where you're on TeamSpeak and you're like, dude, just back out of the race. You're not gonna finish it. He immediately backs out.
No, that was on SRL. I remember.
It
Like,
was on the SRL. That was the live
Pain.
split add-on
yeah.
for races.
I did, hold on.
And Pain has Pain has like this
This right
there's
here.
a race with a bunch of people, and he told me Zexian's in there, and I was like, I got some words for Zexian. I'm joining
There
in.
it is.
And
I have it on
I
stream.
literally joined in there. I was like, Zexian, you ain't in this race. We all know you're gonna quit after Destiny Islands. Time to go. Not quit. And is that toxic? Maybe. All right, Michael Goldfish, do you
It's
deem
not
that
toxic because he went through with it. You just
I just
Bro, I'm not
told him.
fucking around. He went live every day for like 2 weeks, and he would do KH2FM proud attempts, and then he would quit in Roxas World every fucking time, and then cut stream.
How? What did he wind up playing then?
He said that 2FM proud was a good category, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna scope this out and see what he's on about. And he would quit in Roxas every fucking time and just cut stream after
How far
one
would he?
attempt.
What
like, what the
encounter would he
fuck?
end at?
It was random every time. He would just like die to a Dusk, or he'd die to Axel, or he'd die to Struggles, and he would just cut stream. And I'm like, what the fuck is this guy on about? How are you gonna call a category good when you can't even finish the first round?
Yeah, that guy was absolutely
I don't get
fucking
it.
insane. Like when it came to running KH, he was the bee's fucking knees, dude. The greatest of Roxas
You're-
section I've ever seen.
Wait, that's right. Oh no, that's right. Oh god. So Zexian, it's probably Zexian 6 because it's like it's way too
7.
familiar.
Or something like
sure?
that.
It was in the damn screenshot, wasn't it?
Hold on. It was
It was 6, isn't it?
No, it's 6. You're right. You're right. You're right.
6.
All right, so like this same person, like when 2FM like boss randomizers were like super hot and shit, he was like, "Oh, dude, I made one. You can try it out." And so I did, as like a sub incentive. Hoo boy, that was bad. No, it was basically like Invincible Hades replaced big ass Sark in the MCP fight.
I
Oh,
remember.
Imagine
his?
trying,
Oh fuck!
literally
I forgot.
imagine trying to hit MCP when Invincible Hades coming up on your ass to throw a fireball at you. Like that is maximum stream value, but holy shit, is that the worst fucking 2FM hack I've ever played in my entire life, dude. Oh my god. Oh, Larkseen Data and Land of Dragons. Like this dude was just like, oh,
Oh,
like, okay.
Jesus.
and like he like
You don't even have
apologized.
reflect or anything, do you?
No, exactly. So like he This dude was I had to like cut out a good chunk of it because some of the fights were just like bad, like he didn't even test it or
Yeah.
anything like that, and he was just like, I'm sorry that it's bad or something. It's like, dude, don't be sorry, just like play test your shit next time, dude. I don't fucking I think he was
I
just
think I
upset
remember that fucking message stream. Yeah, I remember that shit.
Oh my god, like it just next time
Sephiroth and Pride Lands, you had to fight him in Lion Form?
I get yeah. I guess like it sucks for him because I don't think he was expecting like the backlash because like a bunch of people were watching it and they were just like, wow, this shit sucks in comparison to Sonic's, and he probably took that really badly. But like,
Well, I don't
dude,
know how you take it well.
Yeah.
play test your shit, dude. I don't know, like.
Oh, absolutely.
It's
Bro,
like,
I
you
had
can,
so
like
much
if you
fun
want
doing
to if you want to throw shit around like that just for the sake of it being really silly and be like, oh my god, this is impossible, then fine. If you want to do some boshy shit, then whatever.
But
Sonic's was meant to be like, no, this is meant to be played through. Like
Yeah.
it's wacky or whatever, but it's like most of the time when people make randomizers, it's
What
meant
was
to
it?
be played
It was
through
like
as,
meet you
as a
and
different
shit.
challenge.
Sonic had the
Me-
one that replaced enemies too, though, that we all
Yeah.
raised.
Yeah, me, you, and Biz, right, Shib? It
There was a
us
lot
three?
of people. It was like me, you, and Biz, and Rory, and I think 2 other people that I don't remember their names, but all raced it.
Yeah. Oh
That
man,
was
that.
I had a bunch of fucking fun in that. Like honestly,
Yeah.
there was one fucking wall that everyone was stuck at for like 2 hours, and it was right when you get to it was one of the rooms in Jensen's tower was just full of fucking hammer frames, and they would just fucking one shot you.
Yeah.
And so
it
everyone was stuck there for
fun.
like 2 hours, but I somehow was the first one to beat it, so I was just like cruising through way ahead of everybody else. And then I got stuck on not even a randomized part. I just couldn't beat Zigbar because I didn't know how to play crit. And so I lost. I came in second place to Biz because Biz eventually caught me because I was stuck on Zigbar for so fucking long.
Oh,
But
yeah.
that one was fun as fuck. I had a lot of fun doing that shit. I would do that again, but I don't know how to fucking set that shit up anymore.
Fuck. So old now. I don't know. The overall though, like, how like Vash? How would you rate? Well, whatever KH games that you've played.
Fuck. Well, KH2FM definitely has to take the cake because that had all the like post game content that I just ground forever. Like that became the game that I played. The second would be KH2 English. Then 1.5. And then GBA Com?
Okay.
BBS. I haven't played Dream Drop Distance.
No boy.
Good choice.
Probably keep it that way.
You need to pick
I'm
up
forgetting
2.8.
something.
You gotta play that before you play KH.
Oh yeah, I
It has the
completely forgot I
prologue.
played 2.8.
Did you play 0? Well, did you play 0.2? or
I
did. You play
did.
Dream Drop? Yeah. So but you didn't. Play
I
Dream
did
Drop.
play 0, but I'm not rating it highly at all.
Yeah.
Fuck 0.2 because that's at the bottom.
Well, don't worry, dude. It's just a demo. It doesn't count.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
You're right. I think the list pretty much stops there. I don't know where 3's gonna fall. I've not played Days. I would walk past the fucking game box that Days was in because I had the DS. I was like, is today gonna be the day? Nah, that's gonna feel like shit. And then I just never fucking played Days.
I remember my
That's
first
the-
experience with 3D was watching BB stream it when he got that DS capture card.
Yeah.
That was that was a long fucking time ago now, but shit. I remember that little thing, and I was like, man, this game looks tight, but it looks fucking terrible, and I want to play.
Like,
And then I played it, and I was like, this is ass.
well,
I don't like
PSP
this.
Birth by Sleep is the entire reason I never got Days on DS. Because I was like, the PSP just felt like shit and it ran like shit. And I was just thinking like this, but without the little nub on the left.
Yeah.
No, family, no thank you.
Bro, the
Miss
PSP is the most, like, I don't know if any, like, y'all have all had this experience. Everyone in chat's had this experience. The PSP is the most painful handheld I've ever held in my entire life.
If your hands aren't the size of an infant's, then yeah, you're gonna have some fucking problem.
I have some small ass hands. I can't fucking wield that thing.
Bro, bro, the thing is terrible. Like, I've never felt more striking pain playing a Kingdom Hearts game than I did playing Terra on Birth by Sleep. my thumb still, it's scared to go into the position nowadays. It's so painful. It's so bad, dude. What you guys are saying? I have baby hands? Yeah. If you didn't get pain from that, you have baby hands.
Yeah.
Or you
100%.
have like weird quadruple jointed shit where you can just ghost in the shell it perfectly.
Yeah.
Just, all right, we're in there, lads. Let's get this cheddar.
I
Let's press some
have
fucking triangle.
I have PTSD from trying to beat Mysterious Figure as Terra on the PSP on English. And if anybody remembers, anybody who knows, when that dude jumps up in the air and he throws down his little hook so that if he catches you, he pulls you up. That's a true combo, dude. And you can't get out of it on English. You couldn't fucking air slide out of it. You couldn't aerial recovery out of it. If you got touched by it, you were dead. So, like, people who beat Terra or who beat Mysterious Figure with Terra on like the PS4 version or the PS3 version, you don't know the horrors. Like you haven't beaten the worst boss in the entire series. All right.
Oh no.
It's bad, dude. It's actually cancer.
What's in here, dude? Birth by sleep.
That would be what would be in there, I would
That-
think.
It's 100% that's in there. I gotta see my save file, dude.
Yeah, I
Oh,
saw
yeah.
my PSP with Birth by Sleep too.
Oh, this shit
Yeah,
is hella
my
dead.
box- yeah,
Never
my
mind.
box-
Yeah, the more I think on
It's
it,
so
the more it's
fucking-
like there haven't been
Fuck
that
the
many
PSP,
KH
honestly.
games.
Fuck that
No.
little analog stick too, dude. That thing
That's
was
what I'm saying.
annoying.
That thing is giving me the most pain I've ever felt in my entire life. Is this little analog stick to my thumb? It's not natural. This shit ain't natural. I don't like it.
Fucked up big time. Fucked up big time.
That's why I don't fuck with Pokemon anymore. Just because I don't want to fucking play on a handheld. I want to use a controller.
Yo,
Yeah.
okay.
My fingers are too fucked to play on handhelds nowadays.
I know it's super late to bring up this topic, but people around the grapevine have been talking about turbo controllers for RPGs, and there's a lot of back and forth for that shit.
Well, here's the
Yeah.
thing. I always thought that for FF7 at least, it was allowed because Skate, at least for int RTA, uses
For
a turbo control.
international allows it. Like Japan, basically. allows it.
And Japanese people are they time it from power on to fucking the last frame of the
Until
end
you see
cutscene.
the end. Yeah.
Like these people beat the shit out of you for getting a 99 on a test, and they let you use a fucking turbo controller. Take a hint. Who wants their joints to calcify this early? Give me a fucking break. Let them do it.
I don't really care if you're doing it for tech smashing, but I don't think it should be allowed for like every fucking game. Like,
Well, no.
Oh,
I think
absolutely. I was
for
thinking
RPGs, it's fine. Like people were trying to like draw comparisons between like allowing a turbo controller in like a platformer versus a turbo controller in or like something that has like a lot of mashing where that's like actually a skill based.
it's
Well,
that
I would say
classic
for, like,
shit. Go ahead.
I would say for Symphony of the Night, because the movement in that game is mashing. Until
Right.
you get
Oh yeah,
that
you
far.
no. So
Oh,
that,
yeah,
that's
yeah,
like
but
the
there's
example where you wouldn't, but-
right. There's a technique involved in it, but it's that kind of shit where people always say, "Oh, well, if we allowed you to sell weed, then you're going to be on heroin next week," and it's that kind of thing. It's like, no, fucking calm down.
Yeah,
Jesus
dude, you
fucking-
start out with a turbo
Cocaine!
controller.
Yeah, it's like fucking.
The gateway
Slicing
macros,
runs,
dude.
It's like
dude.
calm down, dude. It's for the conversation is about fucking RPG. Listen, if I could look, I know people who would be way more interested into running fucking FF10 is if they could put on a turbo button every time there's a fucking like 10-minute segment where it's not a cutscene, but it is a cutscene, but you have to match text during it. And if I could press that instead of having to sit there for like 5 minutes and like mindlessly mash, if I could just like put the turbo on and like step away because it's literally all you're doing. There's no skill involved. It's just you're just mashing the text. Then I would gladly do it, but that's not allowed. Like there's
If
all those little
memories-
examples. That's just a quality of life thing. It doesn't affect anything as far as like changing the skill level or making things easier for people.
And just something to consider as well is that when it comes to just not timed execution, but just strict, like as soon as the next fucking input window opens, mashing is concerned, they, to the best of my memory, like Half-Life 1 speedruns allow you to use a script for bunny hopping.
Yeah, you can use a script for B hops and have.
I think I think it's the same for Half-Life 2. Like, because it's
I'm not sure
just
about
as
that.
soon as you can fucking just get it out. So they just fucking put it on their mouse wheel and they just scroll all fucking year. Or they have a script for it that does it automatically. It's just, like, that's a community where it arguably matters a lot fucking more because they're multitasking. Like, they're multitasking aim and other actions during that shit. Not just like text or like random miscellaneous menu items. And they allow that shit.
Imagine people that have like actual carpal tunnel or like arthritis or some actual hand pain that like means they can't actually play an RPG because that's like 7 hours of text mashing or however long it is.
Yeah.
Like, imagine those people that basically get gated off from like, oh man, I would love to play this RPG, but I'm not going to because it would kill my hands. Like, come on. It's such a fucking like easy it's such an easy thing like accessibility wise.
When that's like the one barrier with a lot of those games, when everything else is literally just okay, well, I'm walking somewhere and I'm flipping through menus and scrolling through things really quick, and yeah, like the execution in a fight could be just reacting to a scenario or knowing what the strategy is and like menuing it really fast. But like you know, when you can focus more on that and then take away just the monotony of just like, well, I'm just, you know, smashing them, especially in a lot of those games where it's not like it's coming down to a 1 frame difference where, okay, like say you had like a shoot 'em up or whatever and it was like, oh well, we don't allow you to do turbo because that would make it super easy for you to get like a high score because you're getting like a perfect frame bullet every frame or something like that. It's a matter of like there's a technique to it to where you can like mash better or whatever. It's like, okay, you know, whatever. But in this case, it's like, it's a lot of the time it's not really for a lot of games, it's not an immediate like, okay, well, you skip text on every single frame, so turbo or whatever. Like, oh yeah, there's a skill where, you know, the faster you match, the faster text goes by. A lot of the time, from my experience in those games, it's like there's a window, but it's not a frame by frame. You're essentially getting the same text speed, you just don't have to match for it. That's a lot of the case where it's like, yeah, you can. I mean, I can just, you know, do it. Like, that's not bad at all, right? But like, I could set turbo and the text is gonna go by just as fast. I'm just alleviating something so I don't have to do it. There's nothing, just taking time. That seems to be a lot of the case for me. I'm like, why wouldn't you just give them?
It's like mashing in fucking Cage. It's like mashing in the beginning parts of Roxas and Cage too.
Yeah.
Well, I would honestly argue that's actually a skill-based thing. As opposed to like actual text mashing. Like, I would not be okay with people using a turbo controller in Cage too.
I wouldn't either. Hell no.
Well, those are so minor and like the text good, like it's so lenient and very snappy, and in the first place it's very, very quick, and there's so little of it that, you know, I wouldn't think it's that big of a deal. Like, you're not gonna get
I would rather people actually have to learn the snappiness and learn the pattern themselves, as opposed to just being able to jump and then immediately do an air combo by holding the button.
Oh, you're talking about, you're not even talking about text, you're talking about just playing it. Yeah. But I mean,
I'm not talking about text. I'm talking about like actual mashing.
But I mean, okay, but like that's one of those things that's cool about it too, where it's I had to learn this. I started to realize this more and more when I was doing data work stuff and I was working on SciX, when you would do the you know, the old thing where you go into the corner with the reflect and you do the, you know, like the blizzard, and I would notice more and more. I was like, oh, there's a unique, like if I want to optimize the time between the two blizzards and the reflects, there are unique timings between all of those. But if I can time it and get the general rhythm, I can get it super fast. If I try to mash it and just get it like do it fast as possible, it fucks up. And the fact that like there's a lot of stuff in that game with technique where it's like it's not so much about doing it as fast as possible, it's about like finding a rhythm, and there's really unique cases for a lot of the different cancels and timings and jumps and whatnot in that game that I think is really neat. But yeah, like trying to do turbo there would be weird, but fucking if you're just walking around skipping text and fucking
I think for the super long RPGs it'd be fine, but I don't think it should be allowed for any type of gameplay.
That's understandable.
Not for gameplay. No. If it's just some sort of, but it's some sort of repetitive, like I'm just skipping text action. Yeah, but like as soon as
I mean, for like a Final Fantasy or whatever. But like,
right, but like as soon as you're done with that, yeah, you turn it off.
Like something you can mash through real quick.
So
like if it's like 3 lines of text, then just fucking mash it.
Yeah.
You guys ever hear of the controversy of allowing hitbox controllers in Melee, which were capable of having digital inputs set at the perfect wave dash
angle? That was a big thing a while ago. I don't really know what happened or came about from it, but I know that was a big kind of hot thing.
I remember the genesis of that was for people dealing with hand pains, though.
Really, I think what happened was people started. I forget what the actual term for it was, but it was basically a hack of Melee that allowed greater leniency for GameCube controllers for like specific digital angles, as well as like something about the controller that would give you some sort of advantage. And you would have to go through a lot of controllers before you found one that actually had these weird like malfunctions that were actually like that were good, basically. And they just made it more universal and lenient for players, I guess.
I think fucking
Yeah, shit like shield dropping. Yeah, that's it.
I personally think hitboxes are fucking cheating in general, but that's just me. I know people that use hitboxes all the time.
Wait, what about the ones that take away the stick on an actual stick and then replace it?
That's what I'm talking about. That's a hitbox. Yeah, that's what I'm referring to.
They
Those
have
things.
Smashbox and they have hitbox. The Smash ones have like the C buttons.
C buttons and stuff like that.
Okay.
That's extremely inefficient. I have fun with that, but
Todd plays Ultimate on that shit.
have fun.
There was
buddy.
someone in the fucking anime suite at Evo who was playing on a fucking hitbox. He was an Elfelt player. Go figure. He had gloves on, fingerless gloves, and he was fucking weird.
I personally think fucking hitboxes are cheating in
I saw
fighting
that,
games
Michael.
because you get a perfect like. There's no messing up. Like you press a button, you go left. You press a button, you go down. You press two button, you go diagonal. For me, I have to go diagonal. I might get I might get fucking back or down.
Well,
Oh, he's
I
so
mean,
mad that he died.
oh,
Yeah, it's just a hitbox.
Hitbox took him out,
It's
dude.
just a
They knocked
hitbox
him
too
out
chill.
live.
Uh-oh.
He got ended. Poor guy.
Yeah, and UCF's the Smash that we're talking about, right?
UCF. Yeah,
Yes,
that's
universal
what it's spelled.
controller fix. Which that kind of shit, ironically, I think might wind up being
I'm gonna grab water.
retrospectively a good thing for that game.
Oh yeah. Oh, well, I mean, it's better because now controllers aren't just like you have to go through like 50 of them before you find like a good one that has like these weird unique features.
Yeah, like avoids having to action like your custom angles into like the analog grooves,
exactly.
right? That was a big thing.
There were a bunch of different things.
And it's
about
like,
it.
yeah, that's garbage. Like you need quality of life.
Yeah, especially with like controllers that were basically a dying breed at the time. This was before Ultimate was coming about anyway, so
Yeah, they need to really get on fucking potentially either moving over to some type of emulator based or just something with Melee, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's going to constitute like an entirely different approach to setup, and I wish I asked Chris Wagar about this a while ago because he came in with a take that made a lot of sense where he was like, if people are now just talking about potentially banning characters in Melee, it's like then you should probably just consider either modding it or moving over to Project M.
Yeah.
If you feel that strongly about the state of Melee. And it's like that made sense, but I actually wondered what that would do to the TO process for tournaments and shit. If it would actually alleviate problems.
Mm.
Although maybe not, because I think shit like that would just run off of the like a modded version of it on Wii.
Oh, before we even get into that, like I hate Puff, but I would never ban Puff. That discussion's garbage.
Oh, that's so. Who's actually in the ban list for that?
I think this is literally just some speculative bullshit, and I don't think anybody should be taking it seriously. At least from what I understand, like Toph is saying that it's just purely speculative, and people are just saying dumb shit just for the sake of it. It's really just more of the same conversation. Like, is Puff ruining Melee? Are Ice Climbers ruining Melee? That stupid fucking conversation.
That's still going on.
Yeah, pretty much. People just want to ban
Hungry Box, dude.
Yeah.
That's literally what it is. People just want to ban Hungry Box because he admittedly kills a lot of hype of tournaments. But I mean,
It's like, well,
what are you gonna do, man? You got to beat him.
I mean,
Yeah,
we could
they have to be.
have put up a petition to fucking ban Ricky Ortiz and Justin Wong when they were spending a year and a half in Street Fighter 4, just ending up in grand finals doing Rufus dittos. But we didn't. Fucking dealt with it. Move on, assholes.
Ban Phoenix.
I wish that kind of thing
ban
would come
Phoenix.
out.
That was a conversation. Very small conversation that lasted all of a week because people were like, "No, that's stupid."
Yeah,
Whatever.
don't worry. People
Are they trying to
forget
ban
about
someone
this.
in Smash Ultimate right now?
Ultimate. I
No.
don't know.
I don't
The
think
only
so.
ban I ever remember hearing about was fucking Bayonetta for singles and Cloud and Bayonetta for doubles. But that was for 4.
Yeah.
For Smorsh.
And that game broke.
That game,
Game. That game broke it.
Wii U game? Sorry, audience broke. Walking out of grand finals.
Jeez.
But yeah, man. I'm never
Glorious.
playing Melee,
Well,
except when I do.
well, we've been boys, and we've been at this for about 5 hours now. I feel
Yeah.
bad.
We
Well,
chilling.
oh shit! Hold on, it's just come back.
Oh yeah, they're gonna ban the plant. Is the plant gonna get on?
Fuck.
The
Are people gonna be mad that he
plants-
can do that gas stuff into like 100%
I-
bullshit?
I actually don't know what the fuck the Piranha Plant can do.
I haven't played the game since it came out.
Because
Plant-
what
the
was
plant's
it?
out,
It
right?
was they did the is it the
Yeah, he's
side
out
B?
now.
One of his moves where he shoots the purple gas. They did the purple
Mhm.
gas into the A auto combos, like the pummeling thing, and it did like 100-something%.
What the fuck?
Like just
That's-
straight up.
That's pretty fucking stupid. What the
Well,
fuck?
okay, what's their stance on Smolsh? Is it a competitive game or is it a party game?
Who?
Smush?
Well, I mean,
Nintendo.
okay.
Whoever the fuck is handling balance and QA for that fuck pile.
Well, with the way they released the online, I don't think they think it's very competitive.
Okay,
No,
I just
there's
need
battle
to check.
They
Yeah, I
like
think
they
it's just
patched
bad.
it. I remember them specifically nerfing Bayo, and then people still did Bayo shit, and then they were just like, we're not doing any more patches for this game, and so that was just the end of it.
For Ultimate?
For
Or
four.
No, for four. No, but like I specifically remember
Nice.
like even people that were like competitively playing the game vocally said stuff to the equivalent of this game is like not it's just like not even finished. It doesn't even doesn't basically Ultimate is what 4 should have been in the first place.
Yeah.
Is the idea.
Basically, yeah.
But like, with Ultimate, their patch notes are like dog shit. Like they just like
Make changes
Nintendo's-
to characters.
they,
and
yeah,
that's
they just
it.
like made changes
Like-
to this character,
Like,
and
go
then they
figure
list
it
them.
out.
And that's it.
Well, okay, patch notes and like fucking Dwagon Ball is guilty of this too, where
Mhm.
they fucking be descriptive in the least helpful way possible, and it's just fucking.
It's so weird because Splatoon has really detailed patch
Yeah,
notes.
Splatoon's patch notes are super duper
Extremely.
good.
Extremely thorough. Extremely.
Yeah, they go
thorough.
into detail about it. Like they tell you exactly what they changed.
DMC Devil May Cry, the definitive edition, came out with a massive text document that was a PDF of every change they made to difficulty, enemy AI, parry windows, and shit, going from the vanilla to the definitive edition release. Why the fuck can't you tell me specifically how many frames you've made changes to in fucking Dwagon Ball? Like, this shouldn't be this difficult to be like, if you're running actual tournaments, just save people the time and let them fucking read it.
Dude, it's easy.
Tekken-
Because Dragon Ball is a party game.
Oh shit.
It is. You're toxic. You're
Smash is a party game. Smash is a party game. Anyways, Tekken's been
Really?
pretty good about that. They tell you the exact frames. The only things that they don't, or that are kind of iffy, is when they change the properties on a move. Like they
Yeah.
don't explain like, oh, this tail spins now. Oh, this. They'll say reaction on counter hit changed, and you were like,
Yeah, that kind
So-
of shit needs to die.
so we're like, well, okay. Well, I guess we'll try it, and then we're like, oh, it does this now. Oh, it's a tailspin now. Oh, on counter hit, it launches now. No, they won't tell you that. They'll be like, it changed. Try it out. We're like, oh, why don't you tell us?
You guys are just mad because Marvel Infinite had the best patch notes. Because we got 100% transparency. Because the last
guys are
patch we
asking
had, the last patch we had 6 months ago, they told us literally everything they did, and all they did was remove Denuvo.
If you're asking questions in a fighting game without exploring it yourself, then you're not a true fighting game player. You know.
Do you think Melee being competitive
a party
was an
game.
accident? Yes.
Oh yeah, are you kidding me? Of course it was. It
Yeah,
was. Of course
yeah,
it was an
for sure.
accident.
It's a fucking great accident, dude, but it was.
Yeah, 100%. Like Sakurai has said, this is supposed to be party game.
They're
Which
like,
is
all right, we're
so-
having melee at Evo, and then Sakurai was like, you what?
Which is fucking.
What?
It's so weird because like if you do a wave dash, they're actually in the debug. It'll register it as like some sort of special move. So it's like the devs knew you could fucking do it, but they didn't do anything about it. They just let it happen.
Sakurai
It's
was like,
so-
is there items? Are they teaming up against each other? No. What is going on here?
Why don't they?
1v1, no items.
Why don't they play on Pokemon Saffron City? That's my favorite stage, or Pokefloats.
I don't know.
Fucking
Melee
A.
is weird. Because
Melee
like you can tell that they tried to make it like a legitimate good game instead of just a party game. Because there's differences between the US and the PAL versions, right? Where they like actually did balance changes.
They patched it like
They patched
nerfed
stuff,
Fox,
like
yeah.
probably to try to like make it more balanced, right?
Yeah.
But like it clearly didn't actually make it more balanced. So you could see that the effort was there. So they tried to make it competitive, but they clearly like didn't do it properly.
But
So
they
it's not that
probably
tried
were
to
like,
make it competitive, but yeah, it
they-
was totally an accident.
they were probably changing the like. They were like, ooh, this is not good. Well, let's change that for the party games, so the people on PAL can have a better party. They can have
Yeah,
a
that's
more
how I got
enjoyable. They can have a better, more enjoyable party.
Well, because like they knew Fox was good, right? Like they nerfed his up B, but then there's the dumb shit. Like they removed Link's up B from like stage spiking when you use it on stage, and it's like I don't think that made Link too good of a character. Like he's still trash, right? Like that wasn't. the
This
thing.
is rude. This is very
Like, you
rude.
need-
Like,
you
that's,
need to
This
nerf
is mean,
Fox
very
back here,
mean.
not Link, dude.
Someone got hit by it and got stage spiked. They're like, oh no, 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 no.
very
We're
mean.
playing
Very
CSC
mean.
tournaments, yeah.
No Subarashi.
No.
Not
Yeah, that's just
deja vu.
weird.
Not deja vu. Change. Oh, oh God. G'day.
Make sure that little Liam's birthday party in London is way better than Jack's in Tennessee, dude.
Oh God, we need to get the fuck out of here. It's been fucking 5.5 hours.
It's been quite a long time.
It's been a good one though. All right, Michael Goldfish,
Yo.
where can they find you? What? Yeah.
Well, they can find me on Twitter at Michael Goldfish. They can find me on Twitch that people want me to use, but I haven't used in ages at Michael_Goldfish. And yeah, that's kind of it.
Yeah.
People want me to stream. If you bully me into streaming enough, I might do it.
There you go.
Besides
Legend
that,
defeated.
that's all I got.
And you guys know on his first stream back that he loads it up. You guys know what emote to give him.
Oh my god. I know. I already know. Yeah, there you go. I'll give you this
Yeah.
one.
Yes, give him
I'll
give him
give
all
you
of
this
those.
one.
Exactly.
You get a freebie.
Everyone
Oh,
gets
no.
one freebie, and then you mess up on
Actually-
Apex Legends, and then you'll get one of these, and then you won't be feeling good
Are you
anymore.
gonna have a second emote with the full name?
No, you'll just
And
get
an
one of
actual-
these.
Oh god, that's so many. You're the worst.
So
dude.
many. So toxic, dude.
It's a lot of ours, man.
All right, and for the rest of us retards, you guys can scroll.
You went so long without saying it, dude. And then you just throw it out there like it's nothing.
What, Michael? What's wrong, dude?
You shouldn't say it. It's not a nice word.
You're being retarded.
You
dude.
guys
Shut
could.
up.
No one,
guys-
has no one has said autistic all night, dude. So that's,
Someone know,
okay.
someone did.
I'm pretty sure Asa did on the first 5
Asa
minutes,
did
probably.
within the first
Oh,
like
did
half
he?
an hour,
Oh,
yeah.
my bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. It's
I missed
okay.
that one.
No, it's not.
I guess I'm a retard.
Anyway, it's whatever, man. It's
If you
whatever.
guys want
I'm over
if
it.
you guys want to follow us on Twitter or follow our Twitches, you guys can scroll down. You can see all 5 of ours. Next week we'll be back every Monday. Twitch.tv/dinnerwiththeboys. Any closing words, Michael Goldfish?
Well, I'd like to say a quick thank you to all the 5 of you and Chesh in the corner occasionally for having me. It's very fun. Even if a lot of it's just me absorbing.
You'll be back, dude.
Talking about Kingdom Hearts nonsense. It's fun.
You'll
to
be
listen to,
back,
it's
dude.
fun to hang out.
You're 100% welcome.
Will I
back.
be a returning guest? Is that something that people can
Oh,
look forward to?
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. You've been a great guest because whenever we start saying some outlandish shit, you can see you in the corner getting like, whoa, guys.
Yeah, I'm just like, hold on, calm the fuck down.
Oh shit, guys. What is this? What we're really doing? So it's been super fun.
Yeah, it was fun. I'm glad to be here.
Hell yeah. Well, thanks for watching, everybody. We'll be back next Monday at 5 o'clock Eastern. Bye.
5 o'clock
Bye.
Eastern.
Bye.
8
5
p.m.
5
Eastern.
o'clock. 8
8
p.m.
p.m.
Eastern.
Eastern.
5 Pacific.
Shut up, Michael. You're being retarded.
You're trying. Am I that one?
Yeah, I think so, dude.
5 p.m. Eastern.
Bye, guys.
See ya.
Bye.